to day 2 at the SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships, a venue of some beauty, but mostly no sleek slump.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the Emirates Arena in Glasgow for day 2 of the 2020 SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships. We are live here in Glasgow through till around 5 p.m. on British Athletics TV on YouTube, and we're across the BBC Sport website and live on the iPlayer via your connected TV as well. And we can see on the screen now the first page of what we are expecting over the course of the next 5 hours or so, right through to the conclusion with our final event, which will be the men's 1500 metres at around about 25 past 4. We absolutely loved hearing from you, where you were watching yesterday and who you were supporting. The hashtag to get involved with us here in the commentary position is hashtag SPAR British Champs. And after crowning 9 gold medalists here yesterday, we have 17 more British titles to give out today, and some thrilling action in prospect across both track and field. I'm Chris Temple, delighted to have back alongside me once again, rested, recuperated and ready for action for day 2, is the World Indoor 800 metres gold medalist Jenny Meadows. Jenny, good afternoon, welcome back.
Good afternoon. It's not even like we've been away, is it?
It feels like we have been here overnight as well, and we're ready to rumble with some great field events to get us underway. First of all, the athletes there just starting to warm up for the women's triple jump. The women's shot put, as you just saw, will be our first action to be launched very, very shortly. And it's a pretty field event heavy first half hour, isn't it, or so? We've got no track action until 12:45 when we get to the women's 200 heat, so we get a great chance to give some field event coverage early on.
Yeah, I agree. There's so many athletes here who work really, really hard, and quite often, you know, they say they're not given enough coverage. So we've had some brilliant feedback yesterday. Lots of family and friends and real athletics enthusiasts really enjoyed watching quite a lot of the field action yesterday. So yeah, plenty more of that coming up this afternoon.
Absolutely. So you saw the timetable scroll through a moment ago. Some of the names in action today. We've got Naomi Ogbeta amongst this triple jump field who are warming up, ready to go. The women's high jump should be really competitive for the medals. We just mentioned some of the contenders. Morgan Lake, of course, who's looking to really click into form this year, up against the likes of home favourite Nikki Manson and Bethan Partridge as well. We've got Tom Bosworth going in the 5,000 metres race walk. We'll see what sort of shape he is in. Ahead of another tilt, of course, at the Olympics later on in the year. High jump wise, we've got a man who's already reached the Olympic standard for Tokyo, Tom Gale. He's been in great form. He's probably the favourite on paper for the high jump just after 3 o'clock. The women's 3,000 metres, Melissa Courtney Bryant up against Rosie Clark. The men's 800 is really shaping up probably, I think, Jenny, I know you're biased towards 800 metres, but I think that's shaping up to be probably the event of the champs.
I think it is, and there's a lot of conversation around that. You know, we've got some real established athletes. It was great to see Andrew Assaji yesterday, looked really in great shape. Alex Botchell up and coming, and then we've got Guy Lermont. We've obviously, you know, we've got Josh Kerr. It's a real good one to look forward to.
So on the screen now you can see the athletes in full for our women's shot put, which is our first event to launch here today, and we're going to meet them individually. First of all, we're delighted to welcome the Paralympian who throws in the F20 Paralympic classification, Sabrina Fortune, representing D-side. Local action with Vary Porterfield from Victoria Park City of Glasgow. Adele Nichol will hope to be in the medal shake-up, competing in the red of Wales today. From Gateshead, Sophie Littlemore, best coming up towards 14 metres. The 20-year-old from Rotherham, Emma Dakin, is at position 5. Then comes the defending champion, Sophie McKenna. Indoors and out, her first British titles. Very popular figure. Her big rival is Amelia Strickler. Silver medal last year behind McKenna, indoors and out. And completing the field is Shauna Thompson, representing Sale Harriers Manchester. So that is your field of 8 for the women's shot put final. Of course, last night we saw Scott Lincoln dominate the men's event to win his 5th successive title in the men's shot put. The facilities have stayed in place in the centre of the arena here, which is filling up pretty quickly ahead of what should be some cracking action, and it will be Sabrina Fortune, the Paralympic representative. She's the world champion, by the way, in her classification at the Paralympic level F20. Won that title in Dubai in November, and that's coming in just short of the 14-metre line for Sabrina Fortune. Actually, her personal best is 13:26. So that, with the first put, Jenny Meadows, that could be close.
It could be the fantastic way to start day 2, couldn't it? Season's best is 12:82. It was certainly in excess of that.
Well, let's wait for that measurement. It's going to come up there, 13:06. So just shy, actually, of her personal best. But that's a great start with our first contribution of the day. So Sabrina Fortune, as we say, we'll tell you more about her as we go through. Very Porterfield, 38 years of age, really expensive, really experienced, I should say. That's coming in towards the 13-metre line again. She's a 13:54 thrower at best, is Valerie Porterfield. And as you can see, that blue graphic, if you went with us yesterday, that is a replica, basically, of the infield screens that you'll see maybe in the background of the camera shots, which is exactly the same information that the athletes on the infield are seeing. So when you see that distance of 12:52 pop up, that's exactly the same time the athletes here see it pop up as well. So as we see Adele Nicol come into the circle for her opening attempt, she's a 16-metre thrower at her best. Let's see what she's got in the locker. That's a pretty good start, heading out towards that line.
Yeah, that's a really good start. Adele Nicol's been here, 3rd place on 3 different occasions. I'm wondering whether she can actually break into that gold or the silver, but I think Sophie McKenna and Amelia Strickler are just in their own class at the moment. But it'd be really good to see if she can get over 16 metres here.
So the information you can see there, Nicol, the Burr was for Birchfield Harriers club. The P now is position 1 and 15:46, which is just shy of the distance she threw last weekend to win the British Universities Championship. Gateshead Sophie Littlemore in round 1. Heading out again towards the 13 metres line. She's almost a 14-metre thrower, a North East athlete. In round 1. Do you prefer competing early or late, Jen? I mean, these shot putters are coming in. The first action of the day, the crowd's still filling up. I'm thinking back to major champs when you had heats in the morning, probably.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
Yeah, I liked getting it over and done with, especially something like a heat. Obviously, when I was in the 4x4, it was always right at the end of the championship. So, yeah, I prefer to get it out of the way.
Here's Emma Dakin of Rotherham then in round 1. Her lifetime best is 13 metres and 50.
And Chris, I think it's worth saying at this point, you know, all these athletes are great standard athletes. They're our best in the nation, of course. Representative here is through invite only, so there'll be a lot of people really proud to just be at this championships and get that invitation. Yeah,
absolutely. Athletes, of course, have to reach a certain standard to get that invite. 12 metres 30 for Emma Dakin. Next in the circle will be the defending champion Sophie McKenna, who is competing in her club colours from Great Yarmouth, and there'll be plenty of support over in East Anglia. As that first one comes out the front, and she has stepped over the board to take a foul there, a red flag. So that one will not be measured for Sophie McKenna, so not an ideal start from her point of view. The first athlete to see the dreaded red flag.
Yeah, what a season she had last year. I think it was 36 years since a British female has ever made the World Championship shot put final, and she threw an absolutely massive 1865 in qualification. Absolutely great for our sport.
Amelia Strickler, this is a full-on rivalry between McKenna and Strickler. She's just seen her big rival foul in round 1. What can Strickler produce? Well, it's going to be a white flag for a start. She's pretty happy with that. That's around the 17-metre mark.
Yeah, that's a great start there.
Well, she was pretty happy initially, wasn't she?
She was.
She conned us there because she's not shaking her head.
She's got out to 17.51 so far this indoor season. Not too far shy of her actual personal best. That's coming in at 17.83.
So Amelia Strickler goes into the early lead ahead of Adele Nicol. And the final athlete to take their first put of the competition will be Shauna Thompson from Sale Harriers Manchester, who's out towards 13.5 metres at her best form. It's going to come a little bit shy of that.
And, you know, Shauna's one of these athletes. She was a former youth sprinter. She used to win all the England age group championships. She's actually got a personal best over 100 metres of 11.46 seconds and over 200 metres, 23.42. She suffered quite a lot of injuries and she's gone away and she's come back to the sport. And I do know her long-time coach, Bob Gazy, who used to coach her for the sprints. He's here supporting her this weekend, and absolutely fantastic just to see her re-engage with the sport. Completely different event, of course. Still still speed, still power in the shot put, but I was really delighted when I saw Shauna's name on the start list.
Yeah, I mean, obviously quite a few athletes, when they're multi-event, they have to have versatile skills, but not often you see an athlete completely switch, is it, from such different events?
No, it's not. And it's testimony to her that she's, got to be a national standard shot putter. She only took it up last summer, so I'm interested to see how much she can develop the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. If you sometimes you realise maybe your race is run in one event, what other skills have I got, what other attributes have I got? Let's try and transfer them into the most suitable environment, as we see Sabrina Fortune, who is also the European Para champion. She took the bronze medal in the Paralympics in Rio, 12 metres 78, so that's no improvement on her first round. F20, by the way, is the intellectual impairment classification in terms of para athletics. Sabrina Fortune has performed very well in the club scene up and down the UK, as well as that amazing major championship experience, and of course she will be certainly looking to get herself back in the medal mix come Tokyo in the Paralympics later on in the summer. Round 2 then for Vary Porterfield of Victoria Park, City of Glasgow, and that one has just slipped, I think, and she walks out the front as well. So that would be a foul in round 2 for Porterfield. Remember that hashtag if you are just tuning in and joining us just after midday. SPAR, that's the supermarket company. I saw a couple of tweets yesterday with SPA, like the health spa. It is SPAR, our title sponsors. That's the hashtag, SPAR British Champs. We're getting those tweets right through to us here in the commentary position. Jenny was very happy to answer a couple of any technical questions, things you might see throughout the course of the day in various events that maybe you've always wondered, what is that or why do they do that? Today's a great opportunity to ask those questions direct to a world gold medalist. She might be the pocket rocket, but I'll tell you what, she's unbelievably knowledgeable over all sorts of events and all sorts of technicalities. You'd be amazed. So she's not paying me to say that, although she did provide me with some chocolate buttons just so we went on air.
Well, Adele Nicol looks like she's just done a really good putt there. You can see that she's just actually saying, I think I just caught it off my hand. It just slipped a little bit. So if she's telling us that shows that's a good indication that there's a little bit more. It is an improvement, 15.74. It's going in the right direction.
Yeah, Adele Nicol, ranked number 3 for the Manchester Metropolitan University student, British Universities champion, as I say. As we go back to Sophie Littlemore, currently in the bronze medal position, but with McKenna having fouled, of course, you'd expect that to change. 13 metres 13 in round 1. And that looks to be a little bit better, I think. Possibly. Sometimes hard to tell, particularly when you've got the netting in the way. It sometimes can block your view slightly. Don't forget, if you are joining us, we are field event heavy for the first 45 minutes or so. The women's triple jump is due off in just over 10 minutes time. We'll keep you up to date. We'll flip-flop between the two. Our first track action is the heats of the women's 200 at 12:45. And the 200 athletes go through 3 rounds today. So that's I know it's only one lap of this track, but that's 3 rounds in one day in the space of, about 3 hours. That's a big effort.
It is. It's definitely the warming up, getting themselves ready for it, going through that call room, doing a little bit of a cool down, and, half an hour later, start the process again.
Foul for Emma Dakin. She is not happy with her performance, and neither is the graphic. As you can see there, it's a return of our sad face when things go wrong. The Rotherham Harriers and AC athlete. But here's Sophie McKenna then. The first British woman, of course, for 36 years to qualify for a World Championship final. Sophie McKenna in Doha. Myself and Jenny were both there in the stadium. We heard the roar from right across the other side, and there is that famous Sophie McKenna roar, and this time it will be a white flag, and that's around about 17 metres. Yeah,
Sophie McKenna's competition's up and running now, and that's fantastic that she's registered a mark. All 8 have registered a mark, and of course, because there is only 8 competitors, all of them will have 6 attempts.
So 16.90, you saw GT there on the graphic. That's not the engine of Sophie McKenna. That is the start of her club anyway, Great Yarmouth. Couldn't quite fit it all on the graphic. Amelia Strickler there, interestingly, with that Union Jack towel. Jen, very, very specifically placed, just outside the circle.
Maybe it's just a little indication of, her kind of ambition. But no, I like that. It's the last thing that she'll see.
So Strickler, what can she take the lead back here? 16.90 with McKenna going into the lead.
Oof.
And that one is out towards the 18-metre line. I think that is going to be an improvement for Strickler. That's an immediate response to McKenna taking the lead.
It's so interesting, isn't it? I always think with the field event is, you're trying to concentrate on yourself, but you're having to respond to others as well at the same time. But that looked a good putt.
So 17:41 for Amelia Strickler. That's just shy of her personal best. It's only 10 centimetres short of her personal best, so no wonder she's pretty happy with that. And we already can see, after 2 rounds of the 6, Jenny, that is going to be a battle that is going to flip-flop and go right to the wire, I think.
Well, we're all hoping that we're going to see that in this competition. It's what we've really enjoyed the last few years.
They're only separated by 5 centimetres this year on paper in terms of what they've produced. McKenna and Strickler, as we see Shauna Thompson in round 2. Jenny mentioned there about the athletes all having 6 throws. Of course, the field events that have more than 8 athletes in, after the halfway point at 3 rounds, the field is reduced to the top 8. So we will see that, for example, in the women's triple jump, where there are 9 athletes, so only 8 will go forward to the final 3 rounds, and the competitor order is reversed, with the leader jumping or throwing last. Not the case, of course, in the vertical jumps and vaults, where the athletes progress through by height. That is the current situation. Then after 2 rounds of the women's shot put, Amelia Strickler. So here's Sabrina Fortune then. 13.06 her first round put. And again, that is going to be short of that, I think. But again, great experience for the likes of Sabrina Fortune, a para-athlete, of course, to be competitive enough to be right here in the able-bodied field. I like it, if you guess, and with the likes of McKenna and Strickler to learn from and to pick up tips from.
Yeah, still just 22 years of age, which is relatively young, for a shot putter. So much more years to develop that technique, develop her speed, her power. A lot of work goes into the technicalities, of course, as well as the physical components in this event.
Vari Porterfield, Victoria Park and City of Glasgow. We're expecting a good crowd in here today. As we say, more and more coming all the time. There's already many more people in the upper tier on the far side than there were in those blocks yesterday, as Porterfield comes in short of the 13-metre line. In fact, she's taken a foul there as well. Red flag for Porterfield.
Mari Porterfield's a real interesting athlete. She's converted to the shot put, was former hammer thrower, competed for Scotland in the Commonwealth Games, and she actually was the Scottish national record holder for a number of years. I think she was raised by Shirley Webb, if my knowledge sees me right. I presume it was Shirley Webb who took that record, but great to see that she's still competing at this high level.
So Adele Nicol, currently in the bronze medal position, which is where she finished last year and also in 2017. Looking to improve on 15.74, and that is probably going to do it. I think that looks very close to that 16-metre line.
Oh, she was pleased with that one, wasn't she? She's just looking up, actually. I think her coach is in a different seating position than most of the other coaches. Most of them seem to be looking at the side, but she's looking up.
Yeah, her coach, as you can see, or you might get a chance to see there, is
yeah.
It's not easy to look
Very
at.
high up.
Yeah, he's in a couple of rows of seats right above her head there, underneath the giant screen here in the arena, which has been a great new addition for the benefit of the spectators here and also the athletes as well, who always enjoy seeing themselves on the big screen as well.
Yeah, of course. Inside
the arena. Sophie Littlemore of Gateshead, currently in 4th position with 13 metres and 26 in round 2. And that's a red flag again as she steps over the board at the front.
Yeah, she's gone out to 13.96 this season, which is an indoor personal best. So just falling maybe 70 centimetres or so. Well, 70 centimetres exactly, actually, short of that. So we know there's more in the tank. Sometimes it's, just a case of trying to find your rhythm, trying to find the rhythm as well as your technique.
Emma Dakin, currently in 8th position, a foul in round 2. A left-handed putter, of course. Don't see too many of those, do we?
No, we don't.
And that is going to be similar, 12.30 or so, with her 3rd round effort as we head towards the halfway point. So here we go again then with the big 2, if you like. McKenna took the lead for about 2 minutes, maybe not even that, with 16.90, and then Strickler went immediately past her with 17.41. She's a fascinating story, Sophie McKenna. There's been a couple of great articles on her in the last few months about the life she leads, the fact she turned down lottery funding because she wanted to continue with her 2 jobs and not become a full-time athlete. And here she is making the world final and breaking ground that hasn't been achieved by a British woman for a long, long time. And that is out again towards 17 metres, but probably won't trouble the lead. But you don't hear too many these days, Jen, at the top level, decide that with the opportunities around these days, they don't want to become a full-time athlete and you want to carry on. She works in a gym, and of course she's well known as a custody officer for Norfolk Constabulary.
Really interesting, actually, and I've got to applaud Sophie, because what she did in Doha last year was absolutely amazing. And I think she just thought, you know what, I've managed to do this with this current situation. I don't want to change things, particularly in an Olympic year, so I'm going to carry on. And it takes a brave person to do that. She believes in her team, she believes where she's located in her lifestyle, and it's proving okay for her at the moment.
Well, at the moment, this lady, Amelia Strickler, leads the competition. It was 17 metres dead for Sophie McKenna. Strickler's already gone to 17.41. And she's pleased with that one again. That looks like it could potentially be an improvement as she whips the Union flag off the floor. And at the moment, heading towards halfway, it's Strickler's competition.
It is, and I'm just wondering what's going through the thoughts of Sophie McKenna here. I'm sure this is not the way she would have visualised or hoped this competition to be going at halfway. That's 17.45. It's an improvement by 4 centimetres there for Amelia. And I don't think we actually picked up, the caption would have showed you, but Sophie McKenna, she went out to 17 metres, so 45 centimetres at the moment, separating the top two.
Of course, the Union Towel is, I guess, poignant for Amelia Strickler as well, because she was, of course, as most people know, was born in the US, born in Ohio, and has become a Great Britain and Northern Ireland competitor over the course of the last few years. Of course, we think back to recent years when Rachel Wallader, for example, was the dominant force that Sophie McKenna couldn't get past, and now the door is open for McKenna, and all of a sudden she finds herself with a very strong rival in the shape of Strickler.
And we talked about that a little bit yesterday, didn't we? I think that domestic rivalry is really important. I know when I was a younger athlete, finding my feet at international level, there was always Marilyn Okora and Gemma Simpson, and some of those were almost my nemesis at times. But ultimately, I needed those, girls to compete against for me to just drive me on to the next level. Oh, these are nice shots. This is Bob Gazy, who I was talking about, who's coached Shauna since she was a young girl and is still here supporting her. She obviously gets technical advice now from another coach for a shot put, but here's the results so far at the halfway stage.
Yeah, so Strickler has the lead, 17 metres and 45 from Sophie McKenna there, as you can see, 17 metres, and Adele Nicol, 15.83. So going to form at the moment in terms of the three that you would have said were a little bit ahead of the rest in terms of the medal prospect. Of course, Amelia Strickler has won a British title outdoors. She won the British outdoor title in 2018. But she hasn't won the British title indoors. Don't forget, Sophie McKenna, as we said, hadn't won a GB title until last year, which is, when you see the progress she's made, I guess, over the last 12 months, a massive PB of 18.61 to qualify for that Doha final. I think they literally heard a roar right across Qatar when she landed that PB. Last season, 10 comps, she went further than 17 metres 94. But in this particular arena last year, she didn't qualify for the final of the Euro indoors. So again, even that shows you the progress in the year. Back to the shot put shortly, but time to introduce the ladies, all 9 of them, for the women's triple. Great opportunity to show you plenty of field event coverage here early on day 2 at the Emirates Arena. First to meet will be Evian Richardson of Shaftesbury Barnet. 21 years of age. Here is the favourite, Naomi Ogbeta, and the defending champion. A multitude of national titles indoors and out. The teenager Lily Holland of Trafford jumps to position 3. Leah Stevenson of Thames Valley. Chloe Vernon Hamilton competes for Hearts Phoenix. Alison Wilder of Sutton. I know there's athletes and teammates from clubs right across the UK tuning in to watch their training partners or their club mates. Zara Asante of Blackheath and Bromley, who had a pretty good day yesterday, Blackheath and Bromley. Their headline athlete, of course, Dina Asher-Smith, but there were some good performances yesterday. Carolyn Harvey from up on the coast, Ayr Seaforth. Oh, Carolyn Harvey's full support club are in, I think. And finally, Shannara Hibbert from Woodford Green with Essex ladies. 9 for the women's triple jump final. As we say, reduced to 8 after the first 3 rounds when they would jump in reverse order. We'll bring you as much of that as we can. As we say, not on track here until 12:45. But again, with McKenna and Strickler pretty evenly matched in the women's shot put, Naomi Albetta's quite a way ahead of the rest of them in the women's triple. Jen, I mean, looking down the field, personal best-wise, nobody else has got a best beyond 13.13. Albetta's best is 14.05.
Yeah, and she has won numerous titles now at this level, and it was nice to see her enjoying herself and smiling at the camera. I think it's quite a different situation when you come to a national championships, knowing that the title's probably going to be yours unless somebody does something absolutely spectacular. And maybe she can just focus on herself, you know, work on certain things, and be quite interesting to see Naomi. Be awesome to see if she can get over 14 metres here.
So we're now reversing the order in the shot put in terms of Shauna Thompson, who was throwing last but is now throwing first in 8th position, looking to improve on 12.33, her best so far. That's going to land around about the 12-metre line for Thompson. So now, of course, the advantage, I guess, of getting yourself into the lead in the first 3 rounds, Jen, is that now Strickler will always be throwing after McKenna. As the leader, she throws last, so she'll always be able to respond to whatever Sophie McKenna does.
It's having that in your armoury, isn't it? That opportunity, and you know, we saw it yesterday with Dan Bramble in the long jump, the men's long jump. You know, he pulled it out on that last round, cool as a cucumber. Although he did wipe his brow afterwards, so maybe not as cool as it appeared at first, but always got that opportunity to respond.
Emma Dakin currently in 7th position with 12 metres 40. And that again is looking in a similar vein for the athlete from Rotherham.
13 metres and 56.
Wait for the distance on that one. Of course, with 9 athletes and 6 rounds in the triple jump, we'll get plenty of opportunity to bring you that once the competition starts to get going into some sort of momentum. 12.31, no improvement for Dakin in round 4. She stays in 7th position. Next to put will be Vari Porterfield of Victoria Park City of Glasgow. A couple of frustrating fouls for the experienced athlete. Looking to improve on 12.52. That one again has slipped right out, hasn't it? You can almost, it's always horizontal, that one, as she steps out for the foul.
Yeah, it was very low, wasn't it? She doesn't like that. She's, like you say, Chris, a really experienced athlete, and she'll be able to feel that, and she just looks really frustrated there.
I guess when you're competing in a major champs or, you know, a national champs on your home turf as well.
You just want to pull that big one out,
exactly.
don't you?
You've got literally Glasgow on your bib, you've got Glasgow on your vest, you've probably got friends and family in the crowd as well. So here's Sabrina Fortune, world para champ, 5th place currently with her first round put of 13 metres and 6. Doesn't catch that one quite right and takes the red flag as well.
So Stevenson on the runway. Women's triple jump final.
Yeah, her 13.06 first round still remains her best, and that is a season's best, so she's brought it when it was needed, just 20 centimetres short of a personal best.
Yeah, and definitely will be carrying some strong medal hopes for Great Britain into those Paralympics in Tokyo. So Sophie Littlemore here. She's a good couple of metres down on the medal positions, but she's in 4th at the minute. She's the best of those outside the medal positions with 13.26. And at last, the official gets to use his white flag. Sat down next to the shot put circle there.
So much easier these days, isn't it, with the electronic markers instead of getting that old tape measure out. Where I remember the days of high school and very early competitions. This competition can just, you know, flow a lot easier now.
Remember when it used to be measured by, I think of the long jump pit, it used to be a tape just stapled in the ground on the grass next to the pit. It was so approximate, it was unbelievable. I'm sure I was robbed of a couple of school long jump medals. Dodgy measurements. Here's Adele Nicol. There were no dodgy measurements, that's for sure, here from our team. Seiko doing a great job out in the middle as we see Adele Nicol reasonably happy with that one. Looking at her reaction, but 15.83.
She's having a good competition. She's really consistent, isn't she? She's had 15.46, 15.74, 15.83. That looks similar. She's peppering that 16-metre line, isn't she, at the moment? But just agonisingly falling the wrong side of it. And here we go. It is an improvement, just 1 centimetre, 15.84.
So she consolidates her position in the bronze medal spot. Here's Sophie McKenna then, who's got some work to do here if she is to claim her second British indoor title back-to-back, because she's 45 centimetres down on the leader Strickler at the moment. McKenna's best is 17, the lead's at 17.45, and you can hear from pretty much right across Scotland, I think, that Sophie McKenna has seen that one head out towards the 18-metre line.
And that's what we came for, wasn't it? She did amazing last year at the British Championships, going out to that personal best of 17.97, agonisingly just 3 centimetres short of that 18-metre line, which is real world indicator. 17.39. I thought it looked a little bit further than that, but you know, it did, didn't it? I think she thought it did as well.
I think you're right. I think the way she reacted, I know Sophie McKenna loves a reaction, but I think she thought that was going to be the lead. So, Strickler, this is the bonus, of course, of being always able to be the final putter. Can she extend her lead? 17.45 is where it currently stands for the former outdoor champion. Oh, and I tell you what, that is trouble in the 18-metre line, and that is going to be an extension of the lead.
It is, Chris. Before that, it was just 5 centimetres, and that's what separates these two athletes on season's best as well. But, oh my goodness, that's got to be over 18 metres, surely.
Certainly that looks like it is.
She equals McKenna's indoor personal best. The distance that she took her last year to win that British title, 17.97. Sophie McKenna is going to have to produce an indoor lifetime best to raise her here and to get that British indoor title.
That is the furthest that Strickler has thrown in her life, indoors or out, 17.97. Her previous outright personal best was 17 metres 83, set last year. So Strickler, a new lifetime best, indoors or out, to extend the lead. And is that going to break the back of Sophie McKenna's challenge? I just wonder, because McKenna thought she had taken the lead, she hadn't, and then Strickler, just to rub a bit of salt in the wound, went half a metre further.
Yeah, she's ripping up the script, isn't she? And the good news is there's still 2 more attempts. This is just a story that's growing and growing. There is a rivalry there between them both, and it's just one of those things. I think Sophie McKenna needs Amelia Strickler to step up. You know, Sophie's gone over that 18-metre line. Amelia was just agonisingly 3 centimetres short of it. We've now got 2 world-class women shot putters.
Well, the one title that Amelia Strickler did win, she beat Sophie McKenna in 2018 in the outdoor champs by 12 centimetres on that occasion. 17.22, played 17.10 on that day at the Alexander Stadium. Last season, of course, as we said, indoors and out, it was McKenna gold and Strickler silver in both champs. At the moment, with 2 puts to go, Strickler is in the box seat. As we see Emma Dakian in round 5 post 13.04. That's a considerable improvement. That lifts her up a place to 6th. So Porterfield, 3 successive fouls for the Glaswegian. Coming up in round 5 here, live from the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. If you're just joining us, more of you all the time joining us here live on the British Athletic YouTube channel and also the BBC Sport website and on the iPlayer as well. The hashtag to get in touch with us is SPAR British Champs. We'll be getting into some of your tweets as the day goes on. And our first track action is about 15 minutes away, the women's 200 metres heats. Good news for Porterfield is that she has seen the white flag for that one after 3 fouls. Can she improve on 12.52? Not quite. So here comes Sabrina Fortune, Great Britain para athlete. 13.06, her best so far, which is, as Jenny mentioned earlier on, nearly a personal best. It's a season's best. She's 20 centimetres short of her personal best. Fouled in the last round. And again, that one has taken a relatively flat trajectory. She does want that one measured, though.
If you actually think about the very nature of this event, it takes a lot, doesn't it? You've got to really wow yourself up, you know, for 3 attempts and put everything behind it. And yeah, I'm just actually watching there, and she looks a little bit tired, I think, Sabrina. You know, that's her 5th round now, isn't she? But she's got one more opportunity, of course.
Yeah, well, we've seen so far McKenna and Strickler have peaked in round 4. Fortune peaked in round 1 currently with 13.06. Penultimate put for Sophie Littlemore of Gateshead Harriers. 13.26, her best so far. In 4th. And she steps over as well, so that one won't be measured. She will remain in 4th position as we move into the medalists. Adele Nichol looks about as safely booked in bronze as you could imagine. She's 2.5 metres clear of 4th, and she's 1.5 metres short of 2nd. So she is inked in, I think, for third at the moment.
Yeah, she's just got that personal challenge, hasn't she, Adele Nicol? Can she get over that 16-metre line? I know she'd love to. She's done it before. 16:09 is her indoor personal best.
So Nicol, almost with a, as you say, Jen, a personal challenge here to try and trouble that 16-metre line. And that looks pretty good.
She's been consistent, hasn't she? She's just been building throughout the competition.
Yeah, she has improved in every round from an opening put of 15:46 as we wait for the measurement on that one. Is that a further improvement? Yes, it is. And there is that 16-metre line that you mentioned, Jen. And she looked pretty nonplussed with it when she turned away from the circle, but that is a new lifetime best.
Yeah, I think watching her body language, she knows it was coming, so great for her to get a personal best here today.
So here's McKenna. The lead's at 17:97. That's coming short of the 18-metre line. So that is not going to be troubling Strickler's lead. And McKenna has got one more attempt to overhaul her rival.
Yeah, this is not textbook form for McKenna here. I know she'll be desperately disappointed if she doesn't lift this British indoor title. Of course, making that World Championship final, she finished 11th last year in Doha. I think she would have expected to come here and to lift this title again. But we cannot take anything away from Amelia Strickler. She's come here, she's produced a personal best, she's equalled Sophie McKenna's indoor personal best. What can she do? 2 attempts left.
So the event leader already with a big lifetime best of 17:97. Can she go over 18 metres for the first time in her life? Not with that one, she won't. Takes the red flag.
Well, she's took that in good spirit, hasn't she? I think when you've achieved something, it's really similar to a pole vaulter or a high jumper. You make that bar that you've never made before. It's really hard to come back and keep your emotions and respond to that. But she does have another opportunity of responding. 1 round to go.
So we're on to the final round of the women's shot then. We'll be picking up the women's triple once the shot put has concluded. But we've got to decide the medals here in the shot put circle. Shauna Thompson, 12:33 for the former hurdler.
And that's just inexperience.
Yeah.
She did just take up this event literally last summer. I don't think if someone would have told her 12 months ago that she'd be competing, the British Senior Indoor Championships in the shot put, I would have loved to have known what her response to that would have been. She would never even picked up a shot put 12 months ago. So, I think it's just really great for Shauna to have just been in this competition and to be around Amelia Strickler as well and Sophie McKenna and seeing what it looks like to go out towards 18 metres.
Yeah, that last bit for the golfers amongst us was more of a sandwich than a 5-iron, wasn't it? As we see the left-handed Emma Dakin with her final put. She's in 6th position with a 5th round effort of 13.04. And that one, just looking out to the arena here. We're not at a great angle live in the arena here, but it looks like it's got a chance of being an improvement, possibly. 13.04, her previous best. And that shows you what I know, because it's nowhere near.
Not a shot putter, Chris.
Nah, shot putter's not my forte. I might be built like a shot putter in certain aspects, but yeah, no, it's measuring distances from 45 degrees is not proving my strong point over the last 2 days. I think I'm going to leave that one alone now. Porterfield then. The 2 legal throws she's had have been separated by 1 centimetre, 12.52 and 12.51. Currently in 7th position. Well, Valerie Porterfield doesn't look like she's enjoyed her day that much, I don't think, but shakes her hand, rips off her grip, and rips off the vest as well. Stop there, Valerie.
She's had enough. She's finished.
12.30 for Porterfield, no improvement. She finishes in 7th position. Dakin will finish in 6th, so we're into the top 5 now, with Sabrina Fortune, who's 20 centimetres behind Sophie Littlemore. So here we go, the world champion from the Paris in Dubai in November. Can she improve on 13.06? She's gone out the front, so she won't. She will finish in 5th position with a red flag for Sabrina Fortune.
I hadn't noticed that, Chris. I thought she got really close to 14 metres there. I was about to celebrate.
Yeah, No, she literally almost took 3 steps out the front there as she overbalanced. So then we come to the climax, the last 4. Is there to be still a twist in the tail? Sophie McKenna, the defending champion, has only led the shot put for about a minute, maybe 2 at push, as we see Sophie Littlemore in 4th position. Takes the white flag to complete her competition, and she will finish in 4th. Her best before this was 13:26.
Santi then in the triple jump. Zara Santi, 12 meters and 39 in 5th place. She wants your support in this women's triple jump final.
Oh, and 13:52. That's a great way to finish the competition there for Sophie Littlemore.
That certainly is. That's her best bit of the competition. So Adele Nicker will go next in the bronze medal position. Of course, we've already seen her go out to 16 meters and 12, which was a new indoor lifetime best. Her outdoor lifetime best is 16:34 with the 4 kilo put, 4 kilo shot rather. So she's got another target, if you like, and she's obviously feeling in good form. So looks booked for bronze, but can she improve her personal best even further? Well, again, she looks pretty happy. It's going to be a bronze. It's close to the 16-meter line. Bronze again for Adele Nicker for the 3rd time.
I enjoyed that as well. You know, Nicola asked the crowd for some support for that, and I just had to check. You know, I'm watching the women high jumpers warm up. I'm watching the triple jumpers as well, and no, the crowd were definitely for her. Oh, another personal best.
So another indoor personal best for Adele Nicker to go with her bronze medal. So that's a buy one, get one free for her. So then, here we go. Sophie McKenna for Great Yarmouth, for East Anglia, for Norfolk Constabulary, for everybody else who supports her. She's got to go out towards 18 metres. She's not going to do it. It falls short. She kicks the stop board in frustration, and it is going to be the silver position, one that Sophie McKenna got to know a bit too well in previous years. She thought she'd come into this in good form, but unfortunately for her, it's only silver. I say only silver. I say that because I know she'll be really disappointed. Yeah,
she will, but she's lost out to an amazing athlete here who's just brought her A game. She's in personal best shape, and you know, she's matched Sophie's personal best, of course. So I think all the crowd will be really, really cheering on our new champion, Amelia Strickler.
So here she goes. Can she reach 18 metres knowing that the gold is already in the bank? Using that Union towel for inspiration. Strickler the champ. She's fallen out the front, so it doesn't matter how far it's gone. But for the first time indoors, Amelia Strickler is your SPAR British champion with her lifetime best, an outright lifetime best of 17 metres and 97.
Oh, she's thrilled with that one, isn't she? Very much like Sophie, you know, who goes out there on social media and says a lot. I've been reading some articles on Amelia, and, you know, she's really passionate about trying to encourage young girls who, you know, they're not as slender as models and role models like that, but she's just really passionate about showing that young females can do some amazing things. And it's her goal to actually be the best women's shot putter that Great Britain's ever seen. So I'm sure the two of them will have such a battle over the next few years, and we look forward to it.
Well, Sophie McKenna certainly will use that as motivation, I'm sure, for a big Olympic year after making the world final and becoming the first British woman for over 30 years to make a British final. A world final, I should say. As we see the confirmed result there of that women's shot put, a couple of PBs on there as well. Strickler's, remember, an outright PB. Adele Nichols, a new indoor PB, as she takes the bronze.
Amelia Strickler, congratulations, British champion. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing. I remember when I won in 2018, and it was, you know, just as special back then. So I'm just very, very happy.
And tell me about your personal best. Not only did you win here today, but you also threw a personal best.
I mean,
So lots of things going on in the arena at the moment. Amelia Strickler's just having a really nice interview there, down there trackside. I can see the women warming up for the high jump. The women's triple jump is underway. We'll catch up with that shortly. And I can just see that the women's 200-metre athletes have just come out. They're now just having a few attempts from the blocks, a few last-minute warm-ups. And Chris, the area's, arena's really building now, isn't there? There's a good crowd in this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely there is. Yeah, we'll get a view of that as we... our main camera shots are over towards the back straight, of course, but the main stand here where we're sat as we look around is once again pretty much full up with spectators. The weather's a bit better today than it was yesterday here in Glasgow, that is for sure. As we can see shots there, you can see down in front of us. You can almost see us in the shot there, actually. We're just down to the right-hand side of where that camera position is. You can see some of our press colleagues watching on with their monitors down in front of us there.
We've done well, actually. We've just escaped. If it was one more column up, we could see all your chocolate, Chris. So, yeah, you've done well to escape that one.
I'm trying to wave, but I'm not making the bottom right-hand corner of the shot. So, thankfully, we're just out of shot as we see our wide shot, and we zoom in on the defending champion Naomi Ogbeta in the women's triple jump. She's won the last 5 national titles indoors and out. She's always got a smile on her face. She's an effervescent character. The athlete from Trafford. The red bib that she's wearing means she's the current UK ranked #1. Here she goes. So far, she's in the lead with 13 metres 83. And that's looking like it won't be an improvement. Let's see if my judging of the long jump pit or the triple jump pit is any better than the shot sector.
She's such a fluent athlete to watch, isn't she? And she's already posted 13.83, which is actually 1 centimetre better than her previous indoor best this year.
Well, she leads currently. In second place is Shannara Hibbert of Woodford Green with Essex Ladies with 12.78. And the current bronze medal position, Leah Stevenson of Thames Valley with 12 metres and 59.
Here we go. This is Lily Holland. She represented Great Britain Juniors last year at the European Junior Championships. Her parents do live in Spain, but she's just started university back in September at Loughborough, so she goes. So it looks like it's just around the 12-metre mark for Lily Holland there. She's got a 2020 season's best of 12.28. She's gone out to 12.01 so far in the second round. Just waiting anxiously for the distance. Oh, that's just short of 12 metres, 11.90. So 12.01 from the second round will remain Lily Holland's best so far. Just see the shot putters walking off there. And as we've got the start list, the women's 200 metres, 3 heats of these coming up.
Let's get the track action underway. It's time for the heats of the women's 200 metres. 3 heats.
So 3 heats, it will be the first in each heat, plus the 3 fastest times to qualify for the semi-finals.
Let's welcome in lane number 6 for Victoria Park, Glasgow.
So we start on the outside with Chloe Lambert of Victoria Park, City of Glasgow. Jasmine Moss of Gateshead from Northumbria University, British Universities champion, also won at the Scottish Championships here as well. Stacey Downey of Edinburgh, wearing her Scottish blue today as well. From Aberdeen, Sharon Jakisha in 3. And right on the inside will be Zoe Thompson of Newham and Essex Beagles, the 19-year-old. Of course, worth pointing out at this point, John, we didn't see any 200s yesterday. It's just 1 lap of the indoor track. This event isn't run at major championships, major indoor championships, because basically it's perceived that the outer lanes have too much of an advantage, isn't it?
Yeah, on this banked camber, it definitely gives you a huge advantage. A lot of momentum coming off the second bend. So quite often when people were drawn on the inside couple of lanes, they would not turn up for the final. So that's never good to see. But at this British Championships, there's a British title on offer. So lots of entries, which is great to see.
So keep an eye on Jasmine Moss from Gateshead out of lane 5, the British Universities champion, who comes into this in good form and already up on Lambert outside her. Really some tough work for the ladies on the inside lanes to do, but it's Moss at the moment using the advantage of lane 5. Remember, the first one only goes through, plus the 3-time qualifiers, and it's Moss who chases on behind between Lambert and Downey for that second spot. As Moss takes it, Lambert holds on for second ahead of Downey, 24.41 the winning time for Jasmine Moss, who takes her position a little bit later on. In fact, we looking at the qualification rules here, Jen, there was due to be semi-finals, but looking at the fact that only one goes through and 3 qualifiers, I think we're going straight to a final.
Oh, of course, yeah. Good spot there from that, Chris. Yeah, we were expecting that. This is a good opportunity to see Jasmine Moss there in lane 5, the Gateshead Harrier. She's really improved during this indoor season, and she posted 23.88 seconds recently at the British University Championships, just last weekend actually. That's a tough championships. She would have done 3 rounds there, but just about at this point, she'll know she's got a huge margin over the others, so we can just see the final few steps. She just backs off. 24.41, nice victory there. And of course, less work, of course. Only having to warm up, cool down on 2 occasions.
Yeah, we had the same yesterday, didn't we, with the women's 60, where the semi-final round wasn't operated in the end. So confirmation there of Jasmine Moss. It does make, without the semi-finals, of course, the qualification procedure just that little bit tougher, particularly with those advantages of the outside lanes. And again, the same will happen in the men's 200 metres, by the way. We've just been given some revised start lists here for the heats. So there are 2 automatic qualifiers and 2 next fastest for the men's 200 metre heats as well. So that is going to go straight to a final as well. Confirmation of the result there of that first heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's shot put.
So we're going to see the medals handed out. There's some applause. Meanwhile, you can see the camaraderie between the field event athletes as they... Hannah England is going to be presenting the medals. You saw the shot put medalists applauding Asante in the triple jump as she raced through in round number 3 of the triple jump. So Adele Nicol for the 3rd time is the bronze medalist in the women's shot put, with her final round put of 16 metres and 19. It's the silver medal for Sophie McKenna, 17 metres and 39. A popular recipient here in the arena. And she won a British title outdoors, but she'd never won one indoors with a new lifetime best of 17.97. It's the top of the podium for Amelia Strickler.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championship medalists.
So there you are, your shot put medalists in the women's competition. And you can just see a little bit of the rivalry there between Strickler and McKenna, can't you? There's not too many arms around and happy faces and whatever, but that's it's good to see, Jenny. Everyone doesn't have to smile all the time today.
No, that's true, and I'm sure there's a lot of respect there between the 2 women, but we all don't need to be best friends.
So we see Harvey in the triple jump coming in 8th position as we come towards the end of round 3. We've got a 200 metres heat on the way very shortly. Heat number 2 down on the track. We've actually got a very special guest who's joins us here in the commentary position. It's not her commentary debut, I should add, here at the SPAR British Indoor Championships, because we've heard from yesterday's long jump champion, Abby Arosaru. We've heard from you before, and I think this was when you were sort of semi-retired for about the 1st or 2nd time, and here you are back as a gold medalist. Great to see you, Abby.
Oh, thank you for having me on. Yeah, the last time I did this, I was actually retired.
You were officially retired.
So this is a different perspective for sure.
Congratulations on yesterday, first of all. We saw you afterwards. I think we commented at the time that you didn't look overjoyed with 660 or the title, but I'm sure you were happy inside.
Yes, I was happy inside. I was buzzing for the 660 because I was just like, oh, I know how to jump. This is great. Yeah.
We just see Hibbert in the triple jump here. He's currently in 2nd position with her 2nd round jump of 12.78.
That was definitely a lot further, I think, unless the board is incorrect.
Yeah, we have found it quite hard.
Actually, this might make us sound really good now,
yes,
Chris,
because
right. We've been terrible throughout this, and we've given it up, haven't we? But if we actually have a long jump specialist making the same sort of errors, that would be fantastic. So do your worst, Abby. That would be great.
Our judgment of the distances.
The board was incorrect yesterday, so it's really hard to see, but it was a little bit better.
There you go.
Good. And a personal best. It's always positive feels. Do you know what? This is a really good runway, and we're seeing some amazing performances. And even the stadium, like in the shot put, that was just incredible to be able to to see those big performances.
It's funny, we did see quite a few. We were talking about the runway yesterday because we did see quite a few fouls. Jazz obviously had quite a few issues yesterday with her run-up, so we'll ask you more about the runway in a second, but we'll come back to you in a moment, Abby, because we'll just see the second heat of the women's 200 metres with 4 athletes lining up. And the favourite in this one will be Amma Pippi right on the outside in lane 6, who was also originally in the entries for the 400, but has opted to come and run the 200 in the red and yellow of Enfield and Haringey, and with that red Power of 10 leader bib on. Won a couple of 200s already this winter. More 400 runner over the last couple of years, though. In 5 will be Andrea Goodman from Dundee Hawkhill. Every Scottish athlete's getting some great support again here today. Harriet Jones of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow goes in 4. Her seasonal debut. First competition of the year for Harriet Jones. And on the inside, Ellie Bandy, who's already set a PB indoors this year at 24.9. Ellie Bandy, who's got it all to do from lane 3, as we saw from that first heat. And again, just the winner automatically through to the final later on, plus 3-time qualifiers. No semi-final round now, the final due just before 4 o'clock. So Amma Pippi right on the outside in lane 6, who'll be running the shake-up for the medals a little bit later on as well. Ran the 60 here last week, Amma Pippi, in the Muller Indoor Grand Prix. And she at the moment using the advantage of that outside lane from Goodman. Also Bandy on the inside in the red, really challenging for that second position, but it's Amma Pippi by probably 10 metres in the end who wins it in 23.35, which is over a second quicker than the first heat, which will be good news for those in behind who are looking for those qualification spots, Jen.
Yeah, I think Amma Pippi's tactic was just, I've only got 2 rounds now. I came here, I was expecting 3. So I just think she just ran that like a final. She just wants 2 really good training runs here. You see that she was really good out of the blocks, but the really good thing about Amma Pippi is how technically well drilled she is. She spent a lot of time over in the States. She's back now in London training, but they're so technical, a lot of the American sprinters and a lot of our athletes who do go over there for university are really well drilled. You see that she just isn't easing up all the way to the line there. Only 200ths of a second away from her seasonal best, and she already is the UK leader.
Yeah, and she's presumably smart as well. She sees a pretty good opportunity to take a British title as well here, I think, with more of a concentration on 400 these days. But 23.35 gets her the spot, ahead of Goodman 24.81, who at the moment would get through with that time as a time qualifier for the final. But Ellie Bandy is going to miss out with 24.98. PB, though, for Harriet Jones of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. So back we go to the women's triple. Carolyn Harvey is on the runway, currently in 8th position. We're now into round 4, so the competition is reversed. Harvey in 8th position. The leader, Ogbeta, will jump last. And Harvey looking to improve on 11.79. We'll test Abby Rosary's judgment of the distance here again in the pit. As we see Harvey.
It just felt like she was stuttering a little bit into the board, so she was just really aware of not being over, which can be problematic, and that's probably why she's not managed to jump a little bit further. But yeah.
Tell us about that runway then, because we started the conversation on it. I mean, how do you judge a runway? I mean, how many jumps sometimes does it take you to get the feel of a runway? I know you obviously warm up and everything, but once you're actually in fully fledged competition, are you adjusting things all the time?
Yeah, I think it's just continual adjustment. Sometimes you're getting faster through the round, sometimes you're becoming a little bit more confident in your runway. For her, it did just look like she needed a little bit more space, but sometimes it also takes you being brave enough to just get a foul and run over, so you know exactly how far you need to push it back.
I was going to say, actually, Abby, at this point in the competition, everyone's got 3 more rounds, so you know that you've got 3 rounds left. Do you just do you become more brave?
Yeah, you would hope so. I think. Sorry, yeah, it's nice to see.
Holland,
just
yeah.
Jumped. Yeah, she was quite brave there, and I like that intensity. I think through the rounds, she's actually kept that intensity. From what I saw, the first jump wasn't as good because she just kind of stepped into the pit, but from there she's kind of built on that.
So Holland in 7th position in round 4 with a foul there actually after that. So the lead still with Ogbeta, 13.83. She's nearly a metre clear of Shannara Hibbert of Woodford Green and Essex Ladies. This is Alison Wilder of Sutton and District, who's in 6th position. A couple of fouls so far, so she's one who's just struggling with the runway ever so slightly. 12 metres and 10 centimetres so far. We're in round 4 of the women's triple jump live here on day 2 of the SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships. Myself, Chris Temple, Jenny Meadows, and our special guest, Abby Rosaru, yesterday's long jump champion. And we will watch this attempt from Wilder in 6th position before talking more with Abby about her season so far and the year ahead. As we see Wilder looking to improve on 12.10. That's going to be a red flag as well for Wilder, unfortunately. So Abby, I'm looking at your performances so far this year. Obviously here last week, 6:42, 6:56 in Karlsruhe, which I think was your best ever season opener, wasn't it, indoors?
Yeah, by 1 centimetre.
By 1 centimetre,
Do you
absolutely.
know what, Chris? We'll take it.
Yeah,
take the wins.
exactly. A centimetre can win you a gold, can't it? I mean, that's your indoors done, obviously, now, in terms of the focus. What happens now in terms of how you approach your training? Are you going away? What are you doing now in the next few months?
I'm going to Amsterdam next week, just for a few days, just to have a reset between indoors and outdoors. And then it means that mentally I'm more prepared and ready to go for the outdoor season. But I guess the 200 metres is starting, so prioritise that.
We're still interested in your year. This is the cut and thrust, thick and fast action we've got here in the Emirates Arena, that things are happening all the time. As we reach Rebecca Jego, who of course was in action yesterday here over the shorter distances. The opportunity, again, she'll benefit from not having a semi-final round yesterday. Rebecca Jego to negotiate. Rebecca Matheson from Aberdeen. She's already set a PB this winter at 24.33, the Scottish Students Champion. Katie Wiper from Blackpool Wire and Filed. She was also here yesterday in action over the 60. And so was Mika Moore, who actually ended up finishing in 4th position in the 60 final yesterday, which was a great performance from her as she refocuses back on athletics a bit. She's parked the bobsleigh up for a little while she completes her Masters in Sports Broadcasting at Cardiff Met University. Surprised she hasn't tried to muscle in on this gig as well. We've got Abby got in ahead of her. She's a bit busy competing, we'll let her off. But Mika Moore here, not an ideal lane draw for her, but the way she performed yesterday, she may well be able to overcome it. Only the winner, remember, automatically into the final later. Well, she certainly needs some of that starting speed that she showed in the 60 yesterday and out of the bobsleigh blocks. That is for sure Mika Moore, and she's gone through pretty strongly in the first half of the race. Jego Ron on the outside, but look at Mika Moore on the inside from lane 3. It really would be a terrific effort to come through and take the 1 automatic spot. The slingshot off the final bend for Jego on the outside. Moore has absolutely thrown everything at it, but there you can see the advantage of those outside lanes. It's Jego from Matheson. It's Jego who takes it in 24.28, the second fastest of the 2 heats. And you certainly can't say that Mika Moore didn't throw the kitchen sink at that.
No, she did amazing, and I think she just had that lane because she doesn't have a 2020 season's best. That was the first time she's gone over this distance. Again, it's definitely worth watching her here in lane 3. She's a real powerhouse. Of course, you need to have those components to be in that bobsleigh team. But Jego there on the outside and Matheson are pretty close there in lanes 5 and 6 at this moment. Probably speed-wise, Moore is the one who's brought more at that moment, but you do really get such a momentum and you almost get thrown into that last 50 metres or so when you have got those outside lanes. And it was a great win in the end for Rebecca Jego, and actually an indoor personal best, 24.28 seconds.
Oh, that's a great performance in the end from her. We spoke about it last year, this champs. I remember Jen talking about the slingshot off the final,
Yeah.
the final bend, because actually if that was outdoors, the way they were coming around into the home straight, you'd look at that and say Mika Moore has got the advantage, wouldn't you? But actually 5 metres later, all of a sudden, she's way back in 3rd.
Yeah, everything changes, and we can just actually see it's actually been rounded down to 24.26 seconds for Rebecca Jego, which is even better for her. A couple of hundredths even faster than their electronic timing showed us at the finish. 24.26 seconds. She takes the automatic route through to that final later this afternoon.
Well, Mika Moore, I can tell you, is going to get through to the final. There we go, confirmation. That shows you the benefit. Even if you haven't got a great lane and you can't win the actual heat, if you get a time, you're going to make the final. Of course, with going through as a time qualifier, she will have probably an even worse lane by the time we get to the final later on. But she's there. That's the main thing.
She's there, and she's done incredibly well.
So Alma Pippi, impressive performance, the most impressive of the qualifiers And behind her, real open contest for those medals in the 200 metres. Remember, no semi-final round if you're just joining us in the women's or the men's 200 now. So that final for the women is due at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, let's pick up the triple jump again then, because we're into round 4. This is the athlete currently in the silver medal position, as Chanara Hibbert of Woodford Green with Essex Ladies, 12.84. She's asking for the support of the crowd here in the Emirates Arena. More and more coming in all the time as we continue to build up more and more track action as well to go with the field events that we've been showing you since we came on air at midday. And here is Hibbert looking to head out towards 13 metres. Looks to be just short. She is going to get a white flag this time when she exits the pit, I think, if all goes well. There's our man with the white flag. Take that one apart for us technically, Abby, if you can.
I didn't want to do that because I'm so critical. But no, she actually looked really, really good. The running was nice. It just felt like that last few, she carried the speed through. Like the first 2 phases looked great, and then it kind of felt like it dropped in the last phase. I'm not a triple jumper. I'm no triple jump expert. So I could be completely wrong, but I'm doing my best.
Abby, have you ever done the triple jump? Because we see quite a lot of athletes who do go between the two.
I think I've done like a 6 stride to get points for Cell Harriers.
Come on, what's your personal best?
Probably about 10.90.
Okay.
So definitely, I wouldn't even make it onto this, rostrum here.
We see the likes of Jahisha Thomas can sometimes flip-flop between the two, doesn't she?
I did see her name accepted, so
Yeah,
it's
she
interesting.
didn't declare today.
Come through. But yeah, Naomi, as usual, getting the crowd going. I love how she just enjoys the crowd. She really does, and she really benefits from that attention. So let's see if she can get a big jump out.
13.83, her best so far. The event leader, the defending champion. Well short of the board there.
Yeah, so frustrating. I actually was just like, yay, on the first jump because she actually hit the board, and it's something that she's really working on to make sure that she's driving through into the board. Her depth perception is a little bit off, just like mine is sometimes. So sometimes she chops a little bit because she thinks she's going to be over, and actually she's not even on the board.
So, Abby, we can see that she's talking to her coach, Tom, isn't it? Yeah. What sort of, you've got 30 seconds sometimes. What sort of information do you trade at this sort of point?
Well, from her face, I think she just needs a little bit more encouragement, a little bit of self-belief, like, okay, you can do this, you've got this. It doesn't matter that you're short of the board, we'll make a correction and go for it. So she just needs to smile again and get, up for it and believe that she has more in her legs than the 13.83. That's the season's best. It's big, it's good, and hopefully she can carry that. I can see now, you can't see it on the screen, but I can see she had a big smile on her face there. So the conversation is working.
It's been positive. That's good.
So that was the position you just saw at the end of 4 rounds, 2 to go. And good to see the other athletes involved in the crowd as well. Carolyn Harvey, who when she was introduced to the crowd earlier on, the Air Seaforth athlete, we heard some good support for her, so she's made sure she's using that. 11.79, her best so far. Well, that could trouble 12 metres.
Again, definitely. That definitely looks like a season's best or a PB. I'm not sure what her personal best is, actually. But it looked like she really went for that.
12.34.
12.34. So maybe not a PB, but yeah.
Could well be 12 metres, that.
Yeah, for sure.
She looked pretty accurate on the board.
It will push her up the ranking, it seems.
We'll wait for that distance to come up on the infield computer. Reminder that the screen...
11.94. We're really off at the moment, aren't we, with this board? I'm blaming the board. It's about 20 to 30 centimetres
Well, we're delighted with what we're hearing.
We absolutely are, because we've been making ourselves look foolish, but it's glad to have the...
But now I am making myself look foolish. It's completely
difficult angles up here, it's for sure. Here comes Lily Hullen then of Trafford, and once again, the teenager obviously learning from others, the Loughborough athletes, seeing what it can benefit. She's just gone over 12 metres, 12.01, but she's capable of 12.60 at her best. Pretty good on the board. And again, that's from the angle.
I'm not going to guess
No,
this one,
I'm going to say low 12s.
But I feel like it might be bigger than any
Don't
of the
commit,
boards.
don't commit.
It's a good game for those watching online as well here and via the British
Exactly.
You can
Athletics
play
TV.
along. See if you can beat the commentators.
Are you any better than us from a sideways angle as guessing how far things are?
Abby, one of the things I wanted to ask you, we talked about, we've just seen this fantastic women's shot put, and we've seen, Sophie, and we've seen Amelia, and I talked about that domestic rivalry, and as an 800 metre runner, I always had that, 12.06, amazing. I always had that in Britain, and the women's long jump is the same. There's an abundance of riches. Do you like that?
Oh, you need it. It's amazing. I was just like, I love this drama. I love it because I know that Amelia and Sophie have that contention, and it's just really fun to watch because they do push each other. And actually, you have to applaud Amelia for that performance. It was incredible, and I loved it. But yeah, Wilder on the runway right now.
Yeah, certainly that women's shot. If you're just tuning in, Amelia Strickler turning over Sophie McKenna today. But here is Wilder in 6th position. Alison Wilder of Sutton, 12.10, her best so far.
And a red flag.
Yep, that's not going to trouble that one. So that's 4 fouls for Wilder. So, as we said yesterday, we had 1 or 2 athletes who had a bit of a struggle with the runway. In fact, we haven't seen Chloe Vernon Hamilton of Hearts Phoenix, who actually fouled out with 3 fouls in her first 3 rounds. Hence why we've moved on with the other 8 competitors. But pretty tight behind Ogbetter. She's a metre clear at the head of affairs, but behind her, Hibbert 12.84, Stevenson 12.59, Richardson 12.49, and Asante here in 5th, 12.41. So 18 centimetres separating 3rd, 4th, 5th. That bronze medal certainly is within the reach of a few here.
I can say what's really good about this competition is there's been way less fouls than in the long jump yesterday.
We did notice. we were seeing that yesterday.
So Zara Asante, 37 years of age. Twice the age of one of her rivals in the competition here. She won't thank me for mentioning that, I'm sure. But here she goes in 5th position. Consistent series so far. She needs 12.59 to trouble the medals. I don't think that's going to do it.
No, it doesn't look like it would do it, but there was a lot of commitment there. I love that. I love that she always goes for it.
So between jumps, Abby, you mentioned you're off to Amsterdam in terms of obviously the Doha experience, making the final and finishing 7th with that 6.64. Last year we were both out there, Jen and myself, in the stadium to watch you. I mean, how much does that being back in that major championship arena give you that projection forward in terms of the taste of it all again and that extra motivation because it was, such a big gap from last year to the previous champs?
Yeah, it was definitely needed. I really enjoyed that, and I think for me, the biggest thing was that the biggest takeaway was that, I can perform well under pressure when it matters, and so I can carry that mindset into, preparing for the Tokyo Olympic Games and actually trying to get on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. The standard, of course. You've got the standard, haven't you?
Yeah,
yes, you have.
Standard,
yeah.
But that's only half of the job done.
Yeah, you've got to win the outdoors or get in the top 2 at the outdoors. But that's nice to have at this stage, isn't it? Have the standard ready. As we see Richardson.
A foul there, I think. That was a red flag.
Oh, she committed there. She's quick. She's really quick on the runway, isn't she?
That definitely would have been her biggest jump of the competition. I do love it. Like, I was down there when she in the earlier rounds, and I just love the big smile on her face. She's just so positive. She exudes a lot of confidence, and I think you really need that to do well in the field events and in any event, I guess.
Yeah, Southern bronze medalist last year, Evian Richardson. She's currently in 4th at the moment, agonisingly 10 centimetres outside those medal positions with 1 round still to come. As we see the athlete currently in 3rd, Leah Stevenson, in round 5, the Thames Valley Harrier athlete. Best of 12.66, so she's only just short of that here today with 12.59. That currently has her in the bronze medal position, having to contend in the background as she focuses on her jump with the introduction of the high jump athletes here, which we'll be picking up shortly. Looked a quick final phase, dare we guess.
That being bigger than she's done before.
Oh, 12.59.
I mean, yesterday we were talking quite a lot about facial expressions. You can always see with some of the jumpers, some of them try and bounce out the pit and just, they know they've done a good job. And I was looking at Roas the other day when she got the world record, and she literally exploded out of the pit.
She knew.
She just knew. So do you know, that's what,
Well, that was me in my last round. I mean, I appreciate it wasn't measured, but I just jumped. I was just like, oh, okay. And then it was like a foul. So I was like, okay, it must have been a massive foul because I felt so
you
far
felt
into the
good,
pit.
yes.
But it was only a tiny foul, so that gave me a massive confidence boost going into my outdoor training. I'm just like, yeah, like I can jump big.
Here we go with Shannara Hibbert, who's looking to jump big here and improve her position in 2nd place at the moment. She's 25 centimetres clear of Stevenson in the bronze medal position. Hibbert just taking her time here, waiting for the cone to be removed, which it is now. And the 1 minute jump clock will start. We see the horizontal jumpers not worry too much about using the jump clock. They're normally pretty much ready to go. 12.84, her best so far. Can she head out towards 13 metres? It's already been a lifetime best for her in this competition today. Again, very safe on the boards. Oh, just in that final phase, but that might be out towards the high 12 metres.
It's such a shame that she missed the board. Did she miss the board? Are they going to give me a replay on this?
I think she was
No, they're
quite
not.
safe on the board.
Yeah,
I think
it was very, very safe.
Yeah. It's one of those in her position now. I mean, she's, as we say, she's 20 odd centimetres clear of third. Realistically, she's not going to catch Og better, is she? Without being disrespectful, she's a metre down on her. But in terms of how she approaches it now, there's no point in going safe because you're 12.85. So that is another improvement on that PB. And as you say, Abby, I think she was short on the board, so she'll probably be thinking now, well, I might have lost 10 centimetres there.
Yeah, she's doing amazingly in this competition. You love to see it. Oh, it looks like Naomi has passed that 5th round. Okay. I guess it's so hard because you are so far ahead and you just don't know whether you can be pushed to jump further.
Yeah, we did see her looking a little bit down, but then you said she seemed a little bit more positive towards the end of it. Maybe she's just had that conversation and she's saying, you know what, I've got one big one, I'll save it for my last.
Yeah, potentially, that's a good point.
So, final attempt for Ayres. Carolyn Harvey here in 8th position. Oh, she was looking to get out towards 12 metres, but that's going to come shy of it. So, Harvey's going to finish in 8th position. But again, great opportunity for these athletes. I mean, Ayres a long way from Birmingham. It's a bit of a long way from Sheffield. It's not quite so far from Glasgow. So when the British champs are here, it probably a bit closer to home. It's a great motivation to first of all try and reach the standard to get here, and then to make the most of it when you are here. And I think, Abby, we were talking yesterday about the opportunities that this champs has given people in a lot of events. Take the world indoors out of it. Lots of people's focus has changed, of course. But for some of the young up-and-coming stars, I saw athletes tweeting yesterday saying, I'm learning so many new performers here who are really, really good that I just didn't know about because of an event like this today.
Yeah, I agree. It does give people an opportunity to come to this champs without that, I guess, the pressure of having to perform for a world champs, and also then it opens up spaces when other athletes don't turn up. So yeah, like with the 60, it was yesterday in the men's 60 metres, for example.
Yep.
Yeah, it just...
Here's Holland on the runway for Trafford.
A massive red flag, wasn't it?
Yep.
And she would have known. You feel the plasticine under your foot. You know, she got
it hurts.
Yeah, I can imagine. And she had the whole of her foot over there. So she carried on the jump, but I think it was just the last phase she didn't commit to it.
That's a fair point, that. If you suddenly plant half your foot on the plasticine, your foot, I presume, is landing at a very awkward angle there, isn't it? Half and half.
Exactly.
That is going to not be too comfortable. Holland in 7th there. We'll finish in 7th position with her best at 12.06. So we're coming towards the climb. I'm just looking for Naomi better down in the infield. Is she still? Oh, she is there, yeah. She's hiding behind the infield screen. She passed in round 5.
She's currently walking around with just socks on, actually. Not even got her shoes on. So
She's
I'm
fully
hoping...
committed to just not doing anything.
I'm kidding, I don't know what she's doing.
Relax and refresh. I think that's what she's going for.
Alison Wilder, 4 fouls in her 5 attempts so far, but her 12.10 has her in 6th position. Fine on the board that time. And that's going to come in short of 12 metres, so I think. So Wilder will finish in 6th position.
She just seemed to get a little bit unbalanced there, didn't she? Almost a
Yeah.
twist in, a little bit of
there was a bit of a
rotation
twist.
towards the end.
It's an interesting one for Naomi better, isn't it? Because in terms of obviously frustration for her at not making Doha last year and ended up going there reporting for the BBC or whatever she ended up doing. For her, I mean, how much of an extra motivation is that going to be?
Well, I actually did speak with her and it reinvigorated her. Like, I spoke with her whilst I was in Doha and she even said it just gave her a fresh perspective and a fresh motivation to like be... She didn't think that it would, but just being out there, she realised, wow, I've missed out on something big. And I think that's, you know, you sometimes need that. She's putting her spikes back on, so she's obviously getting prepared. Maybe she's going to jump, or maybe she's just going to get ready, because you have to always have that mindset that, you know, someone might jump over you.
Yeah.
Here. But yeah, I do believe, you know, she'll be in Tokyo. She will jump that Olympic standard, and it will be a really awesome opportunity for her to be there, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure actually her being out there in Doha as well and watching it all unfold, not being there as a competitor, probably even, you know, made it that little bit, either fueled the fire or made it a bit more frustrating, or both of those probably things.
100%.
So here's Asante for round 6 in the triple. She's in 5th position at the moment. She's only 18 centimetres short of bronze, which is held at 12.59 by Stevenson. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility if it all clicks here.
Oh no.
It's interesting there because when she hit the board, you were like, this could be good. Then in the middle phase, you were like, no.
Yeah. She knew as well. She just, sometimes you overcook it and sometimes you're not as relaxed as you need to be. And I think even though she did get on the board and she probably could have got like good momentum from that, she just collapsed a little bit and then it all goes downhill from there. It's a shame because you do have 3 phases, so they can either really add to a performance or like really detract. Yeah.
Yeah. You've got to
It's
get
not
a
like
more.
the long jump where you just have one phase.
12.28 for Asante means she will finish in 5th position. So we're getting towards deciding those medals, which have been keenly contested behind Naomi Better. Men's 200 heats on the track, not too far away, by the way, for those tuning in for those. And women's high jump has started. We'll pick that up at the conclusion of the triple here. But a chance here for Evian Richardson, who's been at a real positive frame of mind, a consistent series from her so far. Needs to get 12.59 to treble the medals. And I'll tell you what, that looks like it might.
Cheeky. I love this. See, this is what I love to see, the drama. She has just hop, skip and jumped herself into the medal, onto the podium, like right now. So we'll see what Stevenson is going to do I think so anyway. Obviously the numbers haven't come up, so I could just be talking
But we
nonsense.
did think, didn't we, in a fifth
She has,
jump.
and the season's best. She has actually, pushed herself onto the bronze position, so that's great.
Well, we saw Dan Bramble yesterday, didn't we, in the final round, suddenly turn things on its head in the men's long jump, coming through for the win. And Evian Richardson has saved her best till last there. As we say, she's been building, it's been a consistent series in the 12.30s and 40s, but then a 12.73, and all of a sudden now, Stevenson, who's been in 3rd for a long, long time, Leah Stevenson, she now has got to find 15 centimetres from somewhere.
Abby, you mentioned the word drama. She just brought that, didn't she? She looked great.
I love it.
She looked great in a 5th round, didn't she? But it was a foul, and we knew she had something in the locker. And
it's good for the competitors. It's not. I mean, for us as spectators, but for the competitor now, who's now been pushed down to 4th position, Stevenson's probably thinking, okay, I need to also be on the board, but I also need to give my best, and that is really hard. So we'll see what she can produce.
Needs 12.73 or better. Lost her run.
She fouled that one, but it was definitely a better jump, and she knew it as well. There was a little bit of chopping in that last.
She stuttered, didn't she? She was trying to find that board.
It is so frustrating, but they've all performed really well, and this is what you love to see. I'm not sure why we feel like we need to change the long jump and the triple jump, because you get all the drama right here if you just showcase the last few jumps, and we can see the story behind everything that's been going on so far.
Reading between the lines, I'm guessing you weren't a huge fan of the... You don't have to say the exact words, but it doesn't sound like you were a huge fan of the new format.
Of course not.
No.
I mean, nobody is.
Shannara Hibbett then in 2nd position in the silver. She's guaranteed at least a silver then. She's a metre behind gold. She was only ranked number 6 coming into this, so she's performed well today.
Yes! Oh, yes! Oh.
I'm loving the Abbey Rosary sound effects here.
I'm so sorry, because the board is skewed, so it probably isn't any further than she has jumped, but she just looks like she's knocking on that 13 metres, and I always love to see people jumping season's best and personal bests and stuff like that. So, she's definitely done herself proud to say that she's come in 6th, and now she's finishing with a silver medal. And she's gone over 13 metres! Okay, I feel like I get more excited for other people's performances. This is so good. Oh my god. And she's just walking, just chilling. Like, can you please bounce and jump about, please? Because this is amazing. Well done.
Well, I'm sure they're celebrating down at Woodford Green with Essex ladies. 13.03 for Hibbett, who ends on a high with the silver. Here's the champion then, Naomi Better. 13.83. Passed in round 5. Here she goes. One last hurrah. 6 titles in a row. And Heavy Rosa alongside us is almost going through the phases with her. The smile is there for Naomi Better. It's another title. It is 6 in a row. She's unchallenged at the moment as the British number 1 in the triple jump. We'll wait for the measurement. But again, hopefully Naomi Better clicking into some early season form now, which will serve her well in terms of getting to Tokyo and performing at a major champs. And she's just a smiley, effervescent character, of course. She's a comedian at times. She's involved in fashion. She's got so much going on outside athletics. 13.09 her winning distance in the end. There's confirmation of the full standings. with Vernon Hamilton having fouled out the ninth of the competitors, but some great performances in behind there. We mentioned how the medals behind Ogbeta were really there for the taking, and in the end Hibbert and Richardson fill those positions, and some of those young jumpers, Abby, will be coming out with some great memories of today. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get a final word from Abby in a second before we thank her and say goodbye, but we'll just get this men's 200 metres underway on the track first of all. Same as the women, the semi-final round has been removed, so these athletes are going straight to the final, but they need to finish in the first 2 plus 2 time qualifiers. Nicholas Price on the outside for Sutton Coldfield. That's a 21.71. Sages and Geese will go for Trafford, the 19-year-old. Andre Wright was in action yesterday in the 60. Out again in his Kent vest, hope he's washed it. And in lane 3, also in action yesterday. I think we confirmed he was the only man with 4 names. Keno Elliott, Paris Samuel. For Thames Valley, it says on our sheet. Oh, that's not a Thames Valley vest, is it? That's a county vest, I think. As we stand by for the first heat of the men's 200. First 2 automatically make the final. And 2 time qualifiers. There are 4 heats in total. So away they go. Sages and Guy, the Manchester Metropolitan University student, under 23 with a headband there in the white, has been in good form coming into this. Andre Wright, though, right up on his inside in the Kent vest for Medway and Maidstone at this stage. But as we saw in the heats earlier on, the advantage with Price on the outside right off that final bend. And it will be Price coming through to take it tight for second as they run for those times. That's really close between Wright and Guy for second place. The winning time is 21.6 from lane 6 for Nicholas Price.
Well, that was competitive, wasn't it? We thought it would be right from the onset. Price had a good start there, but it was right there in lane 4. He worked really, really hard. Past medalist in this championships, actually, 7 years ago now. But it was Price who had that better lane. Chris, you used the word slingshot earlier. And he really just did get that slingshot. It really propelled him. And the fight was on, wasn't it? All the way to the finish for that second automatic slot. And I do think it was Wright who just edged out Sanchez. We call him Sanchez. I'm from up north. He likes being known as Sanchez.
Sanchez, okay.
Sanchez.
Fair enough. That's a bit easier to say than Sages and Guy.
It is.
Price eased down there to the point of nearly messing it up, didn't he? I know there are 2 qualifiers, but the others were closing pretty rapidly, as you can see there, with 500 separating the top 3. But it is Price and Wright who go through as the auto qualifiers. And Sanchez, our man Sanchez from Trafford, will have to wait and see if that gets him through with 21.66. So as we see the jumping medals handed out immediately, straight onto the rostrum, Naomi Ogbeta will be occupying the same level of that rostrum that our special guest for the last half hour or so, Abby Rosary, was occupying yesterday. Down there, another British title for Naomi Ogbeta. Indoors and out, that's 6 in a row now for her. But a great moment for Evian Richardson with her final round jump to lift herself into the bronze medal position. 12 metres and 73. Great performance from Hibbert as well, going over that 13-metre line. Again, a huge psychological bonus to go with that silver medal for Shannara Hibbert to take back down to Woodford Green. And Naomi Ogbeta, who's just seen her clubmate Sanchez running the 200 metres from Trafford. Naomi Ogbeta proudly wears the words British champion across her vest. And the smile is back on the face of Naomi Ogbeta. So Abby, final word from you before we let you go then in terms of the summer. Obviously, you're using this indoor as a really good platform now. You're off to Amsterdam, you said, for a little bit of a break to refresh the mind and the body. What were your sort of aims in terms of getting yourself back into competition in the summer? Is that already mapped out? How far in advance have we mapped out?
Of course, yeah, I've definitely mapped out the next, 8 weeks of training, I guess, and it's just about getting consistency on the runway and working on a few technical points, obviously my jumping, and obviously continuing to get my mind in the right, I guess, mindset to perform when it matters under pressure, to be jumping consistently at the 70s, you know, 670s, because that's what you need to be able to pull out big performances when it matters.
And finally, nice for you to have, I'm sure, the British champs in Manchester this year, isn't it?
Oh, I'm so excited. I don't need to, you know, book a hotel or travel very far. It's just 20 minutes down the road. It's my training track, so it's wonderful.
Nice. Abby, well done yesterday, and thanks for joining us. It's been lovely having you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Abby Rosary, the British champion in the long jump yesterday. We wish her the best for a big year coming up, of course, culminating in Tokyo Olympics in 2020. A big thanks to Abby for joining us here. Great to have her insight on the horizontal jumps as we start to see the action in the vertical jumps out there now. It's high jump day here in the Emirates Arena. As we see the athletes, we're seeing Nikki Manson, home favourite for Giffnock North, and for Scotland, who clears 1m80. We'll bring you right up to date with how things are standing. The bar is at 180. We have lost a couple of athletes already in this this field. We've lost Hannah Tapley of Cardiff with 3 failures at 175. We've also lost Laura Zillor of Marshall Milton Keynes with 3 failures at 175. Every other jumper has now come into the competition. Here's Emily Borthwick from Wigan, second attempt at 1m80. Not to be on this occasion, Jenny, for your clubmate.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with this one. She has jumped 183 quite a few weeks ago now, maybe 4 weeks ago, at the Emirates Arena here in Glasgow, Scottish Championships. So Emily's personal best is 184. So if she can get this 180 bar, it can then allow her to go into that kind of PB territory. But it's a great lineup, this one, Chris, isn't it? I don't think we've ever had such a competitive, 3 women in this who's got personal best and season's best over 1m90.
Yeah, well, Morgan Lake, of course, is in this field. She's cleared 180 at the first time of asking. The defending champion, just looking to click herself into a bit of form, and she didn't jump that well here last week. Nikki Manson, of course, for Scotland, a PB and a Scottish record already this winter for the Giffnock North athlete. Bronze medalist indoors and out last year, and behind Morgan Lake in both of those competitions. Bethan Partridge has already set a couple of PBs this winter as well in the 191 region. Emily Borthwick, as we mentioned, who here, with everybody else clear, faces a crucial jump here at 1m80 for the 3rd time.
Yeah, she's not been given too much of a break, has she? She's the last athlete attempting this height on the 3rd attempt.
Yes!
Well, she did give it a rattle, but a high point was way over the bar, and she'll be delighted now. Yeah, you can just see that smile on her face, just trying to get a little bit of technical information. I have no idea what that means. I should ask her. Is
that her dad down there? She's. They were up here earlier on talking to us, just looking over to the... I'm sure he said he was going to go and sit on the other side of the arena. Yeah,
but I think she's only got her dad here, so yeah, he must have decided to sit himself down there, Darren. And she goes on to try and get that 184 bar, which would be an equal personal best.
Back to the women's high jump shortly. Live here at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow on day 2 of the SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships and Heat 2 of the men's 200 metres. Regan O'Connell is back in action. He was here yesterday as well in the short sprints for the city of Sheffield in the Yorkshire vest today on the outside. Ben Paris, Swansea Harrier, Loughborough vest. Inside him, Finlay War, Giffnock North, 17 years of age. 22.02 performer already. All the way from Plymouth, Tyler Johnson. Teammate of David King, of course, who won the men's 60-metre hurdles yesterday. And on the inside from Cardiff, Makoye Campengale. So 5 in this one. 2 places in the final later on. Campengale in the Cardiff University vest there. I'm sure there's people watching on, supporting down there in South Wales, all the way down in Plymouth and Swansea. Goodness me, there's a real Southwest and Wales connection to this heat. O'Connell right on the outside, Paris inside him, and Finlay War, the teenager in the yellow of Giffnock North, attacking it pretty even through that first half of the race. And that's about as even as it gets, I think, coming into this second half. Right on the outside, O'Connell from Paris, and War working really hard, the Scotsman. But O'Connell takes it by a metre or two, and in the end Paris hangs on for War. Lane 6 beats lane 5 from lane 4, and the winning time 21.63, just fractionally slower than that first heat.
That was a good race as well, and Regan O'Connell will be delighted with that one. 21.63, if that time is confirmed, is exactly the same as his personal best, which he has set this year. He did get a good start, didn't he? Maybe he just got a metre on the rest of the field. I thought Finlay Wall was doing really, really well. Kemp Gurley was doing really well from that really tight inside lane there in lane 2, but it did get sorted out with those crucial lanes on the outside as we come up for the finish. And in the end, it was O'Connell who had 3-4 metres even on the second place finisher.
But again, it just shows, doesn't it, for 150 metres there, I mean, they were absolutely pretty much even from the start, and it just shows you how deceptive that can be, because it looked even, and as soon as they come into the straight, they're separated by metres.
They were separated literally at that point by the same amount of marker that separates them when they actually take to the mark, so it was even Stevens, but then it is just that trajectory off that last bend.
Yeah, we were down on the track earlier on. Kath Merry and Jeff Whiteman were making us do various social media photos down on the infield. But it's amazing actually when you get down to track level. Obviously you've run here, Jen, but I don't get down on the track too often. Sometimes the banking and sometimes even the slope of those outside lanes. When you stood on the finish line, for example, and you're looking at the outside bend where they start. I mean, it really is a real bank up.
It really is, and it's a real skill and a strategy how to run it. And we saw in the heats of the men's 400 metres, we talked about Chris McAllister, and he really struggled in lane 5, and actually he ran slightly quicker from lane 2 in the semi-final.
Here's Morgan Lake, our first look live as she sails over 184 at the first time of asking. And again, the high jumpers, they often like to jump the first few heights with their tights on, don't they? And then Nikki Manson's doing the same.
That. Yeah, I mean, especially the athletes, such as those athletes who we expect to get on the podium, this would still be warm-up territory for them. So they will have gone into the designated warm-up area to start the competition, done a few jumps out here to find the feet, get the runway again. But yeah, a lot of these girls who can jump in excess of 1.90 m, they'll still have the tights on at this point.
Here's Abby Ward then for Wakefield, her first attempt at 184. World Under-20 representative for GB in Tampere in Finland a couple of years ago. Northern champion. And not to be on for her, that's her first failure of the competition actually. She had 3 clearances at her previous 3 heights, Abby Ward.
Yeah, Abby's one of those athletes. She's got so raw. She's got so much improvement, and I think she was 5th or 6th at those championships. I was out there as a team coach, and I was trying to tell her at the time, wow, you're in the top kind of 5 or 6 in the world, and she just almost didn't believe in herself.
Back we go to Wigan's Emily Borthwick then. So athletes clear at 145. Manson, Partridge, and Lake, the 3 protagonists you'd expect. Emily Borthwick, after 3 attempts at 180, knocks 184 off at the first time. Also with a second attempt to come at this height is Deborah Martin of Ashford. That's really random because I was mentioning earlier on, Jenny, that Ashford Athletic Club in East Kent, which is my late dad has the grandstand is named after him there. I said, we haven't seen an Ashford vest here today, and here we are.
It was literally an hour before we went on air, wasn't it?
Amazing that. I hadn't seen the confirmations of the high jump entries at that point, but Deborah Martin, here she is, proudly wearing the yellow and black of Ashford AC. The Julie Rose Stadium, I'm sure many people listening have competed there if you're based in the southeast of England. And Deborah Martin, not quite to be at 184 at the second time of asking. So whether you're watching us with the iPad tucked underneath the Sunday lunch table, 1:30 Sunday afternoon, myself, Chris Temple, and Jenny Meadows, world indoor champion from 2010. We should mention, Jen, you've actually added an extra medal to your collection. You've put it out on social media a little bit earlier on as well. A medal that got backdated for you was given to you at this championships.
It was given to me in interesting circumstances, Chris, wasn't it? And I didn't know whether to give it, to put it out or not. But yeah, I got a medal upgrade for the 4x4 from the World Champs in 2009. And you presented me with it, along with Karen Forbes from British Athletics, which was a very special moment. Thank you for that.
It's the first individual medal so I've ever been involved in. Here's Abby Ward from Wakefield with 184 at the second attempt. And, well, body language of high jumpers.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll tell you that a couple of sad faces there. Either she's thinking, why isn't it happening today? Either she's thinking, I know I'm capable of this. It's not quite clicking for me at the moment. She's a 189 jumper at her best, Abby Ward. As we divert off for the third heat of 4 in the men's 200 metres. 5 athletes, and certainly the one catching the eye in this we'll come to in just a second after we've seen Cameron Bailey of Ipswich on the outside. Now then, Andrew Morgan Harrison, 20.66, a win at British Universities. Last year it's a European lead time over 200 metres for the whole university student. Jack Leonard of Tunbridge goes in 4. We'll see his clubmate later on, Tom Bosworth, in the men's 5,000 metres walk, which isn't too far away. Lane 3 is Morgan Ahmed of Coventry. And on the inside will be Bailey Swift from Northampton. And Bailey Swift on our star list, he doesn't have a personal best or a 2020 best, so he's never run an indoor 200 metres, we can establish from that. But Morgan Harrison, lane 5, the red bib is the UK ranked #1. He's, the European leader as well. Beat Jonah Efaloco and a championship record at the British Universities Champs in Sheffield last weekend. 20.66. And that run by Morgan Harrison last week at the EIS in Sheffield was the quickest over 200 metres there for 16 years. Just to equate what a performance that was from the 21-year-old. And he's already gone sailing past Cameron Bailey on his outside. Also Morgan Ahmed of Coventry running strongly through that first half of the race. But it's Morgan Harrison. Keep an eye on the clock here. He's having a look around. He'll wind it down, but still looking really, really strong. 21.53. That's the quickest of the 3 heats so far. Still a lot more to come from Andrew Morgan Harrison.
What a breakthrough this young man has had in 2020. We're just looking now, this is the first winner actually that's not been in lane 6 of course, but he has an electric start and he's just really quick into his running. Really, really powerful there, really good use of his arms. We can just see at this point already, he's just coasting. He'll have looked at the times, he even had a little bit of a look on his inside there. He'll know from the times of the rest of the competitors that he would be able to take it relatively easy. But what, you know, that statistic, the fastest time at the EIS in Sheffield for 16 years. And when you think about some of the athletes who's graced that track, I remember Alan Condon running an amazing time a few years ago there. Really, really interesting to see what Andrew Morgan Harrison can do in the final and what he can do and what he can take to the outdoor season as well.
Yeah, 200 indoors and outdoors. I know it's the same distance, but it's a very different beast, isn't it? As we see the full result there, Morgan Ahmed taking the second of those qualification spots. Ran very well from lane 3 to come through for that second spot. And of course a PB for Bailey Swift, but he hadn't run an indoor 200 before, so that will be the first mark on his CV. That's the latest situation in the women's high jump there. With the O's, for those of you new to field event scoring, representing clearances, and the X's obviously failures. The dashes are where they've passed at certain heights. Jenny Mellors is clenching her fist seeing that scorecard. Because at the bottom of it, Emily Borthwick of Wigan got over 184 at the third and final attempt.
Oh, she'll be delighted to equal a personal best there. And, you know, a lot of these athletes who are not funded and they're in the situation where they're working part-time jobs or several jobs and they're still committing to their sport, I think that'll just help Emily, you know, just with that motivation, just to carry on now over the next few months before the outdoor season. So that was fantastic for her.
Well, Nikki Manson here, first athlete to attempt 187. The tights are off now. A PB and a Scottish record of 193 to win at Hustapets, and she aborts that one very quickly after takeoff.
Yeah, she seemed to take off quite a long way in front of the bar actually, so she'd have known straight away. And she actually, I'm just watching her body language, she does a big, you know, with both her arms, they're almost saying the length of it, I was way too far away.
Yeah, a couple of PBs already. A 192 win here in the Scottish Championships was improved by that 193 in the Czech Republic. British bronze medalist indoors and out. Here's Bethan Partridge then. 2 PBs this winter, a 191 Nantes. Coached by Graham Ravenscroft, who also works with Chris Baker, who we'll see later on in the men's high jump. Neve Emerson as well, he's a high jump coach of Neve Emerson, the multi-eventer. Here's 187 for Partridge, the current leader actually on countback, and that will improve her position further. Partridge, 3 clearances out of 3 so far.
That was good, wasn't it? And that'll be significant as well. You know, we do actually come to count back on some of the other heights to get that first attempt clearance for Bethan Partridge there at 187. The really good thing about Bethany is, you know, she's promised so much. She's been to a couple of Commonwealth Games previously, but not only is she getting the big heights, she's doing them on a consistent basis now. She's gone over 190 on 3 attempts already this indoor season.
Well, Morgan Lake at 22, it's hard to believe she's already won 8 British titles at the age of 22, but she has. 187, no failures on her card yet.
Well, Chris, you spoke too soon. First failure there for Morgan Lake. There's been so much talk about Morgan for a number of years. Back in 2014, of course, that was the World Juniors where Dina Asher-Smith won the 100 metres. Morgan went and did the double. She won the heptathlon and she won the high jump there. And it is unbelievable that she's still just 22 years of age.
Here's Wigan's Emily Borthwick then for a new PB of 187.
It wasn't a bad attempt, actually. She would only have, you know, attempted that bar probably once previous in her career. So really good, encouraging first attempt.
Yeah, also competed in Hustapets, didn't she, this winter? Yeah, it's easier if you go round the clocks, Emily, rather than try and climb over them.
Emily's an interesting character. She used to be an 800-metre runner. She also went over 300 metres. She won a national title at that. But again, it's one of those things. We talked about Shauna Thompson being a former sprinter, now shot putter. A lot of these athletes will find their way into their event eventually.
It's time for the last of the heats in the men's 200 metres, heat 4 of 4. On Twitter, hashtag SPAR British Champs. We've got James Peacock, who's showing us a picture of his laptop watching in from the National Age Group Champs at the EIS in Sheffield. Here's Blair Alexander for Giffnock North, right on the outside in lane 6. Just the 4 athletes in this 4th and final heat. Newham's Ben Snaith. He's the fastest in personal best terms in this field with a 21.2 clocking. Dominic Lamb represented the city of Sheffield. And on the inside, Tom Metcalf from Sheffield University. So for those watching on from the EIS in Sheffield, like James Peacock, I'm sure Dominic Lamb and Tom Metcalf are regulars around that track at the EIS, where of course these championships were held for a number of years. But here we are at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. The last of the heats in the men's 200. Remember, no semi-final round now for the men or women over 1 lap, straight to finals later on. So, as Jenny Meadows has quite rightly pointed out, only the women don't have semi-finals. The men still do have semi-finals, as the attack down the back straight is made by Ben Snaith through that first 100 metres or so. Alexander round the outside from Giffnock North, unable to capitalise on lane 6 for the minute, and it is Ben Snaith coming up towards the line. A second automatic spot goes to Alexander outside him. Winning time 21.66. So all of the winning times have been pretty similar, haven't they? Just 1300ths of a second separating all 4 heats.
That looked really comfortable actually there for Ben Snaith there from the Newham and Essex Beadles Club. Here he is in lane 5 and he really got out, didn't he, straight away. He's working really, really hard down that back straight, working hard into that second bend as well. And as we've already said on so many occasions, he'll get that slingshot off that final bend. But at this point, he can just shut down. He already knows he's gone past Alexandra there on the outside, who finishes in 2nd place. So he just allowed himself just to coast in. Of course, we have said there is semi-finals in this round, so he'll have to go again to book his place in that final. So really good that it just worked out for him, that he could shut down. And 2 more rounds, hopefully.
Yeah, so those men's semi-finals that I erroneously said weren't happening are at 2:45. So they've got, what, an hour to get themselves down and back up again for those men's semis. And then the final of the men's 200 metres is at 4:05. The women do go straight to the final, which is just before 4 o'clock. Capital Q's there. Snaith and Alexander will confirm all the qualifiers later on. There's the high jump scorecard as we pick up the action live, and you can see there we're getting to 3rd attempts here for all of the protagonists. Only Bethan Partridge is clear, but Manson, currently in 3rd position, has got to clear this to stay in the competition. This would be a surprise if she didn't get this at the 3rd attempt. And she doesn't.
And it is a surprise. We can see her with her head in her hands. She's been so consistent. 192 And a 193 already, and she does wear that red bib, which shows she is the UK leader going into this competition.
Well, I think with Morgan Lake just struggling for a bit of rhythm this winter, I think a lot of people thought Nikki Manson would be a good bet for the title today, but it's not to be. So she's out of the competition. She's currently in third on countback, but a clearance from any of the other three that are still taking attempts. Lake, Borthwick are still taking third attempts. But Morgan Lake here, the defending champion, has got to get this at the third attempt at 187 to stay in with a chance. Otherwise, only Emily Borthwick could deny Bethan Partridge the title. Lake has to get this. No. So Manson crashes out and Lake goes too.
Yeah, she can't believe it. I just saw about 3 steps out. Her foot seemed really, really flat. And of course, you've got to get your foot in a position so you can really spring off it. And yeah, we're having a bit of a shocker in this women's high jump. We thought it was going to be, you know, a little bit like the women's shot put, where these 3 women could really rally each other and we'd see some of those really big heights. So at the moment, I'm just looking at Bethan Partridge. She's actually facing the other way. She's not watching her competitors take their attempts at this. And just Emily Borthwick left with her third attempt now.
So Emily Borthwick, she's currently in 4th position. If she clears this, not only will she have a new lifetime best, she'll have a medal as well. 187, third attempt for the Wigan Harrier. No, it seemed to get it a bit tight to that one.
Yeah, that wasn't the best attempt that we've seen. I think her first was the best attempt, followed by a second. You know, it's really tough when you attempt in these sorts of heights that you've only probably attempted once before. But we already have our winner. Our winner was sorted at 1.87 meters. So what has Bethan Partridge got in the locker?
Well, Bethan Partridge there. She was the champion in 2017. She took the silver medal last year. She's only competed 10 times in the last 2 years. So she has had 1 or 2 issues. She hasn't managed to build up a regular run of form. Little handshake of congratulations.
Yeah, that's Graham, I can tell. He doesn't normally wear a cap, so it just took me off guard there. But yeah, that's it. We've already found him. It's fine. Our camera picked him up.
That's our first DQ, actually, of the entire championships there for Blair Alexander, who finished in the top 2, didn't he? So
yeah,
actually
he was the one in lane 6.
Yeah, so he won't be progressing forward. So these are those who are going forward. That's the first page, anyway. Andrew Morgan Harrison, the favourite, the fastest qualifier, ahead of that PB for Price. Capital Q's the automatic qualifiers. The lowercase q's are the time qualifiers. Cameron Bailey of Ipswich sneaking into that final spot, through to the semis, which, as we say, in about an hour from now. Bethan Partridge, by the way, has moved the high jump bar up to 1.92 m here, which would be a new personal best.
Well, we're in Sophie Cook territory now, aren't we? Just as we were yesterday in the women's pole vault. It was great to see Sophie Cook attempt a personal best of 450 and clear it as well. She'd won the competition, and very like Bethan Partridge, she could almost say, you know, I want the bar to be risen to a certain height. But Bethan Partridge has decided to go at 192. This would be an outright personal best for Bethan.
We look at her series of performances this season. This is her 5th competition this winter. 187, 190, 119, 191. And here she's cleared 187 already, so she's been consistently in good form. So confirmation of the medals behind Partridge, by the way. Lake takes the silver on countback and Manson the bronze, with Borthwick finishing in 4th position and Abby Ward in 5th. But Partridge already the champion for an outright PB at 1.92 m. She's got 3 goes at it. Enough in there to give you a bit of something to build on, Jenny Meadows?
Yeah, definitely. Again, she'll just go back to Graham, just get a little bit of technical input. We did have Emily Borthwick up here, as you said earlier, and we did ask her a few little things. Does she know herself? And she said it's always obviously better to get a little bit of input from the coach. As we can just see now, the start list for the men's pole vault.
So 6 go in the men's pole vault. Just to say, by the way, if you're watching us via the BBC Sport channels today, we are on the iPlayer and on the BBC Sport website. That is where to find us today as we meet the men's vaulters. George Heppenstall, the first to be introduced. And for those who were watching yesterday, we were giving a lot of praise the way of Andrew Murphy, the multi-eventer, who's I think he set 4 PBs yesterday. Here he goes in the pole vault. Jack Phipps of Birchfield Harriers.
You're welcome from the city of Sheffield and Durham, the champion in 2018, Adam Hay. From Shaftesbury Market, the Welsh indoor champion this year, Ethan Walsh. And completing the lineup in this men's pole vault final from the city of Glasgow, the Scottish champion and your record holder, Jack Thorne.
So Jack Thorne, the last to get introduced there.
6 athletes, Andrew Murphy, his 3rd event.
As we see Bethan Partridge in the high jump. So just take our time, the jump clock is running. Hashtag SPAR British Champs, thanks for your tweets that are coming through. The Backstraight Boys podcast earlier on, tweeting, which is a great pod. If you don't listen to that, you're an athletics fan. The huge fans of athletics. They do a great podcast as well with Claire Thomas involved as well. Didn't Shauna Thompson in the pole vault used to be a sprinter yet, as Jenny Mellors was saying earlier on. Sue Pook, great to have you back on Twitter as well today. Said hello to James already, who's watching on from the EIS in Sheffield at those age group champs where a lot of people are competing as well. Someone else has just tweeted us to say watch for the Celtic traffic after the game. Yes, across the road from here is Celtic Park, where Celtic are at home this afternoon at 3 o'clock, which will kick out about the same time as we kick out here.
Second attempt at an outright lifetime best of 1:19.2.
So lots going on in the arena at the moment. You can just see Bethan Partridge just getting ready for a second attempt at 1:92. Just looking over on the back straight, we will join those men's pole vaulters as that competition gets underway soon.
So let's get behind Partridge here. She jumped 1:91 this week.
So second attempt for Bethan Partridge, 1:92. She got a good feel for it on the first one, didn't she? And just some last-minute thoughts from Bethan there. You can just see that she's got some tape, which her foot is placed directly behind. That's her individual run-up. And it was closer, wasn't it? That was a good attempt, Chris, on that second attempt.
Oh, that was better, wasn't it? Yeah. If there was bits and pieces to build on from the first one, that was a couple more bits and a couple more pieces. Will the jigsaw come together? And we turn those sad faces upwards with the final attempt. Still not a bad place to be in with the title already assured, is it? And you can focus everything now on, not on the competition, but just on getting your own processes right.
Yeah, no need to respond to anybody else's past performances now. It's just all about her.
As we mentioned yesterday, the jump clock for the athletes when there is only one competitor left. In the high jump, it is 3 minutes between jumps for one competitor. And that clock starts running once the cone is removed and the officials are happy. One more attempt to come for Bethan Partridge, already guaranteed the gold medal. We'll pick up the pole vault once that starts in earnest, which it just about is to do. But before that, it's our opportunity to watch the Racewalkers. It's a combined women's and men's 5,000 metres race walk here. There are 5 athletes in the men's and 2 in the women's. And great to have Tom Bosworth here. Finished a magnificent 7th of the World Championships in Doha. For Bexley, Matthew Crane, drawn at 6. His teammate from Bexley, Luke Legon, the English bronze medalist from Sheffield. From the Isle of Man, Adam Cowan. And completing the Manx pair, Tom Partington, based in Leeds with Andy Drake these days, training partner of Tom Bosworth at the High Performance Walking Centre. And then we move to the 2 female competitors on the inside. We have Abigail Jennings from Aldershot Farnham District. And right on the inside will be Pagan Spooner, last year's bronze medalist, behind Heather Lewis. Bethan Davis was due to be here, but hasn't declared in the end for this event. So we will be dipping in and out of the walk, I think it's fair to say. 25 laps, the time that Tom Bosworth will be aiming for. He's going for sub 19 minutes. As he starts his watch on the outside, so 2 from Bexley, 2 from Manx Harriers, and Tom Bosworth from Tunbridge. So 25 laps really is. Don't forget the judges, you'll spot them around the outside. They've got white polo shirts on. They're just coming up towards one now. He'll be based in the outside lane. There he is with the yellow armband on. And those judges, of course, if you haven't seen a lot of race walking, examining the techniques of the athletes. And you'll see potentially yellow cards, warnings, technical warnings, and hopefully no red cards, because that is bad news. Red cards mean the end of the line for those athletes. As Bosworth comes past us, out on his own, of course, in terms of British efforts, but a huge performance from him in Doha, Jim, when he in those conditions. I mean, I was there. It was pretty toasty on the Corniche, I can tell you, in Qatar. And Tom Bosworth to finish 7th was a massive performance for him in conditions that were completely alien.
Yeah, I mean, he knew what to expect. He goes to all the British athletics altitude camps. He was training at heat. He was using a heat chamber to get him used to those conditions that he would face there. But rightly so, 7th position was absolutely fantastic for Tom.
So, Bethan Partridge here, our champion already. 3rd attempt in the women's high jump at 192 for a new lifetime best. Born again, not that far away, but she relaxes on the bed knowing and eventually cracks into a smile that she once again is the champion here. Bethan Partridge proving consistent once again here, adding to the title she won in 2017. Congratulations to her and Coach Graham Ravenscroft. The silver goes to Morgan Lake and the bronze to Nikki Manson.
One of the things I love about these field events is that all the competitors stay out until the competition is finished. So I could see earlier that Bethan was having a little bit of a chat with Emily. You know, I don't know whether it was high jump related or just to like keep relaxed. You know, it's really good just to have someone who's willing you on. But you can see that all the competitors now will be gathering all the stuff up, and the officials will walk them back out to the warm-up area so they can carry on the cool down, isn't it? Warm-up area. You do your warm-up and you cool down there. And I can just say Kate Shannon there from British Athletics, she's in charge of the medal ceremony, so she'll be making sure that Bethan knows where to report.
So we're picking up the men's pole vault very shortly now with that high jump concluded. We'll keep you up to date on the track with the walk as well, where Tom Bosworth is already just looking at the track about 100 metres ahead of Tom Partington, who's in 2nd place, from Luke Legon in 3rd, Matthew Crane in 4th in that men's competition, and Adam Cowan a little bit further back at the moment. This is the men's pole vault. We're live here with shots of Ethan Walsh of Shaftesbury Barnet. His first attempt at 4 metres 85 is a failure. Andrew Murphy of Kilbarcon, the multi-eventer, has already gone clear at 470. But first time failures for all the athletes who've attempted 485 so far. George Heppenstall of City of Sheffield, Jack Phipps of Birchfield, and Ethan Walsh there of Shaftesbury Barnet. Adam Haig has passed through to 5 metres 30, and Jack Stoys has passed through to 5 metres 15 in that men's pole vault.
So we've already seen in the women's triple jump earlier and the women's high jump as well, a lot of them use some tape to indicate where their individual run-up is. You can see in the pole vault that they're actually given markers, so they've got little steel markers at the side. Again, every athlete will have a different amount of steps, or strides as they call it, that they'll choose to run into the bar. And of course, everyone's stride length differs, so you don't want to be knocking anyone's over.
So this is George Heppenstall. Trevor Fox is his coach, based at Sheffield. Set a PB at these champs last year of 5:05. Has been a multi-eventer, George Heppenstall, but last year he focused on the pole vault. As we see him go clear.
That was good, and actually that's interesting because not many multi-eventers, if they specialise in an event, would choose the pole vault. That's really unusual, but that was a great clearance there.
So 485 clear at the second time of asking for George Heppenstall, which temporarily at least puts him in the lead as the only athlete to have cleared 4 metres 85.
I'm really glad, actually, Chris, that you mentioned Trevor Fox. He's worked so well throughout the years with all the vaulters based in Sheffield, and you know, I think a lot of vaulters have took up the sport because it was on offer. You know, it's a lot of obviously specialist equipment and specialist knowledge. So if you haven't got that in your club, I know a lot of clubs now these days are resourcing pools, and you know, clubs are coming working with several coaches are coming working with several clubs. So Trevor's done a great job over the years.
Here's Scotland's Andrew Murphy. He's already cleared at 470. Yes, it's going to stay up there at 485 as well.
Oh, he's having a great weekend, isn't he? This is his third appearance, isn't it?
It is.
He's got his hat-trick already and 2 personal bests in his first 2 disciplines. So let's see what he can do. Personal best of 5 metres for the pole vault. He's got a season's best of 493, and he's clear at 485, and the next bar will be 5 metres.
I think he improved his personal best twice, didn't he, yesterday in both events? I think he got 4 in total.
That's right.
60
he did.
hurdles in the shot, wasn't it?
So therefore, we need him to go 5 metres and 5:15. I don't know whether that's too much of an ask.
So Jack Phipps is a 5:25 vaulter. This is his second attempt at 4:85. So just taking his time to get into the competition here. Jack Phipps, who's done a couple of heptathlons himself this winter. So we talk about the opposite effect, where Heppenstall has started to specialise in the pole vault. For Jack Phipps, the pole vault is part of a multi-event, whereas previously he would have been concentrating more on the pole vault. Adam Haig, of course, you talk about the city of Sheffield, and we think of Luke Cutts, of course, going back.
Yep.
He dominated this championship for a few years, didn't he? Particularly when it was at Sheffield in its home conditions. And Adam Haig now has sort of taken up the mantle, hasn't he?
He has. It's been really good to see, actually. Adam Haig, you know, still just 22 years of age, and Harry Koppel coming through as well. They've kind of traded titles over the years. So really good to have this crop of youngsters who are now, you know, reaching senior age and really just moving through the sport in the right direction.
So we'll update you on the walk very shortly. Tom Bosworth and a bit of a time trial himself at the moment. And in terms of the women's event, I can tell you that Pagan Spooner at the moment is leading out of the 2 female competitors ahead of Abigail Jennings. Clearance there for Jack Phipps at the second time of asking at 4 metres 85. Just looking to get things clicking into gear. Jack Phipps. Operates under the tutelage of his dad Nick, and also from Scott Simpson as well, who's part of the coaching team, of course, the national coach based at Loughborough. As we see, Shaftesbury Barnet's Ethan Walsh, also one of Scott Simpson's athletes, a first-year senior. 5:36, his lifetime best set in Loughborough in January.
Well, this is a big competition for Ethan. Here he goes down the runway. Oh, we didn't quite see...
We didn't see the bar, but it didn't come down.
It didn't come down, which is always a good sign.
So all 4 athletes who failed the first time at 4:85 cleared at the second attempt.
Yeah, that's just definitely one of those indications that they all just needed a feel for it. And I think there'll be a nervous gentleman down on the infield somewhere. His dad, Dave, he's a British athletics anti-doping officer. So, yeah, he's here in his work format this weekend, but I'm sure he'll be knocking around a little bit tense and nervous to see how Ethan's getting on.
Yeah, performing your role while trying to keep half an eye on the pole vault. I'm sure he'll be in an office somewhere or somewhere down there. This is George Heppenstall then, as the bar in the vault goes up to 5 metres. Just 6 competitors in the men's vault. So again, it's a pretty quick turnaround between jumps. And just get that. Sometimes a field of 10 or 12. It's just a few minutes here and a few minutes there can certainly make a difference, can't it? Before you know it, you're back on the runway.
You are, and especially like you say, in a field of 6 competitors, you know, it's not that many competitors to fight out for this British indoor title, but the quality is there, that's for sure.
Heppenstall, oh, the high point was the wrong side of the bar, wasn't it there? Came down on it, 5 metres, first attempt failure.
Yeah, Heppenstall's really operating around about his personal best there. So the bar set of 5 metres, indoor personal best is a 5:05, and he's gone over 5:01 this year. So right at the very top range of his ability at the moment.
Tom Bosworth, by the way, has gone through 2,000 metres in, just looking at the splits there, he went through 2,000 metres in 7:24. His national record for 5,000 metres is 18:28, which he hoped to be in some sort of shape to challenge, and at the moment it looks like he's on course for that. So Tom Bosworth will keep an eye on that as we see the medals about to be handed out in the women's high jump. Nikki Manson, the Scottish athlete. I think her hopes, as you can see from the shake of the head, were that it wouldn't be a bronze one around her neck this time. It would be something a little bit further up that podium, but didn't quite happen for Nikki Manson today, despite having had a really promising winter. Morgan Lake's not used to being on the silver medal podium, that is for sure. And again, just looking to click her year into gear. But it all happened for Bethan Partridge today. She wins her second British title. Congratulations to the Birchfield athlete, our SPAR British champion in the women's high jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championship medalists. Important points for Birchfield there, because in the Club Connect women's competition, they're now 11 points clear of Edinburgh AC, and leaders in the men's standings with finals to come over the next couple of hours. Cardiff AC just ahead of Sale Harriers Manchester. £500 to each of the winning men's and women's clubs. Now let's get behind Tom Bosworth, because this is a long and lonely drive that he's putting in right from the jump, and he's on great record schedule. 11:05 he needs to be.
Tom Bosworth has 10 laps to go in the 5,000 metres race walk. He's about half a second inside British record pace at the moment. At the moment, the athletes in that walk all spread out. I'm just looking around the track, and we had 7 that started, and I can only see 6 now. So looking around, one of the Manx Harriers athletes has presumably been disqualified. It looks like Cowan, I think. Cowan is not out there, so Adam Cowan is no longer on the move in the 5,000 metre walk. In the pole vault, 5 metres first attempt for Jack Phipps, as the graphic will tell you there.
Bosworth checking his own watch. He'll know he's now just inside that record schedule. 18 minutes worth of walking. He's done 12 of them, 2/3 of the way in time-wise. Steve Partington, the Manx Harrier, in second.
First time failure there for Jack Phipps at 5 metres in the pole vault.
5 gold medals indoors.
It's all very much as you were in the pole vault at the moment. 4 athletes so far, clear at 4:85 on the second attempt. Of course, Adam Haig yet to enter the competition. He's passed at 5 metres and he's passed at 5:15 already, so we can presume that he's going to enter the competition at 5 metres 30.
So we will pick up the last 3 or 4 laps of the race walk with Tom Bosworth out on his own, chasing that British record for you very shortly. He's got 7 to go as he comes round at the moment into the home straight, but it's on the pole vault runway. Ethan Walsh attempting 5 metres.
This is quite a crucial jump actually for Ethan Walsh. If he can clear this on the first attempt, he gets advantage over the other competitors so far who've all failed on their first attempt. Of course, Haig still yet to enter the competition. So here he goes. First attempt, Ethan Walsh, 5 metres. Oh, and he does get that advantage. That was a nice clearance.
Yeah, really good for Ethan Walsh. That's a better performance than here last year. He cleared 490 of these champs last year. I say here, of course, I mean at the championships rather than in this particular venue, because we were in Arena Birmingham this time last year. But Walsh takes the early lead with Adam Haig and Jax Thors still to come into the competition.
Right on record schedule now, precisely when he went through that lap. He's got 4 minutes of...
Tom Bosworth just going through the back of the shot there. We will pick him up very shortly indeed, as we see the second attempt for George Heppenstall of Sheffield at 5 metres in the vault.
I think this is a sort of bar height that Heppenstall will be looking to achieve here in Glasgow.
Hold up for his second attempt.
Second attempt, 5 metres. Oh, and he just came down on it, didn't he? I like the somersault at the end. So he'll have one final attempt at this height. Remember, it is operating right up there, around about his personal best.
We're talking about the City of Sheffield vest that's represented by George Heppenstall there. We mentioned Luke Cutts, 10 times a medalist. 4 titles, Luke Cutts, the British champs. He took medals across 11 years, did Luke Cutts, who's still competing, of course. We mentioned Natalie Hooper yesterday, by the way. Well, Bryant Hooper, her father, is 6 times a British champion as well in the men's pole vault.
It's in the family. Genetics
it's in the family,
obviously helps.
So here's Tom Bosworth then. As he comes around on this occasion, the lap counter says 800 metres to go, 4 laps to go. The grimace on the face of Tom Bosworth, a time trial, 800 metres to go. He was around about 15:29 through there. Through 4,000 metres, he was 14:46, so his splits over 1,000 metres have been 3:44 and 3:40 for the next 1,000, 3:40 for the next 1,000, and 3:42 for the next 1,000. So split by just a couple of seconds. That is as even, pretty much as even as you can get without being even.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense whatsoever.
That makes all the sense in the world, Chris. I completely understood that. Really, really consistent. And of course, now we're seeing Tom having to go around some of his competitors as he makes his way round to 3 laps to go of this 200-metre circuit. And Christian mentioned the grimace on his face when he did come past us on his last lap. And I always know this is one of Tom's trademarks. When he is actually, you know, really putting his foot down, when he's going full throttle, he's working hard. And I like to see that on an athlete's face. It's full commitment. He's trying to achieve, you know, a standard that no one has ever done before in British history. And I'd love him to see him do that this afternoon.
Well, he enjoys this track here at the Emirates Arena, that is for sure. He set a world best here over 3K back in 2018. It's not an often contested distance, the indoor 3,000 metres race walk, but that was his last visit here 2 years ago. A national record at these championships back in February 2018 of 18 minutes and 28, and he's got 2 laps to go. The clock says 16:56. So he's pretty much right on pace, just underneath it. He needs to maintain this. And as you say, those extra few metres, he's having to go round his extra competitors. That could be worth a second here and there, which when it's this tight. Tom Bosworth, top 7 finish. This is his first race as a 30-year-old, by the way. He put that on social media himself.
He did. That's not you being cruel.
That's not me being horrible.
He
He put it on social media.
There. But, you know, I think this is great because, you know, British athletics have really responded to us having a top international race walker to put this event on in the championships. They reintroduced it a couple of years ago because Tom is one of those best athletes, you know, in the whole of the British athletics team, and here he comes up just taking the bell. 200 metres to go. He's
got 48 seconds to cover this final 200 metres. He got some inspiration last night because he's been staying with Laura Muir here in Glasgow in preparation for these championships here in Scotland. It's Bosworth. He's already taken the acclaim of the crowd, and that tells me he thinks he's going to be fine here as he makes his way down the back straight with 100 metres left to go. Tom Bosworth closing in on breaking his own British record over the 5,000 metres race walk and taking a 6th straight title in the process. He knew he was in decent shape coming into this, and he's going to break that record as he comes up towards the line now. 18:28.7 was his previous mark from a couple of years ago. He's going to smash that. 18:20.97, a championship record as well as a British record, of course, for Tom Bosworth. And you can see why he was taking the acclaim of the crowd now. We get a nice little cash bonus for that as well for the British record. And Tom Bosworth, untouchable, but another huge personal mark for him.
Yeah, Chris, you said he had 48 seconds to make that last 200 metres, and he broke the record by about 8 seconds. So 40 seconds for 200 metres. I'm doing all sorts of mathematics in my brain. That gives you a real indication of the pace that he's actually walking at. It's absolutely incredible. I said the word running because some people would struggle to run it in 40 seconds.
Well, I know he's done a couple of times. He's done things like park runs, hasn't he, and other sort of distance events, 5Ks, where he's actually race walked it, and he beats a lot of people race walking it, that is for sure. Big congratulations to Tom Bosworth, the SPAR British champion, once again in that new record. We talked about his even pacing, Jen, that last 1,000 after lots of 340 odds, the last 1,000, 334.
Wow. He just had it in his armoury, didn't he? And I think sometimes when you just see the clock and you know you've got a chance, and then you get to the next K and it gives you another chance, and he just worked his way through those Ks, and he obviously left lots in the tank. So we're getting another look here now at the men's pole vault. We've had quite a few failures at 5 metres. This definitely separates some of the medalists at this stage. So here we see our combined eventer. This is Andrew Murphy. His third event of the weekend, of course. And he's just got one attempt left at 5 metres.
We'll try and pick up a couple of other shots of our walking competitors shortly, of course, because there are still silver and bronze medals to be won in the race walk behind Tom Bosworth, and of course in the women's category, just a gold and silver to be given out with just 2 competitors out on the raceway. As we said, Adam Cowan earlier on was disqualified as far as we can gather, because he certainly disappeared from the track. But still Partington of Manx in second position. Behind him, the 2 Bexley athletes, Luke Ligon
and he does it again, 5 metres, equaling his personal best there. Andrew Murphy, he's having an absolute stormer of a weekend.
So Andrew Murphy really is enjoying it here, as you say, local athlete from Kilbarcon. Other notable club mates, of course, we mentioned Callum Hawkins yesterday. A certain Gemma Reiki, of course, is a Kilbarcon athlete as well, who's been tearing up the track.
I think she might just get Club Athlete of the Year. What do you think at the end of this year, Chris?
She's got a chance. She's got a chance.
She's got to be a nominee, surely.
I don't like to mention any records she might have pipped recently, of course. A certain Jay Meadows just nudged out of the record books. Don't mention that. Oh, just in time, Jack Phipps. Taking his next attempt here in the pole vault. And he is at do or die territory. 5 metres for Jack Phipps here. He's a 5:25 man. He's got to get this. This is the 3rd attempt. And Jack Phipps, a bit like a couple of the high jumpers, performing well below their capabilities today. And I mean, Jack Phipps has been shaking his head since the word go, to be honest with you, Jenny, and that is a big disappointment for him.
Yeah, he just didn't really get into the competition, did he? He passed at 470, the opening height, which some of the athletes chose to go at. Murphy definitely went at that one. He only got 485 on the 2nd attempt, and obviously he's now out of the competition, failing at 5 metres, and his personal best is 525. He's only 1 centimetre shy of that already. This year indoors, and I think you can just see the frustration. He threw his pole into the bag there, didn't he?
Yeah, not amused at all. Tom Partington, by the way, has just finished in the race walk in 2nd position. So Partington takes the silver medal in the men's 5,000 metres race walk in a personal best of 22:17.26 for Tom Partington. We'll keep you up to date with the bronze medal. Luke Ligon, I'm pretty sure, took the bell the last time he went round here, because, of course, on a small indoor track with the competitors all spaced out on different laps, it can be a little bit difficult to keep track of who is where, but I'm pretty sure that Ligon has just finished. Yes, he has. So Luke Ligon has taken the bronze medal in the men's 5,000 metres race walk. That completes the 1, 2, 3, Bosworth, Partington and Ligon.
And adding to that, Chris, I think you deserve a medal to work out who finished in what order. It's been really difficult for us to try and keep one eye on the track, as well as our screens in front of us, what the images that we're seeing. But yeah, all 3 medalists are now confirmed. Yeah,
we're not getting split times beyond the leader in the walk, which makes it difficult. Everything on our screen says Bosworth. Beyond that, it is a case of using your eyes to work out where people are, and it's not always that easy. Anyway, we're back with Andrew Murphy, who's been the man of the moment in terms of certainly enjoying it, and his fan base here and his friends and training partners who have been enjoying this. 5:15 first attempt. Not much to say about that apart from no.
Well, he is attempting a huge personal best. This will be 15 centimetres in excess of the height he's ever achieved before. So, yeah, he's finding the funny side of it. I like his socks, actually.
Yeah, I do like the socks, actually, today as well. He's got a sort of traditional athlete look, the old stripy socks, aren't they? No.
Mixing it up, I like it. He had his Scottish vest on earlier yesterday in the 60-metre hurdles, and now representing his club, of course. A few kit changes when you've got so many events to do, as these combined eventers do.
So the leader in the women's race walk is that young lady there, Abigail Jennings of Aldershot Farnham and District, who's just taken the bell in the 5,000 metres, just about to come past her fellow competitor Pagan Spooner. So Abigail Jennings, 1 lap to go about to claim her British title in the 5,000 metres women's walk.
I thought this would have actually been a little bit closer between Abigail Jennings and Pagan Spooner. Looking at the personal bests, it's actually Jennings who's better over the longer distances, around about 10,000 metres and above. And Pagan Spooner has always had the better personal bests at the shorter distances. But it is Jennings here today who will be our British indoor champion. And Pagan Spooner will have to take the silver on this occasion.
The second of the Bexley athletes has just finished in the men's walk. There was a PB, by the way, for Luke Legon as well, 23.0052. But this is our women's champion coming up to the line for Aldershot, Farnham and District. The SPAR British champion is Abigail Jennings, who takes the gold. Congratulations to her.
Looks absolutely shattered, doesn't she? Hard work out there, and especially in this arena as well. It's quite dry. I remember as an athlete when I was always competing, you know, I'd have a bit of a tickly cough sometimes. I call it a middle distance runner's cough, and she's worked really, really hard, and I'm sure she'll be offer a little bit of a rest. Just getting some congratulations from some of the guys who's obviously finished their competition before her, and back to the pole vaults.
Quick mention for Matthew Crane of Bexley, by the way, PB for him, 24.59 as well. 5K indoors will not be a distance that these guys have competed over that many times, so not surprising to see a raft of PBs. Adam Cowan was DNF in the race walk. Just one competitor still out there, which is Pagan Spooner, who will take the silver medal. She's got a couple of laps still to go. Here in the pole vault, we are back live with Jax Thors, his first attempt at the competition, which is a failure at 5.15.
Yeah, Jax has chose to enter at 5.15. He's actually got a personal best all the way up to 5.61. So this sort of height is well within his reach. Only competed a couple of times indoors in 2020. He's actually got a season's best of 5.09. So this would actually be a season's best, but I think he seems confident that he could just enter the competition at 5.15. He wouldn't choose to enter at that height if he didn't think he had it within his capability here this afternoon.
Yeah, Glasgow-based Jax Thors, Glasgow Caledonian University, won the Scottish senior title here at the end of January with 5.09. But will be looking to go further than that in today's competition. The applause down the back straight. The 18-year-old Pagan Spooner just coming around with 100 metres to go to take the silver medalist, which is a silver medal, which will improve on her bronze from last year at these championships. Comes round into the home straight, just out of camera shot, but we'll let you know when she's finished. Andrew Murphy looks to build on the support of the crowd, which is appreciating the efforts of Pagan Spooner, finishing in the women's walk. And a silver medal, and nice to see her competitor Abigail Jennings there on the finish line to applaud and to congratulate her as we join Andrew Murphy. Second attempt at 5.15 for a new PB in the vault. And just like the first one, it's a bailout.
Yeah, it is 15 centimetres. That's massive. You think about your standard ruler, it's half of that, isn't it? Half the length of a ruler, in excess of what he's done before. So, you know, already two personal bests in two different events, equalled his personal best in this one. I think this height is probably just that little bit out of reach today for Andrew Murphy, but what a weekend he has had.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the six athletes and what they produced this year. He was the only athlete coming into this who hadn't cleared 5 metres, and he's going to finish, well, he's currently in second position. He's going to finish at worst fourth out of the 6. He's out-jumped a couple of guys who've got much better performances on paper already. Yeah,
and, you know, this is what you have. You know, you have some of your stronger events in the combined events, but, you know, for Andrew Murphy getting invites, or maybe he had more than 3 opportunities to compete in events, but great that, you know, he's used this whole weekend. We've seen in the past, you know, we've seen Katrina Johnson-Thompson, we've seen Jess Ennis, we've seen Kelly Sutherton, of course, all use those British indoor championships and the outdoor equivalent to, you know, really just get a feel of some of the events, the ones that are the stronger events or some of the weaker events as well, just to have a go at that. And unfortunately that's ended pretty much the same as the first attempt there.
Yeah, Jax Thors with that glue, that black glue all over his hands there. Various techniques used by the athletes for grip, chalk and glue and other things, as well, as we crown our medalists in the race walk. One more attempt to come for Andrew Murphy and for Jax Thors at 5.15. Ethan Walsh went clear first time. So here are the medalists, and congratulations to Tom Bosworth on that national record. But it was a PB and a bronze medal in the orange vest of Bexley from the North Kent, South East London area for Luke Ligon, who takes the bronze. Tom Partington competing in the red of Manx Harriers, but of course training partner of Tom Bosworth, based in Leeds under the performance coach there, Andy Drake. Partington takes the silver. And the grand old man these days, 30 years of age. National record holder now for the second time, taking 8 seconds off his previous mark, 18:20.97. Tom Bosworth. Great year ending in a great World Championship performance, and now all building towards Tokyo 2020, or I should say Sapporo, of course, because the race walks will be in Sapporo, which I know didn't go down that well with Tom either, I don't think. He's always quite vocal on social media, is Tom.
Yeah, we could always rely on Tom, but you're going to be there, aren't you, Chris?
I will be there, yes, I will be there. I had the pleasure of announcing Tom's finish in Doha in the race walks, and I'll be there to do the same in Sapporo, so very much looking forward to that. Marathons, of course, taking place in Sapporo as well for temperature-related reasons. This is all assuming that a couple of global disease issues don't affect those Olympic Games, which we sincerely hope they don't.
I always have to laugh at Tom. He's just got a bout of the sneezes just at the wrong time when you're up there on the podium. I could see he was trying to put his hand to his nose, and one of the other guys is thinking, oh, I'm sharing this British flag with you. Don't put that hand anywhere near me. No,
absolutely not. Here's Thoyes then. Third attempt at 5:15. So again, we are seeing one or two athletes just struggle. I mean, Jack Thoyes is a 5:61 performer. 5:09 is best this year. The Glasgow athlete has to get this. And no, again, he's bailed out a little bit further up. But it's not happening for Thoyes, who entered the competition at 5:15. He ends up with a no height.
Yeah, I mean, he must know from his training that he can come in at that sort of height. You always know, again, you mentioned Emily Borthwick. We asked her earlier, give us a little bit of an insight. What sort of height do you come in at? And, she said, you come in a couple of heights lower than, you know that you can do. You just get a good feel for it. So, yeah, he'll be devastated to walk away with a no height from this competition.
So the presentation taking place here for the women's walk. Now, Abigail Jennings is there on her own. Now, why is that? Now, athletes can be disqualified after the finish line, but I sincerely hope that hasn't happened to Pagan Spooner. If there's only two of them in it, I'm hearing that just the gold medal gets awarded. There you go. I have to say, I didn't know that rule. Jen, did you know that?
I did not know that rule.
I did not know that. That's caught me. You don't often see fields of two, do you? Which is probably why neither of us were aware of that rule. So there is no silver. There was me congratulating Pagan Spooner on winning a silver. She wins second place, but doesn't get a medal for it. Gold or bust in the women's walk today. So Abigail Jennings for Aldershot Farnham District takes that.
Thank you to all of them and volunteers this weekend for their continued world-class.
Go back to some of your tweets in a moment, by the way. We haven't had too much of a chance because it's been pretty busy, but having a little look at the hashtag, which is SPAR British Champs, the British Athletics social media team doing a great job of getting lots of sights and sounds and little video clips up there of the action as well. That's the latest situation in the men's pole vault. As you can see there, Phipps, a shock, only clearing 485. Thoyes, no height, also a surprise. Adam Haig hasn't even had to get his pole out of his bag yet. But the leader, as it currently stands, is Ethan Walsh with that clearance at 5 metres and 15. Carl Rosen, good afternoon to you. On the way back from the gym. Says, I'm marvelling at the pole vaulting at the SPAR British Champs while lying on the sofa with a book. And he's eating peanut butter truffles in the bath as well. I mean, that's just that's a tad too much information. Stopping at eating peanut butter truffles would have been fine, I think. But anyway. Hashtag SPAR British Champs if you want to get in touch with us. Gav says, I'd like to see Andrew Morgan Harrison run a pressure-free 20.47.
Oh, that would be a call. Write that down, Chris.
There you go. What else have we got? I'm just scrolling through the tweets here as well. Thanks to AJP999. Says, really enjoying the commentary. Thanks so much for the appreciation. The officials are always there, but we seldom get a mention. It's good to see the performances of those who don't win but often achieve a PB. That's from Linda in Leicestershire. Yeah,
that's so true, isn't it? We spoke about that yesterday quite a lot. These officials work so hard, tirelessly, weekend in, weekend out, cross-country events, indoors, outdoors, etc. And these events wouldn't run without them. So, yes, we're in awe of all of those officials.
We are, absolutely. We are indeed in awe of all of those officials and all those volunteers around the arena as well today. We've got more special guests arriving. We've got basically all of the long jump superstars are joining us today.
It's very exciting.
We are. We're going to have Jasmine Sawyers is going to join us in just a moment as we see these pole vault athletes. We'll get Jazz kitted up here in the middle of us, between myself and Jenny. I've been waiting for someone to come and stand between me and Jenny for about a day and a half, and now they're coming like London buses. Hang on a second.
So these are our first pictures of Adam Haig. I loved that. How relaxed did he look? He's just like leaning on his pole. Adam Haig has just been one of the superstars of British athletics in the men's pole vault for the last few years. Last year was a frustrating year for Adam. He had some injuries, and you know, it's nothing more frustrating when you're having to watch from the sidelines, but he's back. He's already cleared 5.60 m this year. His personal best is 5.65, and he's going to enter the competition at this next height, 5.30 m.
I wish you could see the coat Jasmine Sawyers alongside us is wearing. Now, it's bright silver, Jazz. Now, would you have won a gold one if you'd have won the gold yesterday rather than a silver one?
Maybe that's where I made my mistake. I've been wearing this coat all weekend.
Have you? Great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us up here. I know you are a regular, you know, behind the mic and doing lots of other things as well as the business of competing as well. First of all, reflections on yesterday?
Frustrated more than anything. It was silver 6.44 with 4 fouls out of 6, which was the same story last week at the Grand Prix. 4 fouls again. I'm just really struggling for consistency on the runway, and I think when I find that, we'll see some much bigger jumps. As my fouls were good, but I mean, you always say that, don't you? Fouls are always good. But I feel like for once, for the past 3 years, I've turned up to indoors in shape and I haven't been able to show it. So frustrated, but it's still always nice to pick up a national medal.
We mentioned that yesterday, that obviously the inconsistency and issues with the run-up last week.
Yeah.
Same runway here again this week. I'm sure you learned from last week, but it didn't quite click in. Is there a runway issue here, or is there for you?
No, it's me. It's
just
me.
You?
We've been working on changing up my running a little bit, and I'm only doing it sometimes. I need to just keep doing it, and then I'll be doing it every single time, and that's when we'll see the consistency. But at the minute, each runway looks slightly different.
Yeah, and those technical nuances, I guess, you know, when you are changing something, you've been around for quite a few years now, starting to change little things, it's not going to come straight away, is it?
No, exactly, and I'd rather have that mistake in the indoors.
This is Adam Haig, by the way, entering the competition at 5.30 m, first time clearance.
It looks so comfortable.
Yeah, we've just seen one or two athletes in the vault as well, struggling just slightly. We've seen Jax Thorys go straight out there with 3 failures. Obviously, yesterday we've already had it. Abby Arosa actually up here a little bit earlier on having a quick chat about it. So we are literally we're working through the podium. That's why I said we've got all the long jump superstars up here as well. How important was it to be here at these championships this weekend? Because when the world indoors disappeared, it suddenly changed a lot of people's focus. But how intent were you on always being here to close off your winter?
Yeah, it was part of my plan because one, we train to compete, and when you've got a national championships, I always want the chance to win a national medal. And it's really good to get an idea of where you're at, especially in an Olympic year, to see what maybe you do need to work on. You know, I probably wouldn't have known that my run-up was so inconsistent had I not come and competed. So it's really useful to know which direction to put your training in for the coming months. We'll
chat about what's ahead for you as we see Ethan Walsh here, who's nudged down into second place by that clearance from Haig. And goodness me, let's hope he's okay.
He looks to be all right.
Oh dear, that is pretty much the worst thing that can happen, I think. He looks okay. I'm hoping he is.
He's up and about, so yeah, there we go. Maybe a sore hand, but hopefully nothing serious.
Oh, I mean, when you see athletes bail out, usually they're able to sort of change the momentum and get themselves onto the front edge of the bed. But there for Ethan Walsh, there was no comeback really, and I think he's hopefully not going to suffer too many ill effects. But he did take quite a clout. When you come down from 5 metres, that is always going to be slightly uncomfortable.
It's a long way to fall.
Yeah, so fingers crossed for Ethan Walsh there, who is currently in second position. He landed awkwardly on his wrist as well there, but yeah, not ideal. So what does Abby says she's off for a little bit of a rest and recuperation, then go again for the outdoors. What does the next few weeks look like for you now?
Straight back into training for me because I didn't really have an indoor season. I did 2 competitions, so to me that doesn't warrant a break.
Much as you'd probably like it to.
As much as I'd like it to, it doesn't. So straight back to training, and then I'll be competing out in Florida where my training base is in April.
So anything changed over the winter in terms of your training setup?
No, it's been exactly as it has been the past few years. You know, it always takes a bit of time to settle into with a coach, and it's now year 3, so we know how to work with each other. I know how to work with the group, and I know what to expect when it comes to winter training. I turned up to winter training a little bit more prepared than previous years. I think normally I kind of, I'll take all my weeks off, do absolutely nothing, eat and drink everything in sight. This year, I've taken a slightly different approach, and I did do some training while I was on break. And it seems to have paid off. You know, I turned up on the first day. Lance says, "Wow, you finally turned up in shape for once."
And how much the experience of Doha and, you know, things not quite going to plan there, how much does that always, how the season ends and the major champs go, how does that impact your winter? And how much was that a part of you turning up and actually maybe approaching things differently?
Yeah, having such a bad end to the year for me really made a difference in thinking, right, I do not want this to happen again, so I'm going to get straight back on it. I almost didn't want to take a break at all. I felt like getting straight back into training because I thought next year is so important. It's the Olympics. I really, really want to be in the best possible shape. So yeah, it made a big difference, and I don't know if sometimes having that failure can make that kind of difference to a lot of athletes, where they think, actually, I'm going to step up and do a bit better. It's easier to get complacent when you're doing well. Yeah,
absolutely. And Abby, obviously, you know, her, I guess, renaissance, if you like, has added that nice bit of extra competition for you domestically in terms of getting onto teams and things as well.
Precisely. Now, you know, women's long jump's been strong in the UK for a few years, but there's another person really, really in the mix, and you can never guarantee that getting a standard will get you into the team in Britain in long jump. So there's more to be done. So I think that I looked at everybody else and thought, okay, I know they're going to be working hard all winter. I need to make sure I'm working harder.
An Olympic year, I'm sure, has that extra special buzz, doesn't it? Beyond
really
anything
does.
else.
It's, you know, we all want to go to World Championships and Europeans and Commonwealths, but Olympics is the big one. That's the one that we all dream of, and I would love more than anything to be in Tokyo.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that I'm sure will be a successful summer for you, with the outdoor champs moving to Manchester, of course, just up the M6 from your native Stoke. Here we are in Glasgow at the moment, just looking at the pole vault situation, where just wanting to see, as we see Adam Haig in the centre of the shot there, just want to see with Ethan Walsh over on that far side. I can't see him. If you were with us a moment ago, he got up okay from a pretty hefty looking fall over there. Now I've got to ask you about the other side of today, which is being a spectator, because your partner Guy Learmonth, who I read an article with him this week, actually crediting you for part of his own good form recently and putting a bit of zen into his. Was that one of the quotes you fed him to say?
That was a very sweet article in Athletics Weekly if you haven't seen it. But I can't take any credit for Guy. Guy's had a really good winter. He's just, I think, similar to me. He's looked and gone, look, I don't want anything to stop me being in Tokyo. I'm going to make sure that no stone goes unturned. And he's had a really, really strong winter. He's been working so hard. So, you know, every bit of success that I'm sure is coming from him, he deserves it 100%.
And he's had to sort of come back after, you know, a couple of sort of setbacks, but maybe just below where he would want to be, wouldn't he, in the last couple of years?
Well, I think last year in particular was pretty miserable for him in a lot of ways. Indoors, he fell twice.
Of course, yeah.
Here. So I'm sure he'll be happy to come back and make a good memory.
Yeah, couldn't quite get that standard for Doha in the end,
no,
could he?
Exactly.
Chased it.
Yeah. You know, had the top two but not the standard, so it wasn't the year he was looking for. So I think that gave him a little bit of extra motivation, thinking, all right, this winter's going to be something different.
And how good a spectator are you when people very close to you are involved yourself?
Awful. Absolutely. I'm going to have to be gone from this position by the time.
Oh no, we'll let you. Don't worry, we'll let you go.
Too nervous to say anything useful.
Yeah, it's certainly a very, very interesting looking men's 800 later on as well. And I guess in terms of showcase, not just from your point of view that your partner's running, but also that looks to be one of the most competitive events of the weekend, isn't it?
Doesn't it? After Andrea Sargent came out yesterday.
Yes, where's he come back from? Was that in a second? Where have you been?
Couldn't quite believe that.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they all do this afternoon.
Yeah, and that men's 800 metres final. So I reach for my timetable. You'll know it off the back of your hand, Jez. 3:40. There we go. She's all over it. Yeah, just before 3:40, the men's 800 metres final. That will be preceded at 3:20 by the women's 3K with the likes of Melissa Courtney Bryant and Rosie Clark, of course. Men's high jump is about half an hour away. That will feature Tom Gale, who's one of those who's already got the Olympic standard, of course, in that men's high jump of 2:33. And as we see the athletes getting ready just out the corner of our eye here for the men's 200 semis, you mentioned the standard there, Jazz, and that obviously is another thing. I mean, Abby's got it, Tom Gale's got it already. To get it out of the way this early on, you still got to obviously achieve it in the trials when it matters later on in the season, but how much does having the standard so early just lift a weight off your mind?
Honestly, it makes such a huge difference to have the standard. In previous years, I've been really bad at that and have ended up waiting to the trials to get the standard, which I do not recommend for anybody, and I don't even recommend it for myself. Just the idea that you can train and compete not feeling like you're chasing makes such a difference. The weight is off, like you say, weight off your shoulders, and you can just compete and work on what you're working on instead of desperately trying to get a certain distance or time.
Yeah, you can manage the competition that's in front of you and the people you're jumping against rather than worrying about anything else. As we see the athletes lining up here for the men's triple jump, so it's great to have Jazz's horizontal jump insight for this men's triple jump. We just saw Julian Reed, the first to be introduced for Sale Harriers. Effie Owefo, who was also in action yesterday in the long jump. We're seeing Daniel Lewis of Shaftesbury Barnet here. Sienna Comey of Sale Harriers Manchester. Jonathan Aloria of Blackheath and Bromley comes into this ranked number 2. Nathan Fox, the 2017 champion, 3 times a silver medalist. A regular on the podium at these championships. And the defending champion is the last man we meet, Michael Paplampu, who beat Nathan Douglas, who's not here competing, and Nathan Fox last year. Got a couple of 3 bronze medals on his record as well. Before we come to anything else, we said the same with earlier on with athletes who cross over between the long jump and the triple jump. We see a couple there. How's your triple jump been ever? Ever done one?
I've never ever done one.
Never done
No,
one?
I did one once in training when I was about 19. I slipped on the board and my coach said never again.
Really? Okay, that was the instant retirement from triple jump. Yeah. It's hard enough hitting one board, isn't it, without having to hit a step and a jump as well.
Well, exactly. I'd love to try it, but I don't think I'm going to commit to my coach anytime soon.
No. If you're listening, Lance, don't worry. We won't get us trying anything today. Let's pick up the pole vault before we come back to the triple jump very shortly. We've got Jasmine Sawyers with us here in the commentary position alongside myself, Chris Temple, on the BBC Sport website and iPlayer, and on the British Athletics YouTube. Adam Haig, 5:45, first attempt. Yes, Adam Haig's been in good form this winter, and that will continue. He takes the lead and continues, in fact, consolidates his position in the lead. And Ethan Walsh,
I can't see him.
I can't see him. I'm looking on my computer and he is showing as being the next to jump. But as Adam Haig now talks to the officials about where the bar is going to go, that would indicate to us, Jazz, that Ethan Walsh has had to withdraw.
That's a shame. I hope he's all right.
Yeah. When he does eventually shake off whatever's hurting at the moment, he will have a silver medal. Which will, I guess, ease the pain a little bit, but he was jumping pretty well as well, so that's a real shame for him. So we haven't had confirmation on our computer yet, but certainly with our naked eye and the fact that, and he's still showing on the infield computer, Ethan Walsh as being the next to jump, and in fact now he has disappeared as soon as I say that. So Ethan Walsh has retired, confirmed, at 5 metres and 15 with his clearance. And Adam Haig now will put the bar up to 5 metres and 45. 2018 champion. We mentioned Trevor Fox in Sheffield and the terrific production line of pole vaulters from Sheffield over the course of the last few years. It's interesting, Adam Haig, as we do see Kate Rooney there, Kate Dennison as she formerly was, who coaching the medalist yesterday in our women's pole vault, which was won by Sophie Cook in a new PB, which actually won her the performance of the day as well here at the championships. But Adam Haig, he vaulted 560 back in 2015, but he's only actually gone up 5 centimetres since then. So we are seeing the sort of form, though, with 560 twice indoors this winter, that could well see him improve on that. So we'll pick up the triple jump very shortly in the early stages, but we do have the men's 200 metres semi-finals first of all. And as you can see there, Ben Paris in lane 3 doesn't go. And this is the first of 2 semi-finals, with the first 2 automatically through, plus 2-time qualifiers. Right on the outside is Regan O'Connell, who had lane 6 in the heat and has the same lane in the semi. Nicholas Price of Sutton Coldfield, 21.61 in the heat was his fastest ever performance. Morgan Ahmed from Coventry, the 20-year-old, is in 4. And then if Cameron Bailey didn't have it all to do from 2 anyway, with no athlete in 3, he really is going to feel like he's up against it, that is for sure, for Ipswich in lane 2. But at 20 years of age, senior British champs, it's great to make your way through the rounds and pick up all the experience that you can. So here we see the athletes with 2 to automatically qualify for the final later on. So 1 lap of the track with 2 automatic places up for grabs. O'Connor right on the outside, but Price has gone off very strongly through this first half of the race. These two at the moment, Price trying to outstrip that advantage from the outside lane that O'Connell has. A little glance inside from Nicholas Price. He just needs to be in the top two. The battle for lanes, of course, in the final is very important, and we'll need a photo to separate that one. 21.50. Certainly Nicholas Price was well aware of the need to try and get the best lane in the final. And can you split that one, Jazz? We're pretty much in line here. That was pretty close.
No, that was a bit too close for me to see from here. We're going to have to wait for the photo.
We will wait for the photo on that one.
So indoor 200 metres is a different beast. I think I'd like to see it back into international championships.
Really? Do you not think there's too much of a weight on, too much of an advantage to being outside? Lanes 5 and 6 just have too much of an advantage in this. Over one lap.
Maybe you cut the inside lane?
Well,
it's a different beast. It's interesting. You'd see totally different people come through and win it.
No, absolutely, yeah. There is a sort of a little gap. I mean, on the replay, it's still pretty hard to separate that, isn't it? Having a little look here, it's not come through on our computer yet, just at the moment. So that means that it's pretty close. The judging team are having a look. In fact, it has now just come up. Nicholas Price has got it, 21.5. That's a lifetime best performance for him as we pick up the pole vault. O'Connell with the silver second place. 5.55 for Haig, not to be at the first time of asking. The one athlete still remaining in the pole vault. We'll try and get some news on Ethan Walsh, who pulled out injured in second position. Just to trace back the medal, by the way, in the medal positions, Andrew Murphy, the multi-eventer who we've been enjoying the performances of, with the way things have gone for other people, Andrew Murphy's going to take the bronze in the pole vault for Kilbarchan. So I think he set 4 PBs yesterday, 2 in the 60 hurdles and 2 in the shot. And he's come today and won a bronze in the pole vault.
I like to see multi-eventers do well.
And he's been a smile on his face the entire time. So a bit like Patrick Swan, who we kept banging on about yesterday, who's driven a 1,000-mile round trip from Cornwall to be here, who got himself a bronze in the shot put. He drove. Apparently he had his poles on the roof rack. Oh no, sorry, that was someone else. That was someone else who came from Cornwall. Yeah, no, sorry. Patrick Swan drove all the way from Cornwall. It took him 9 hours, and he got a bronze. Someone else drove from, I don't know, somewhere else down the southwest with their poles on their roof rack or something. So, yeah, it's all sorts of stories behind getting here and just getting on the start line, aren't you? But we talked earlier on about the opportunities that these championships give people. Obviously, in the long jump, you've still got international major champs performers like yourself and Abby at the top of the list. But a lot of the events where maybe some of your GB teammates aren't here, it's a huge opportunity for some young athletes, isn't it?
It's massive. I mean, to be able to get close to or even be standing on a national podium, something like this, especially in a year when we don't have a major championships as the trials for it. I know that some of my first medals were indoor championships, and it means a lot to be able to, one, compete alongside people that you know are already where you want to be, and to just get that competitive experience. I think for some people, going in the rounds, sorry, just watching a triple jump, getting distracted by the
There's so much happening here, it happens. Yeah, exactly, the experience. And I'm reading lots of tweets from athletes and things who are watching onto the coverage or have been here in the arena, who are just suddenly becoming aware of performers they haven't even heard of, who suddenly, hang on a minute, look at this guy in whatever, or this girl in whatever. They're seriously handy athletes, and they just haven't come to the fore because there are too many people ahead of them really in the rankings. But in something like this, where maybe the top few aren't here, it's a great chance for them to come into the limelight.
It really is, and people will set PBs here and then start to believe themselves a little bit more, so that when they do come against those big-time performers, they can actually raise their game again. So experience like this is crucial for athletes, really. I'm glad to see so many people have decided to come.
Yeah, absolutely. So Adam Haig with the pole vault. Once we see the conclusion of the pole vault, by the way, we will be focusing on the triple jump. Just use a bit of Jazz's experience before we let her go and gather herself ahead of the men's 800 metres final at 3:30. Go and choose her position. Here's Adam Haig, though, in the pole vault. He's already won the competition with 2 clearances. This is his second attempt at 5:55. Yes! I just wondered, he just chop his stride in the last couple of strides. And now I'm no pole vault technical expert, but I thought that was going wrong for him and he was going to bail out. But actually, it all seemed to come together and he's clear at 5:55.
I'm no expert either, but that might indicate that we're seeing some higher heights today if we can get that right next time.
Yeah, if we certainly could be a positive for Adam Haig. So the 2018 champion, now the 2020 champion, and that is looking positive for him. So Adam Haig just getting some final instructions. We will bring you the triple jump due to our camera situation in the infield. We will bring you the triple as soon as the pole vault is climaxed. those of you who'll be tuning in specifically for the triple jump,
100 meters.
as we pick up the second semi-final of 2 in the men's 200. Right on the outside is Ben Snaith of Newham and Essex Beagles. These athletes, remember, are going through 3 rounds in the space of about 3 hours, the 200-metre athletes. This is the man they're all looking to catch, though. The new British Universities champion in that championship record, a European lead, Andrew Morgan Harrison from Hull University. Dominic Lamb from Sheffield does not go in lane 4. Andre Wright of Medway and Maidstone in 3. And on the inside is the man that Jenny Meadows, our Northwest correspondent, reliably informs us prefers to be known as Sanchez. Sagas Ngui is how he's officially on the start list, but we'll call him Sanchez, the athlete from Trafford. 2 automatic spots and 2 time qualifiers. To get in as a time qualifier, you need to beat 22:32. But Morgan Harrison blazed through his heat earlier on. Are we going to see the same performance with a final still to come? So keep your eye on the athlete in lane 5. Coming up past Ben Snaith already. Keep an eye on that clock as well as he comes round into the home straight. But he expects with another round still to come that he will manage this, but he'll be very aware of, as he looks around, the lane draw. But he just seems to be putting in as much as he needs to here. Andrew Morgan Harrison, 21:31 the winning time. Comes through ahead of Snaith and Wright and Sanchez and Guy to take the automatic spots in that final, which comes up a little bit later on. But Morgan Harrison there from lane 5, which we've seen that quite a few winners from lane 5 and quite a few from lane 6. And he's one who is, you mentioned, Jazz, about the opportunities for athletes at this event. He is one who's capitalising on that opportunity.
He really is. He's looking comfortable as well. And like you say, it's 3 rounds in very quick succession, so I'm not sure how much he'll have left for the final, but he looks to have been saving something. Yeah, he does there, absolutely. So Andrew Morgan Harrison, 21:3, Ben Snaith, 21:48, and Andre Wright, 21:92, which will get him into the final a little bit later on as well as one of the time qualifiers. There's confirmation of that. We'll bring you a summary shortly of the qualifiers for that men's 200 metres final. And there are those 6 athletes who will be competing in that men's 200 metres final a little bit later on, headed by Morgan Harrison, and the time qualifiers are Ahmed and Andre Wright of Medway and Maidstone. That final, by the way, for 200 metre fans is at 7 minutes past 4. The women's 200 metre final is at 2 minutes to 4. Up next for us is the men's 400 metres final. The next event on track. The men's high jump is not too far away. The women's 400 metres, that is all due on the track for us very shortly. Adam Haig in the pole vault. Taking his time, of course. He's got 5 minutes between jumps with only 1 competitor left in the competition. The bar for Adam Haig, I've just noticed on my computer here, having cleared 5:55, he's put it up to 5 metres and 67. Has Adam Haig. And that is, of course, a new lifetime best opportunity here for Adam Haig. His PB is 5:65. Set outdoors. 3 attempts at it. First one coming for the City of Sheffield athlete. So 2 more to come for Adam Haig. Difficult when you're, I suppose we saw yesterday with Sophie Cook in the arena. I don't know how much you saw that. You were probably warming down by that stage. Jazz was celebrating your silver, but either way, athletes, when they're competing on their own,
sometimes it goes two ways, doesn't it? You're just focusing on yourself, but you've got long gaps. It can be difficult as well at the same time.
I can imagine it'd be quite hard. I suppose it does give you the chance to just focus on you. You don't have to see the bar change and see how other people are doing, but it does mean there's nobody to break up that time.
Yeah.
You know, Sophie was clear of the next person by 50 centimetres. That's huge. And I wonder how much further Adam's going to be by the time he finishes.
Yeah, he's taking his opportunity at the moment.
Hit that one on the way up, but we were seeing quite a lot of height from his previous attempts, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him clear this.
Who are you pointing at, Jenny Meadows, in the crowd there?
Yeah, I was just pointing on the screen. That's Trevor Fox. We spoke about him earlier and just said, you know, what a great school of pole vaulters he's got over in Sheffield. We alluded to Glasgow School of Pole Vaulters yesterday, of course, in the women's equivalent, and Trevor's doing a fantastic job. And yeah, really good to see Adam, like I say, fit and healthy, back competing, and in the position to, you know, attempt a personal best. And I think that really shows his motivation and his aspiration to actually put it 2 centimetres higher than his outdoor equivalent.
Now, I'm going to tell you this news, Jenny, because you just popped downstairs for a moment, that our mate Andrew Murphy, he's only got himself a bronze medal, isn't he?
Oh my goodness. Well, did you see that as soon as I ran back up, I actually did, Jazz is agreeing with me, I put the pole vault on and I was like, what's happening in this pole vault? That's pretty amazing for a combined eventer, for him to get a medal here in one of the individual events, so thrilled. Yeah,
that's great news here. I've said to Jazz and to those listening around the UK and further afield across the world, because we had listeners yesterday tweeting us from Colombia and North Carolina, and
wow,
oh, we're around the world, Jazz.
You're not just,
you feel like you just sat here talking to me and Jenny, but there are people watching, amazingly, around the world as well, via the BBC Sport website and via the iPlayer, and also via the British Athletics YouTube channel. And I was saying, Jen, the best thing about Andrew Murphy is that he's probably the person who's had a smile on his face for the most time the whole weekend. Everything he's done, he's smiled.
Even when he's knocked the bar off, he's failed.
Yeah.
And, you know, Jasmine, yesterday, Chris was talking about Patrick Swan. I
mentioned Patrick,
yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah, I've already mentioned him
really,
as well.
I'm shocked. Well, I think my athlete of the weekend has been Andrew Murphy. So you have your Patrick Swan, I'll have my Andrew Murphy, it's fine.
No problem. Yeah, I was going to try and find Patrick Swan afterwards. I could be giving him so many mentions, but I think it was so far to Cornwall, he had to set off straight away to get there before Tuesday. So yeah, we didn't manage to catch him, but that was great for him to get a bronze. Hopefully someone down in Truro was watching, or he can watch it on the iPlayer himself, you know, because we're on the iPlayer for a month, I think. So those of you who want to watch anything back, or maybe you've got someone here competing today who would be interested to watch their race back as it comes through via the BBC coverage, then it's on the iPlayer for the next month or so, and of course on the British Athletics YouTube channel as well. Adam Haig is just, as you can see in the distance, that jump clock running down, but with plenty of time on it. He's just waiting for the triple jump at the moment, which we'll bring you up to date with shortly. We're in round 2. A red flag for Jonathan O'Lory was that jump just happening there. The current leader, by the way, is Julian Reed with 16.08. But back to that shortly, because Adam Haig is attempting a lifetime best of 5.67 in the vault. Gold medal assured. Here he goes, second time of asking. Goodness, that was closer than the last one.
Much closer. He's really getting himself over the top of the bar. Oh, I so want it for him.
I know, it's hard. So we had Abby in the studio, we'll call it the studio, on the bench. Abby was up here with us earlier, and she really, she screamed more than she talked sometimes, didn't she,
yeah,
Chris?
She was, yeah.
She got really behind the triple jumpers earlier, and I think when you are an athlete and you know how hard people work, you do just want it for them, don't you?
You know, I'm sat here trying to be composed and professional, but really I'm just thinking, come on, I really want to see you do well.
We haven't been composed and professional for all of the 2 days yet, so there's no demands to be like that. So Adam Haig will have another attempt shortly. We're going to see the men's 400 metres final, though, on the track very shortly. And as I look out to the athletes lining up, by the way, Grant Plenderleith, unless he's gone to the toilet, he's not there in lane 6th, and in fact he's confirmed as a DNS. So that's a real shame for the local fans here, because he ran well yesterday, the Scottish athlete.
Yeah, he has, and yeah, what a shame for him. He was drawn on the favourite lane as well, on the outside in lane 6. So yeah, that's such a shame for Grant Plenderleith, but we have got a final. We've got 5 really great guys, and we're looking forward to calling this one. So James Williams, Liverpool Harriers on the outside. Stepping up to 400 metres this year, ran a PB last weekend in the Grand Prix of 47.26. Joe Breyer for Swansea Harriers, the Scottish champion.
beating Sean Aiken, who is drawn on his inside. The Bucks title, the Scottish Championship here. Representing Shaftesbury Barnet today, Sean Aiken, a former British Universities champion. Dan Putnam for Blackheath and Bromley, Loughborough based, got him through as a time qualifier with 48.47. And Jason Hoyle, who was listed yesterday as representing Oldham, but he requested that was changed to Thames Valley Harriers, which is the vest that he's competing in today. So Jason Hoyle, formerly of Oldham, now of Thames Valley Harriers, goes in lane 1, the Northern Indoor champion. 2 laps of the track then for the men's 400 metres final. 2 rounds yesterday. From the outside, as we look, Williams in the yellow of Liverpool, Briar Swansea, Aiken, Shaftesbury Barnet, Putnam Blackheath, and Hoyle Thames Valley. Starter not happy with a little bit of movement down there. Tension of a final, Jenny Meadows.
Do you know, this is a final. I mean, all of them now that are coming up, they're all so excited. But this men's 400 metres, Joe Briar looked so good yesterday, you know, in the heat and the semi. But Williams just overhauled him the last few metres, and this promises to be a great one. So whether that was just a little bit of nerves and tension from the athletes, or maybe a little bit of nerves and tension from the starter, I'm not too sure. It's a big responsibility.
Michael Pamplu just taking his attempt, but it gets a red flag in the triple jump, so you're not missing anything there. As that comes towards the end of round 2, there's been a raft of fouls in the triple, by the way, in round 2. 5 of the 7 athletes fouling. Julian Reid still the leader, 16.08 from Ilori, 15.86, and Owifo, 15.85 so far. Very tight in the triple jump. 40 centimetres separating the entire field. So, Jeff Whiteman in the arena there, just telling the athletes not to worry down on the start line, as we've had a couple of practice fires of the electric starting gun. 1 or 2 things just being sorted out down in the start area. Of course, we had this last week, didn't we, where Mondo Duplantis had to end up waiting to take his world record attempt at 6.18.
And that was a 400 metres as well. It was the female equivalent, and some of the athletes had just been told at the moment just to step a little bit away from their blocks. It might be a couple more moments. Technical error.
James Williams taking the chance to make his way back for a moment, so we're just waiting for those technical things to be sorted. I think they have been now. Athletes have been called back to their marks. So remember, lane 6 vacant. Grant Plenderleith does not go in the final, so it's Williams on the outside in 5, Joe Briar in 4, Sean Aiken in 3, Dan Putnam in 2, and Jason Hoyle from lane 1. Men's 400 final, 2 laps of the track for the SPAR British title. This time they do go then. They run the majority of the first lap in lanes and then the scramble for the break. James Williams down the back straight, pretty even through that first 100 metres or so. But Williams will attempt to use his advantage and come across to get himself to the curb. And on his inside, Briar is looking to make that difficult for him. James Williams, can he get those broad shoulders to the curb at the break? Which he does. It's Williams from Briar from Aiken and Putnam and Hoyle at the back of the field at the moment. So James Williams now has them all chasing him. Running strongly down the back straight, but the challengers are still lining up behind him. James Williams has been the man in form. What's coming from behind him though? Joe Briar, the Swansea Harrier, the Welsh champion. Has he got anything left to challenge James Williams? The Liverpool Harrier is moving away. What a performance this is from James Williams. He's the British champion over 400. Briar takes the silver and Aiken the bronze. But James Williams, he has been the form athlete over the weekend in the 400 metres, and it is his title.
Well, that was a great 3 rounds throughout these championships from James Williams, former 60-metre and 200-metre athlete. He showed so much more commitment that first 50 metres. He knew he had the lane advantage over James Breyer there, Joe Breyer. And it was really at this moment here on the back straight. I was watching Breyer. I was expecting him to actually come up to Williams' shoulder and challenge him a little bit more, but really reminiscent of what we saw in the semi-finals. Williams left something. He almost turned on those afterburners at last 50 metres. Arms pumping, legs still moving, everything driving forwards. And he actually runs a personal best time. It's just been rounded down by 200ths of a second, 47.24 seconds. That's actually beaten his personal best that he sat here last week in this arena at the Indoor Grand Prix.
Just catching the end of the pole vault there as well. Adam Haig failing for the 3rd time at 5.67. So the 5.55 clearance is his winning mark. The silver medal goes to Ethan Walsh, whose competition came to a slightly shuddering halt when he unfortunately crashed out. We hope he's going to be okay. 5 metres 15, his clearance for the silver. And Andrew Murphy for Kilbarchan and Scotland with 5 metres takes the bronze medal, as a couple of others fell short today. We'll see that medal presentation shortly. But Williams from Breyer from Aitken, and a first British title for James Williams, who's been doing things like winning the 60 metres this winter as well, the Northern 60 metres as well. He's competed pretty regularly over this winter already as James Williams. We've got Tom Bosworth lining up. We've got people literally lining up to come on. I'll tell you what, Jazz, as it's getting close towards 800 metre time, we'll
do a swap.
We'll let you go. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been lovely to have you. Thank you very much. Jasmine Sawyers, our special guest, our second special guest of the day here, who will now go off, and we wish her partner Guy Learmont very well for the 800 metres that's to come in a short while. So Adam Haig there, our gold medalist. Triple jump ongoing. We'll pick up some shots of that in just a moment. The men's high jump is also just about to launch as well. Getting very busy in the field. We've already seen the women's high jump, which has been completed. So that's the latest situation in the men's triple jump. You can see there that as we pick up the live pictures with a Comey. This is Sienna Comey of Sale Harriers Manchester, who's currently, certainly at the moment, on the verge of 3 successive fouls. I'm just waiting for my computer in front of me here to catch up on the triple jump. Julian Reid is still the leader, 16 metres and 8. The silver medal position currently with a Laurie, 15.86. And in bronze is a Wifo with 15.85, which has actually jumped twice. But as we wait for a Comey, we are absolutely delighted to welcome the new British record holder. Well, he was anyway, but he's improved it even further. The British record holder over the 5K walk, Tom Bosworth. Tom, good afternoon.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking the time to come up after the legs have got a British record performance in them. But how was it out there for you today?
Yeah, brilliant. This stadium and this crowd is awesome all the time. They're very good at spurring you on. You know, the Scottish, they know how to cheer you on.
We were talking, complimenting you on the even pace right throughout it, and I think the moment we knew you had it was when you started waving down the back straight on the last run. We knew you were going to be comfortably inside that British record mark. Were you always pretty confident as that 5K unfolded?
No.
Really? Okay.
I just kind of set off on pace and hoped I could hold it up. Obviously, we have the technical side of racewalking as well, and so I knew I had a great winter. And you kind of, when athletes say that, you want to perform, and so yeah, I mean, to put 18:20 away, I'm in shock. So yeah, I'm over the moon.
Are you always a bit reticent sometimes to publicly say what sort of shape you're in, because that does set you up for a fall sometimes? Because you're pretty open on social media, and you know, in interviews you always say exactly what you think.
Yeah, exactly. And so you kind of don't want to put yourself, as you say, up for the fall, but I've had a perfect winter, and yeah, training's gone well. So no matter what, I wanted to come and entertain at British Champs.
Well, another British title. As we just see, we'll come back to you in a second, Tom. We just see the man currently in the silver medal position, Jonathan Laurie, in the men's triple. 15.86. It's really, really tight in this triple jump. The lead is held at 16.08, but the top 5 are covered by about 30 centimetres at the moment. Here's a Laurie in round 3. That's going to be a foul, I think. There were judges reaching for the red flag, so that one won't be measured. So a foul for Ilori. There has been a raft of fouls. That's the 3rd foul out of 4 in this round. There were 5 fouls out of 7 in the previous round as well. Puplampu, the defending champion, currently down in 6th position with his first round of 15 metres 60.
I know nothing about triple jump, but I do know that that this track is fast. So I don't know whether that's contributing to the fouls or
Well, it's
or
funny,
what.
yeah, Jasmine Sawyers, who was literally here earlier on, said she obviously fouled 4 times yesterday and 4 times here in the Grand Prix last week, said she really struggled with not so much the runway necessarily, but the technical elements that she's been changing. So it has been affecting our athletes slightly. More from Tom in a second, but we're back on track with the women's 400 metres final. We've just seen the men's title taken by James Williams, and now the opportunity for the women, and this is one of the names that catapulted into people's consciousnesses last weekend. Jessie Knight, what a performance last weekend to win the Grand Prix in a huge personal best. She's ranked number 5 in the world as a result of that performance this year. Jessie Knight for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Holly Turner of Crawley set a lifetime best in winning her heat as well, drawn in lane number 5. Nicole Kendall, who's a training partner of Jessie Knight, and like Jessie Knight is a hurdler as well, but on the flat 400 here, the St Mary's University student. Zoe Pollock, the British University silver medalist. Loughborough base missed the whole of 2019 through injury, did Zoe Pollock. Jessica Tappin, another of the hurdlers, making this lineup as well. Her lifetime best to make the final, the Southern bronze medalist over this 400 metres. And on the inside, Crystal Galley of Blackheath and Bromley. This is her first competition of the year. So by making the final, certainly proving that she is in some decent shape as well. But Jessie Knight went absolutely flying in her heat earlier on. And she, on paper, is 3 seconds clear of the rest of this field, which in the 400 metres is an absolutely massive advantage. But, as someone tweeted in yesterday, you don't win titles on paper, you win them on the track. Well, Jessie Knight, coached by Marina Armstrong, of course. I'm sure we've got Year 6 from Daintree Primary School down in Surrey as well, watching on for Miss Knight's performance. I don't know if they've given her Monday off tomorrow if she wins this, but either way, out in lane 6 at the moment. Kendall, her training partner from Thames Valley Harriers, and right on the inside, Galley, as you have to do from lane 1, has really tried to lay it down in the first 100 metres. But it's Jessie Knight by 5 metres at the bell. She goes through in 25.32. This is pretty quick from the world ranked number 5, who saw off the likes of Stephanie Ann McPherson and Sveti Asetic and Lisander Vitta and Igor Baumgart-Vitan last weekend on this very track, and it's going to be another winning performance, and there's something unravels for her in the closing stages. Jessie Knight, unsurprisingly at the moment, is blazing away with this one. Knight by 10 metres in the end, probably. She's the champion in 52.76. Jessie Knight takes it. The silver medal goes to Holly Turner from Crawley, who really turned it on in the second half of the race, and tight in the end for third there, with Crystal Galley right in the mix.
Really interesting race there, and you know, Chris, we've talked about favourites being here this weekend, and I'm not sure there was anyone more of a favourite than Jessie Knight for this title here. But really interesting. You know, of course, I like my statistics, but she went through in 25.32 seconds, which was around about half a second slower than what she went through in the heat yesterday, and she finished up with 1/10 faster. So yesterday we thought she had clear indications that she just wanted to get 2 hard races done this weekend. Of course, the women's 400, only 2 rounds. She was a clear favourite, but really interesting. I think she's just finding her feet still at this event. Of course, 400 metre hurdles is her event outside, but last week at the Indoor Grand Prix, she went through a little bit quicker. And we both read the article, didn't we? When she went through it halfway, she was surprised. She was just planning on hanging on. And then she almost heard the British crowd, the Scottish crowd here behind her, and thought, oh, I'll keep going. But it's really difficult when you know you're just going to see clear track in front of you. So to run 2 performances of 52 seconds in the heat and the final here, I think that's a real move forward for Jessie Knight once again.
Confirmation then of that 1, 2, 3. It was Galley in the end who took the bronze medal. She's done that from lane 1, by the way, as well. So for her, who snuck in as the last of the time qualifier, she's going home with a bronze medal.
she did amazing, didn't she? And you have to commit from lane 1, else you're not in the race. But she even came through with some real strength to overhaul Nicole Kendall there in the final metres.
So, medals to be given out here. A first time on top of the British podium for James Williams, who very proud of. Matt Elias, of course, well-recognised coach these days down in Wales, but it's Aiken who takes the bronze. Doesn't bother with any shoes for the medal presentation. Sean Aiken.
He might be too tired to put them back on.
He finished behind Joe Breyer in the Scottish Championships, and he's behind him again, but this time they're 3 and 2 rather than 2 and 1. Joe Breyer, he hasn't got any shoes on either. Surely the champ's got some shoes on. You can't get a gold medal round your neck with nothing on your feet. Come on, James, you're a classy man from Liverpool. Don't let us down here.
Please do not have shoes on, James.
Anyway, it's a huge performance from James Williams. No, he hasn't. Of course he hasn't. He's got black socks on at least to make it look like he's got shoes on. James Williams, congratulations. And a great moment for him, I'm sure, to get himself on the top of that British podium. I'm sure it never loses its novelty, Tom, does it, being on the top of the podium at any champs, but this one as well, which you've been up there so many times now.
Oh no, it's the best feeling, you're best in Britain. So you know, you got to turn out and beat who's there, and if you end up on top, then everything's gone well.
Did you get a sneezing fit on the podium earlier on?
Yeah, I did, all the time.
And Chris, he got one coming up the steps as well when he was changing over with Jasmine, and I was kind of like, nowhere near me.
Are you allergic to, what are you allergic to in here?
I'm not ill or anything, it's just the indoor air after like a 3K, 5K indoors.
Yeah, it's dry, isn't it? Makes your throat dry and your eyes itchy, and yeah, I mean, and actually doing the performance that you did, I think you're entitled to have a little bit of sneezes and a sore throat after that one.
Jen talked there about Jessie Knight maybe having the expectation and clear track and everything on her. That's obviously something that comes very regularly for you. When it is you against the watch, how much did you have to learn that part of it and being able to keep yourself up to your work when you haven't necessarily, at domestic level, got people on your shoulder?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, not all the walkers turned out today at all, and you know, normally we'd have split races and 10, 12 in each field. So, you know, the travel Olympic year and all that has meant, you know, it's hard. But I just want to put on a good show. So that's the important thing.
Yeah, and you certainly did that today with your British record, as we see our women's 400 metres medalists, and Crystal Galley there, who, well, she can just about get herself on the podium. Have you had that feeling, Jen, when your 400 days?
Lactic, yes. My old friend.
Yeah, that's a great performance of Crystal Galley, though, for Blackheath and Bromley, who I'm sure has taken inspiration from what her clubmate Dina Asher-Smith has achieved. Holly Turner, it's a long way from Crawley up here, that is for sure. It's not too far from your club Tunbridge, is it? It's Crawley, just across the Kent-Sussex border, that one, Tom, right down. I know your Leeds base these days, but here's Jessie Knight, though, Windsor, Stow, Eton and Hounslow. And once again, a pro. She didn't get a medal for last weekend for winning the Grand Prix. She got a lot of headlines and a lot of talk about her, but she gets something material at least for her success this weekend, and that's a great way to end her indoor season. And it's exciting, I'm sure, for everybody connected with her at what could come later on in the year. Of course, you don't want to be peaking necessarily in February, though, do you? You want to be peaking in the summer in an Olympic year?
Absolutely, but you do also want to kind of, as the season goes on, you want to be ticking those boxes to know exactly where you're at. I came into this no idea, kind of, I thought I was in great shape, great winter, but then you might be a bit flat or something might not be quite right. You go and perform, and then you realise that. And so when it's going smoothly like this, more of the same.
I can't help noticing, Tom, on your inside, I haven't seen it before, on the inside of your arm, you've got the Olympic rings tattooed there, which obviously for you, now I was fortunate enough to be in Doha at your racewalking performance, that amazing 7th position in those conditions in Qatar. Obviously the walk has been moved to Sapporo for Japan, which I know you weren't massively enthused about, but what are the preparations now in terms of conditions and things like that compared to what you had to prepare for to go to Doha?
Well, you know, ultimately, hopefully, it's a good thing that the walks have moved, and even though it sounds like it's a long way away, it's a 90-minute flight, so it's not the end of the world. We will hopefully go there, prepare exactly the same as for Doha, because it could still just be as hot. So the marathon runners and for us walkers, we're going to have to go there and deal with extreme humidity and heat.
It surely can't be that extreme as it was in Doha, though, can it?
Well, the humidity would have been just as bad from Tokyo to Doha.
Okay. Here's the triple jump. Meanwhile, we'll come back to that in a second with Tom Bosworth, our special guest here. This is round 4 of the triple jump, which we'll have an opportunity to see a bit of now. And that is the effort from Daniel Lewis of Shaftesbury, who's currently in 5th position with 15.83. So far, Akomi of Sale Harriers Manchester hasn't registered a jump in 4 attempts yet. Because there are less than 8 competitors in the triple jump, he is able to continue through rather than fouling out of the competition. Puplampu, last year's defending champion, is actually in the last of the 6 positions at the moment with 15 metres and 74. Lewis 15.73 there is in 5th. This is Nathan Fox, who's in 4th with 15.83. And the leader is still Julian Reid, who's the only man who's gone over 16 metres so far today. So 1 or 2 just struggling for a bit of rhythm here at Jenny Meadows in the men's triple.
Yeah, it would seem it's quite surprising at this stage that, you know, we've only got a lead in jumpers 16.08 at the moment. Good that Julian Reid is competing here. Of course, he went over in the long jump yesterday.
Failed out of the long jump, didn't he, yesterday? Pretty sure. Don't think he registered a mark, if I remember rightly. We've seen so much in the last couple of days. Here's Fox, though. He needs to get out towards that 16 metres to be challenging the medals. 15.84 his best so far, but a man of Nathan Fox's CV would certainly be expecting to be among the medals. The 2017 champ and 3 silvers to his name as well. There's been a Nathan on the podium for pretty much every year for the last however many with Fox and Douglas.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have had to wait quite a long time, haven't they, this weekend to get their competition started. You know, oh, actually, 15.86 is the season's best.
Well, he's gone 81, foul, 84, 86. So he's improving in small increments, is Nathan Fox, whose coach seems to be positioned quite high up the main stand there. Got a long way. So we're heading back towards distance territory. On the track now, it's a straight final for the distance ladies. And that is the full list of 7 who will be taking on those 15 laps. We meet on the outside, first of all, the newly titled now since her marriage to Ashley Bryant, the back end of last year, Melissa Courtney Bryant. Representing the Pool AC vest there, the Welsh Commonwealth Games, of course, medalist. Verity Ockenden, who's been in good form this winter, runs in the vest of Swansea Harriers. Gemma Kersey from Basildon. Amy Griffiths, based at Loughborough these days in the Rob Denmark group. Often seen in the mud in the cross country over previous seasons in the winter, but here on the boards, Kate Maltby from Bristol and West. And we see Bryony Gunn in the black of Birchfield. Run on the inside, Great Britain representative in the steeplechase, of course, in the colours of Epsom and Ewell, Rosie Clark. So the 2 protagonists, really, Courtney Bryant and Rosie Clark, separated from in to out. Ockenden definitely comes here in good form as well. 15 laps of the track. Women's 3,000 metres final. Well, it was a disappointing back end to last year, wasn't it, for Melissa Courtney Bryant, Jem, with the way things worked out with her injury situation. She had those blister issues, didn't she, in the trials, which meant she didn't make it to Doha, having shown a great couple of seasons of form behind her, really. Yeah, she's been one of those athletes who's, you know, really become an international standard athlete, and I'm just looking at the pace of this. They're nearly walking. Tom, you could win this. It's interesting that Tom's here, because Tom, you will have, you know, spent quite a lot of time with Rosie and Melissa, and we'll bring you into this shortly. But yeah, you know, I remember Melissa last year on an indoor tour event, and she went and won that. She was the only British competitor at that event, and she won that indoor 3,000 metres. She has got a couple of international medals to her name now. She got a medal at the Gold Coast at the Commonwealth Games over in the 1,500 metres. She got a European indoor bronze, of course, behind Laura Muir in this same venue last year over that 3K. And this definitely won't be a personal best for Melissa here, Rosie, and any of the other competitors probably. But Tom, you know, we are looking at probably, you know, Melissa and Rosie for being the athletes who'll get this race going at some point. I mean, endurance athletes, you guys have got to work hard, haven't you? You don't get given anything. You've got to put those hard miles in, haven't you?
Yeah, there's no way. There's very little luck involved, I guess. If you haven't done the training, it will show you. But in all fairness to Melissa, she's she's gone under the radar because look how Gemma Reeky's run this winter, and as we say, there's always Laura, there's always somebody else. But as you say, you look at her CV already. For me, I was like, oh, why are people raving about Melissa? And then I take a step back and look, and I think this winter is doing her justice, absolutely, and it's very exciting things. And Rosie Clark as well, she's going to have, she's going to want to go out and have a point to prove, because obviously how well the girls ran it in the chase in Doha.
They did, didn't they? I mean, there was Amy and there was Liz Egan as well, and obviously Rosie. And for a couple of years, Rosie had been our sole entrant in a lot of those competitions. And to have Amy Pratt, a young up-and-coming under-23 athlete, Liz Egan, went and knocked, I don't even know how many seconds off her personal best. It was amazing. She only just missed that final. So for Rosie to have that domestic competition is so important, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it just shows, the depth in endurance in the UK is fantastic. We haven't quite got the major champs medalists yet, but I mean, Laura Muir, Callum Hawkins, hopefully myself, will be pushing again for podiums, and these girls making finals or being so close to, and I think, it's all bunching up now, but it's going to be a bonkers summer. I'm glad it's kind of, well, in all fairness, I've now got Callum Wilkinson chasing me down, and I'm gutted he wasn't here today because he went and took my outdoor British record. He did.
So you wanted a little bit of revenge, didn't you, really,
absolutely.
Tom?
But he did a brilliant time, 18:41 outdoors last year, and so I had that in the back of my mind as well as a British record, and that's great because I haven't had somebody else pushing me at these champs for years, and this summer, next year, hopefully me and him can have some good battles as well, and it's not just the Tom show.
That'd be great to see. Well, we should obviously mention some of the other competitors amongst this as well. We've got Ockerton here as well. She was 4th in the UK Championships on 2 occasions, 17 and 19. Euro cross country representative. We've got Jenny Nesbitt in there as well. I'm just trying to actually look for Jenny.
Jenny Nesbitt's not there. She was on the original list, but she's not competing, no. Verity Ockenden's an interesting one. She's another one who maybe has been more used to cross-country performances in the winter. She's obviously a regular performer on the roads, ran well down in Portsmouth at the back end of last year in the Great South, and doesn't do a lot of indoors. I think she actually sort of said she surprised herself by deciding she was going to do this. She's got a great story. She's a part-time sous chef at an art gallery in Wiltshire, which she works a few shifts a week to balance out with her training. She lives down on the sort of North Dorset, Wiltshire border as well, although she competes for Swansea Harriers, so not often we see her. Last time she competed at these champs was 2017 actually, so she at the moment is the leader. We'll come back to that in a moment. They've got 9 laps to go, but here are the pole vault medals, and there's Andrew Murphy, and you can hear, I reckon that's, apart from Tom Bosworth of course, I reckon that's the next biggest reception for a medalist this weekend. Andrew Murphy, who I don't think I'd be out of place to say probably didn't expect to get a medal this weekend. When you're a multi-eventer and you're competing individually in your events, you're not usually expected to be, unless you're Katarina Johnson-Thompson or somebody with the greatest of respect, you're not usually expected to be on the podium, are you?
I'm just actually seeing him having a little bit of a look at that medal there as well. But what a great weekend.
Silver for, it's good to see Ethan Walsh, by the way. Jenny, you were actually downstairs. I'm not sure if you saw it, but Ethan Walsh had an absolutely crashing fall from an abortive 5:15 vault where he came down and missed the bed. So it's great to see him on there. But Adam Haig on top of the podium came into this really as the man in form. And although he couldn't quite reach a new lifetime best today, Adam Haig's clearance at 5 metres 55 got him the SPAR British title.
What do you do with your winning bib, Tom? You're a British champion. Have you still got it on, or have you put it somewhere?
No, it's in my bag, yeah. I try and keep them. Sometimes I give them to like my old school or that sort of thing to frame if they want it, or they just go on my wall, and my fiance hates it. So. But you never know when you're not going to win them anymore. So
that is true.
It's a treasure.
If you're anything like Jenny Meadows, you carry everything you've ever won round to every meeting you ever go to. If you see the size of her suitcase this weekend for 2 nights, she must have brought everything she's ever won with her. Unbelievable. It's taller than her nearly.
I know, we went out for dinner once over at my house and she actually brought a suitcase just in case she could change out.
I'm worried. I was worried what you were going to say there. So, but,
yeah, for 2 days indoors. Jenny bought 11 changes of clothes. Anyway, the weather, I know the weather's unpredictable up here, but anyway, we'll come back to the 3K in a minute. I can see not much has moved on. You can still throw a blanket over them. It's still Verity Ockenden with Melissa Courtney Bryant, Amy Griffiths, Rosie Clark just tucked in behind, Kirsty on the inside, Gunn, and at the back of the field at the moment. is Kate Mortby, but only a second it's covering the whole field as we pick up the triple jump, which is just starting to get interesting. We've got a change in the lead in round 4 while we were seeing that ceremony, because Owifo, F.A. Owifo of Harrow, has taken the lead with 16 metres and 13. Julian Reid, 16.08 in second, and Ilori, 15.88 in third. But here, Daniel Lewis of Shaftesbury, 15.83, is only 5 centimetres out of the medals, but he's in 5th. This is round 5. Already won the South of England title this month with 15.54, competed in the Commonwealth Games here in Scotland for Jamaica back in 2014. And that, from our deceptive angle that we haven't managed to nail all day. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because it's a red flag, yeah. Just spotted that, but I was going to say it looks shy of 16, so Lewis won't improve on 5th at the moment. We have had a little break in the 3K, by the way, just out of camera shot at the moment, which we'll keep you updated on, because Rosie Clark has cranked it right up now. We've got a group of 4 who've broken away. Clark, Courtney Bryant, Ockenden and Griffith, so all of a sudden are now 20 metres clear. Look like they've started to run a different race completely.
Yeah, big kick went in there with 900 metres to go, and this field has been split in half, so getting exciting towards the final stages of that one.
So 4 well clear. We'll pick up pictures of that if we can in just a moment, but certainly it's we're going to see Nathan Fox first of all in the triple jump, but it is 4 clear. I can tell you that. The one who's just got left behind right at the back at the moment is Bryony Gunn. Kersey and Maltby in their own little group in 5th and 6th position. But the front 4 all together, just going through the shot there, that'll give you an eye in the background of how far clear they are. Nathan Fox in 4th position with 15.86 in the triple jump. Going to be around about the same sort of measurements, I think. White flag for Fox in 4th position.
The indicator moves to 2 laps to go, 400 metres remaining. Ockenden leading. Courtney Bryant in the second, Rosie Clark in third.
So they're into the final 400 metres in the women's 3,000 metres. And now Ockenden has gone to the front and is stretching it out. We're just getting our camera situation sorted to bring you hopefully the shots of this closing stage of the women's 3,000 metres with 2 laps to go. There we are, we pick it up. Ockenden at the front. Courtney Bryant and Rosie Clark have now stripped away from Amy Griffiths, who's now 5 or 6 metres off the back of this. And in the blink of an eye, Jenny Mellows, this race has completely transformed.
It has, and it was Rosie Clark who put her foot down first, and she was really brave going to the front. Ockenden did her first share for the next 400 metres, but then here it is, it's our champion in the making, it's Melissa Courtney Bryant. We know she's got a good kick, she's used that kick in previous indoor international championships, and here she is looking stronger and stronger in the final 50 metres of this race.
So Courtney Bryant comes round to the home straight, a look over the shoulder. Verity Ockenden's running a blinder in second place as well. But Melissa Courtney Bryant up to the line to take the British 3,000 metres title, 9:48.55. Ockenden takes the silver, and Rosie Clark has to settle for the bronze, with Amy Griffiths coming through in 4th position. But really, well, it was an absolute pedestrian procession, wasn't it, for at least the first half of the race. But when the going got tough, Courtney Bryant and Clark, you expected to be there. Ockenden really hung with them well, though, in the second half of the race as well.
That's a tough way to run. That is hard, isn't it? That's really hard to put that surge in, and it was a sudden surge as well from Rosie Clark, wasn't it, Tom?
I know that was I know confident, but I think she wanted to really try and push it from 900 metres out. That's a long old kick, that, and unfortunately coming around in third. Probably demonstrated it was a little bit too early, and Melissa just stayed cool, calm, and nailed that finish. That is demonstrating pure class.
Yeah, so we can see the results there. Melissa Courtney Bryant, the winner, of course, as we pick up the men's triple jump final. Jonathan
Ilori, who was leading, is now in 3rd position. This is round 5. It's a red flag, so that is going to be no progress for him, with 1 attempt still to come. 15.88 is best so far. He's 25 seconds behind, 25 centimetres behind the current leader, who is Effie Owifo of Harrow. Julian Reid in the silver will go next, and that will be the final attempt of round 5. So just to wrap up those positions that we saw very briefly on the screen there for you. Courtney Bryant, 9:48.54. Verity Ockenden, 9:50.39. And Rosie Clark, 9:52.02. The 1, 2, 3. Melissa Courtney-Bryant, of course, who won the European indoor bronze on this track behind a certain Elmure this time last year. And a great confidence boost for her, I'm sure, going into the summer months as well. But the triple jump is bubbling up. Julian Reid on the runway in round 5. And again, a bit like that race, this triple jump competition took quite a long time to get going. And in the second half of the comp, it really has now started to move. European bronze medalist in Amsterdam in 2016, Julian Reid. 5 times he's won this national triple jump title. Pruplampu lurking. He's the man who looks like he's about to lose his crown on the side of the runway. But Reid needs to go over 16 metres. And bails out of that one in the final phase, so won't do that.
No, excuse me, that's a shame. You can just see that he just landed there with 2-footed. He's laughing about that, but still currently in second position. He didn't make the podium actually here at these championships last year, finished in 4th position in those ones.
He landed there like I used to land in the school long jump that I was talking about earlier on, or triple jump. He's just flat, that's it. So not working out for Julian Reid as he would have liked. He's still got one more attempt though. So Akome here is on the runway. Now, to say it hasn't gone his way today so far, looking at his scorecard, would be an understatement. Foul, 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 and you've guessed it, foul. It is 5 so far. So it's pretty difficult to come to a triple jump and no mark with 6 rounds, isn't it? That's hard to do, surely.
I don't know, I reckon I could.
I mean, I reckon I could, but I think if it's your profession or your regular event. Here we go. Come on now, we can get this, we can get a mark. Last round. Of course, he's capable of nearly 16 metres himself, Akome, so he could quite easily, with one jump here, thrust himself into the medal situation, having not registered anything so far.
That would be quite a story, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid not. He's coming off a short run, isn't he? But just, well, if that's maybe a new tactic that he's trying, it hasn't worked out today. That is a clean card full of fouls, unfortunately. Right, Tom Bosworth's got to is being called off elsewhere. So Tom, it's been great to have you. Thanks for your insight. It's been fantastic. Congratulations today on the British record.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Been a pleasure. Tom Bosworth, once again, British record holder, British champion. Great to have your insight here. Best of luck for the rest of the summer, Tom. And good to see you here as we go back to the track and one of the most eagerly anticipated events of the weekend. The men's 800 metres final. Guy Learmonth on the outside. For Scotland, for Lasswade. Inside him, Andrew Assaji, who was the fastest qualifier in 1:46.8. Ran an indoor PB in the semi-final. From one of the experienced campaigners to one of the rising stars, Alex Bottrell from the City of York. Former British Universities and English Schools champion. Another of the Scottish interests, Josh Kerr. World 1500 metres finalist, of course, in his preferred distance of 1500. Ditto, this man is a 1500 specialist, really. Piers Copeland, bronze medalist last year for Wimborne Athletic Club. And on the inside, the Southern Junior champion, Daniel Howells of Aldershot Farnham District. Jenny Meadows, genuinely 5, I think, of the 6 could win this. That's with no disrespect to the 6th of them.
This is the talk of the championships, this one. Everyone was talking about it last night. Obviously, Andrew Assaji looked great, didn't he, in qualification? But, I think any one of these guys could win it. And there's going to be a good athlete who doesn't get on that podium.
Stand by then. 4 laps of the track. The men's 800 metres final here at the SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships. Keep your hashtags coming. SPAR British Champs. The one thing we did see yesterday was Andrew Assaji absolutely blaze out, and already in the first few strides, Jenny Meadows, it looks like he's not opting for similar tactics today in the early stages. Bottrell and Kerr and Copeland are battling for front rank, and it's Josh Kerr who gets to the lead.
I was actually hoping that Andrew Assaji would not employ the same tactics. I would like him to get a couple of laps done, then try and wind it up. And I think it was really interesting to see Alex Bottrell just go out there and commit. Josh Kerr has now took the lead at 200 metres, but really great to see Alex Bottrell know that he's in shape. Josh Kerr Obviously, he's got the strength, but he was overhauled yesterday by Andrew Asagi, coming second, only qualifying for this final with a qualification time rather than the actual qualification first across the post. Really tough qualification, but this one's quick. Kerr from Bottrill, from Asagi, from Lermont, from Copeland, from Howells.
52.43 at halfway. Guy Lermont was ranked number 1 coming into these championships. He got overhauled or underhauled by Piers Copeland in their heat, but it's still in single file down the back straight. Josh Kerr for Edinburgh and for Scotland who leads. Bottrill in second, Asagi, then Lermont. Copeland just battling to hang on to this leading 4, and Dan Howells at the moment at the back of the field. They'll take the bell on this occasion in the men's 800 metres final here at the Emirates Arena, and still it's Josh Kerr. Andrew Asagi looking for some running room on the inside, and Bottrill's gone down, and Copeland stepped on the inside as well. And as can so often happen, it's happened to Lermont before. 800 metre running can contain skirmishes, and suddenly Josh Kerr found himself out front, but he's treading water, and now Lermont, his countryman, and Asagi could strike too. It's all up for grabs in the home straight. It's Lermont. Here comes Asagi down the outside. Lermont will hold on. Guy Lermont gets there. 1:46.90 from Asagi. Copeland was finishing like a train, as he did last year here. Goodness me, Alex Bottrill had run so strongly for about, 650 metres, and then it just all concertinaed up on the inside. Went wrong for him. We talked about Guy Lermont being back in shape. He says he's feeling some of the best he ever has coming into this year, and the Scotsman on home soil after a tough year last year does the business today.
Well, this is the scenes with 200 metres to go, and we're just looking again. Alex Bottrill there in second place at that moment, and there was a collision between himself and Asagi. Piers Copeland actually had to go on the inside. Guy Lermont had to almost go into lane 3 there. And at this point, Kerr's just really treading water. He'd done all the hard work. At this point, you can see Asagi queuing on the shoulder of Guy Lermont. But once Guy Lermont saw that finish line, he just had to work. He just can see him here pumping his arms like he's never pumped those arms before. He can sense the victory. Asagi can sense it as well. But Lermont gets himself there. Actually a personal best, 1:46.90 from Guy Lermont, and let's be honest, he had to run a long way round as well, all the way round the outside, but not the race we wanted to see. Alex Bottrill did amazing there to make sure that he finished the race, and we knew it was going to be a cracker. It was a cracker, but we wanted everyone to stay on their feet. It did alter the result, in the positions of the medals for sure.
Well, as you mentioned there, PB for Lermont rounded down, in fact, to 46.89 in the end. Asagi 46.98. And at Copeland, who, as you say, they took about 4 or 5 steps on the infield, didn't he, coming round that final bend. We'll come back to that in a second, but Lermont is the champion. Last 3 jumps of the triple. Awafo has lost his lead to Puplampu while that was going on in the men's 800. The defending champion produced 16.21 from nowhere. Awafo in the final round. And that looks good as well. He gets the white flag for Awafo, so that could be an immediate response, having just lost his lead. 16.21 Puplampu had gone out to take the lead. He'd been in 6th position all afternoon, Puplampu, until round 6. Can Awafo from Harrow. 16.21 is where the lead stands. He's looking at the monitor. You'll see it when he sees it. Nervous times for Awafo. Oh, 16.18 is agonising. It's a lifetime best, but it won't be the gold. It will be at the moment the silver medal, but there are 2 athletes still to come. Jonathan Alori and Julian Reid, who's currently in the bronze medal position, can still affect things here. Well, this triple jump's as thrilling as the 800 was, Jenny Meadows. So it's all happening all of a sudden.
This is what happens, isn't it? It just kicks off after the halfway stage, and we saw some really exciting events. We saw that men's long jump yesterday. We saw the women's long jump, obviously, yesterday as well, when the positions altered in the last round, similar to the women's triple jump today, and it's all happening in this last round as well.
Jonathan Alori finished 4th last year at these championships. He's currently in 4th position here in the final round of the triple. He's at 15.88 is his best. Bronze sits at 16.08. Here goes Alori in the final round. Way behind the board. Again out towards 16 metres, and Jonathan Alori as we saw yesterday with Dan Bramble bouncing out the pit in the last round of the long jump. Hazza Laurie got himself in the medal shake-up there. Needs 16.08 or further.
Well, it seems to suggest that he thinks he has.
Oh, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete waits for that measurement. Oh, just like a WIFO. It's agonisingly short. A PB, but 16.06. And it's not to be for Jonathan Laurie, fourth for the second year in a row. One jump to come. Julian Reid. He's won this 5 times, a British title. He's currently in the bronze medal position with 16 metres and 8 centimetres. Silver sits with Efia Wifo at 16 metres and 18. Men's high jump, by the way, to come shortly. 16.21. The lead sits with Michael Puplampu. And this is the jump that will confirm the medal positions in the men's triple. The experienced 31-year-old Julian Reid, European bronze medalist, in bronze here. Can he improve that? Not with that one. That's going to be a red flag. So Julian Reid ends with a foul. It is bronze for him on this occasion. So Julian Reid, 16.08 in bronze. Efia Wifo takes the silver with 16 metres 18. And the winner, he'll know where he pulled it from. It's a surprise the way the competition had gone. With 16 metres 21, Michael Puplampu, who wins for the second year in a row. Well, what a performance that was, Jen. We saw yesterday late drama in the triple with Dan Bramble regaining his title, and Puplampu there, well, when it mattered, the heat was on, found something.
Yeah, he did, and I think that's just, you know, testimony to the sort of character that he is. We talk about these championship performers who can pull it out when the pressure is on, and he certainly fits that equation.
And back again in Glasgow, and we have seen you've had high moments, you've had low moments here, so what was it like today?
So there we crown our champion. He gets the official SPAR British champion bid, Michael Puplampu. 2 years in a row. Last year he beat Nathan Douglas and Nathan Fox to the title. Well, Nathan Douglas wasn't here. Nathan Fox finished in 5th position. But congratulations to Puplampu. Athletes getting ready, by the way, for the women's 1500 metres final, which is coming up right now. About an hour or so of action left here at the SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships. That's the first page of starters. And there are the rest. Here comes the field then. Beth Kidger, drawn at 10 on the outside. Alongside her, Holly Archer. Sophie Crumley ran really well in the heat yesterday for Reading, drawn at 9. Sabrina Sinha, a junior international, British University silver medalist last year. Sabrina Sinha for Cambridge Harriers. Isabel Cotham of Wolverhampton, British University's indoor finalist. Scottish support for the Scottish champion, Jenny Selman of Fife AC. 5 years apart, her Scottish titles. And then one of the bright rising talents of Scottish distance running, Eloise Walker, training partner of Laura Muir and Gemma Reekie, with Andy Young right here at the Emirates Arena. Bit of confusion, the introductions in the arena here. That's why the athletes were looking at each other. Ty Brockley Langford, we had quite a few of her supporters yesterday for Salford Harriers. She was drawn at 3, the Northern champion. Kate Seary for Cardiff. And on the inside, Jackie Fairchild of Preston.
7.5 laps, 10 women for the 1500 metre title.
7.5 laps for the British title in the women's 1500 metres. Well, yesterday in the heats we saw the likes Jenny Meadows of Archer and Kidger to the fore, but Eloise Walker certainly here, having broken Gemma Reekie's under-20 records already this winter, are looking for a first British senior title as well.
Yeah, it's nice to actually see Eloise going over the shorter distance, the 1500 metres. She broke that British record, Scottish record, of course, of Gemma Reekie's over the 3000 metres. real good exponent on the cross country as well. So really looking forward to seeing how she goes here. But we must give a shout out there for Ty Brockley-Langford. She's just absolutely decided, maybe she saw the women's 3,000 metres earlier and thought, I'm having none of this, I've come to run a quick time. So she puts herself to the front, 35 seconds through that first 200 metres.
Just 17 years of age, the Salford Harrier, the chasing pack headed by Kidger from Archer. And then Fairchild, Jenny Selman in about 5th position at the moment from Cotham. And Eloise Walker at the moment is happy to be settled, as she was in the heat yesterday, right at the back of the field in this early stages.
Yeah, really interesting tactics. And I don't think Ty Brockley-Langford's too far ahead at the moment. I can just see Holly Archer there just trying to decide, you know, do I reel her in yet or do I let her get a little bit further away? So just coming through to 400 metres, 71.25 seconds. So nice consistent pace at the moment.
Eloise Walker there in the white of Edinburgh AC, 2 from the back. Crumley of Reading at the moment is at the back of the field, but as they come through with 1,000 metres to run, still Brockley-Langford leading the field from Kidger and Archer and Jackie Fairchild, formerly of Trafford of course, but competing for Preston these days. Coached by Helen Clitheroe, your old pal Jen.
Yeah, I saw Helen downstairs earlier and she was looking forward to this one. Really competitive, isn't it? You know, everyone's still there at this moment. It's one of the events where you think, oh, I wonder who'll get on the podium at this one. I mean, there is some people, Holly Archer, she looked good yesterday in qualification for me. She's got a good kick finish as well. Been running really well on the road over 10K, and she's still running really well over the 15 indoors. Kidger's there at the moment. Jackie Fairchild, she has medalled at this championships in previous years. On personal best outdoors, Jackie has got the superior time, but I thought Holly Archer did look very good yesterday. And Eloise Walker just tucked in, maybe just towards the back of the pack at the moment, but yeah, just abundance of riches of endurance talent in this field.
And as you say, that Eloise Walker just got herself a little bit closer. She could probably see in front of her Holly Archer now, just starting to make inroads on that lead from Brockley-Langford. Fairchild tracking Archer pretty closely, Kidger on the curb, and Selman tucked in behind that leading group in 5th. Walker's now up to 6th with Sinha 7th, then Cotham and Crumley at the back of the field at the moment. They came through on that occasion with 3 laps still to go.
Yeah, they're approaching 1,000 metres now. We'll get the time at 1,000 metres. Just 5 laps to go now. 2.5 laps to go now, should I say?
3 minutes, 0.60 at the 1,000 metre mark then. So things just starting to concertina up in behind the long-time leader, or the full-time leader, Ty Brockley-Langford.
She's done a great job, hasn't she? She's got them moving at least.
So Kate Seary is the one who's just off the back of the main group at the moment, but in behind now, starting to bunch up and everyone's starting to get a little bit closer. Eloise Walker's not in a great position at the moment, trapped on the curb in about 6th or 7th position. She'll need to get herself out of there, but things, as we've seen, can often change. We've seen people as Brockley-Langford starts to get overhauled by those around them, and Holly Archer, as she comes round into the home straight to take the bell, now is laying it down. Yeah,
Holly Archer looked like this was her plan. She took it on from 350 metres. Jackie Fairchild in 2nd place. She has got a 2:02 800 metre personal best. And Jenny Selman there in 3rd place, a former 800 metre runner. She's going to have the speed. And I'm just seeing now Eloise Walker working really hard. She's fighting against Kidger there.
So as they come around with 100 metres left to go, it's Holly Archer from Fairchild, Selman in 3rd, Walker really battling to get herself on terms as well. Kidger battling for the bronze, but it's Holly Archer. They're coming up towards the line, very tight for the bronze and silver in behind, but Holly Archer is the champion. Selman right there with Fairchild. That'll be a photo for silver. Selman was finishing the quicker. Fairchild has given absolutely everything there, but Holly Archer in 4:22 dead is the women's 1,500 metres champion.
Yeah, I think if we did have to pick a favourite beforehand, it probably would have been Archer. She does have a good personal best. She did look really good yesterday in those qualification rounds, and I'm sure Jackie Fairchild will be delighted to get on the podium, and fantastic there for Jenny Selman as well.
Well, on our computer here, Jenny Selman has been given the 2nd spot, as you can see it there, just in the end with that storming finish down the outside, taking it for Fife. And Jackie Fairchild takes the bronze. PB for Selman, 4:22.57. Beth Kidger just squeezed out of it with 4:22.75, a PB. And Eloise Walker in the end didn't have that turn of foot and what became a real tear up over that last 200 metres, Jenny.
Yeah, but personal best all around here. We're looking at Holly Archer taking the win there. Jenny Selman, personal best, 4:22.57. Jackie Fairchild, season's best, but we can see all those PBs for the rest of the field almost.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 800
Well,
metres.
we weren't disappointed by what we expected to be a thrilling men's 800 metres, that is for sure. As we see Mark Monroe, Chief Executive of Scottish Athletics, down there to present the prizes. So for the second year in a row, Piers Copeland finds himself on the bronze medal rostrum here at these championships. 1500 metres last year. And once again for the young athlete from Wimborne down in Dorset, who's coached by Bob Smith. Trains at Cardiff Met Uni these days as well. This is Piers Copeland. Andrew Asagi, great to see him back. We saw a great run from him in midweek in the in Europe over the 1000 metres. Didn't quite have it in the end as he tried to challenge the man who finds himself back on top of the podium, Guy Learmonth, for Lasswade and for Scotland, his 9th British Indoor Championship medal and his 3rd title. He now becomes the most successful male 800 metres champion athlete in the history of the Indoor Championships, going past Martin Steele, who also won 8 medals over the 800 metres.
Well, it was a good race, wasn't it? It promised so much. I've got to say, Piers Copeland as well. He got a personal best, 1:47.21. He was only 3/10 away from actually claiming the victory, and he went up the banking, didn't he? And he actually, he was off the inside, wasn't he? He was off the inside, and he wasted quite a lot of time there. So it really knocked his momentum, and you know, I would love to have seen that race without that fall. I wonder what we could have seen.
Just give us from a technical point of view there, because people will be saying, well, hang on a minute, he stepped on the inside for quite a few steps there. From a rules point of view, give us the view on that.
He didn't. Obviously, it's the shorter routes, but he gained absolutely no advantage. He was almost stationary. He almost had to stop, wait till he could get, find his momentum again, and then step back onto the track. So, yeah, that was a great performance for him, and we are normally used to seeing him over the 1500 metres, of course.
Yeah, just an explanation for those who you've seen people probably be disqualified in the past for putting a foot on the infield or something. No advantage gained at all there by Copeland, as Jenny said, who nearly came absolutely to a standstill after that collision between Asagi and Bottrell. But here we see the triple jump medals given out. Julian Reid gets his bronze medal for his 16:08 performance in round 3. Thanks, by the way, to Jill Bartlett, who's used the hashtag SPAR British Champs on Twitter to thank us for the coverage. James Peacock says great to hear from Jasmine Sawyers and Abia Rosaru on commentary as well, who gave us their expertise on the horizontal jumps. Efe Owefo taking the silver medal. Thanks to Crafty Kinney on Twitter as well. Loving the streaming, she says, from the champs today. Enjoying while I'm knitting. People were knitting yesterday watching this as well. Well, Michael Poplampu managed to knit together a performance exactly when he needed it this afternoon. The final round, he was down in 6th position for the large majority of the competition, but with 16 metres 21, Poplampu, for the 2nd year in succession, is the British Indoor Champion. Backstreet Boys. I don't think the Backstreet Boys have been on Twitter to us. I think they've got better things to do. And the Backstreet Boys have been on to us saying, great coverage this afternoon. It's perfection, they say. Full field coverage and great commentators. That's very kind. The Backstreet Boys. Embarrassing to read that out, isn't it? I should have stopped halfway through that one. It's like retweeting praise, isn't it? Reading out praise. As we see the medals about to be given out. Fife AC have been on Twitter as well, congratulating Jenny Selman for the silver medal that we're about to see presented as well. Jacob Howe's been on Twitter shouting out Jenny Selman. City of Salisbury Running Club as well. Lovely to see Verity Ockenden get a silver at the British Champs as well. Just going through some of your tweets there. I'll come back to them in a second as we see those medalists for the women's 1500 metres. What are you saying? Well, could we have seen more of the 3K rather than the triple jump? Just to let you know, in terms of our camera, we are restricted at times here with the layout of the cameras and things, so we can't always cut to absolutely everything that we want to at every single time. We simply don't have the international world feed broadcast camera level. So for those of you saying, can't we see more of this, can't we see more of that, we are bringing you absolutely everything we can with the technical facilities that we've got available here, which have been superb from our team led by Pete Hussey and the team from Creative Technology, providing you with what hopefully you agree is the best quality pictures and production that we've ever managed to have. I'm just telling you, Moya, that we're doing this with 4 cameras, and a full world broadcast apparently normally would add over 20. So hopefully that just gives you an idea of the level of coverage that Pete and the team have been able to bring you today with what we have available. I think you'll agree it's been superb, and certainly for myself and Jenny, it's been making life a lot easier to be able to pop round and see everything as we congratulate Holly Archer on her title in the women's 1500 metres.
It was a great competition, wasn't it? That women's 1500 metres. I enjoyed it very much. All 3 women, lots of smiles on their faces as they're put with the Union Jack flag behind them. I've got a quick shout out if I can, Chris. Steve Hatton, he said he's watching our coverage by the pool in Gran Canaria.
Oh,
good
naughty.
for you, Steve.
That's naughty. Don't like the sound of that. Nikki Faulkner on Twitter, thanks for yours, says, why is it not possible to split the screen so we can see track and field? Come on now, Nikki, you're asking a lot of us here. Goodness me. If we had £1 million budget, we could probably come round and do it in your living room for you. But yes, no, we are doing absolutely what we can. Rob on Twitter, thanks for your text as well. And people enjoying it, as you say, but Gran Canaria, North Carolina, Colombia, all over the place. Here live with myself, Chris Temple and Jenny Meadows. With special guests today, we've had all of them. Abby Rosaru, Jazz Sawyers, Tom Bosworth, all popping up to join us here as well. And lots of you athletes I know watching a lazy Sunday afternoon. Maybe it's the rest day for a lot of you, I'm sure, today, watching the athletics. As we pick up the women's 200 metres final. Rebecca Jego has lane 6, which could be big. Amma Pippi, UK ranking leader for Enfield and Haringey, goes in lane number 5. As we mentioned earlier on, more of a specialist in the 400 metres these days, but certainly plenty of speed. Jasmine Moss at Gateshead, the British Universities champion we just saw. Rebecca Matheson of Scotland. From Aberdeen, Robert Gordon University, I know we'll be supporting her. Scottish Students champ. Mika Moore, who ran such a hard race earlier on from the inside to get herself in as one of the time qualifiers. The Winter Olympian in the women's bobsleigh. And the field completed by Victoria Park, City of Glasgow, the home favourite, Chloe Lambert. Just 1 lap of the 200 metres for the women's title. Well, Amma Pippi probably the favourite for this. She only finished 6th in the final last year, but as you can see, she's already gone tearing out past Jego down the back straight. Mika Moore running exactly as she did in the heat earlier on, but has it absolutely all to do from the inside. But it's Amma Pippi who's dominating at this stage. The battle will be on for the medals in behind Amma Pippi, but she's coming up to take the title with ease here. Amma Pippi by yards, as the saying once went. The silver goes to Jasmine Moss of Gateshead, and Rebecca Jego of Colchester from the outside takes the bronze. Amma Pippi with 23.24, taking the best part of a 10th of a second off her previous best.
Well, she looked majestic, didn't she? And when you actually put that stat of she finished 6th last year, I'm looking at that and thinking, how? You know, how can someone improve so much in a year, or more a case of probably underperformed last year, because she's a real quality athlete. Really glad that you gave a shout out as well to Mika Moore. You know, she did incredibly well from lane 2. Here's the full result. It's even been brought down by another 100th for Amma Pippi. She takes that title in 23.23 seconds. Jasmine Moss in 2nd and Rebecca Jego in 3rd.
We talk about the depth in 400 metres with the likes of relay squad members, the likes of Jessie Knight and some of the hurdlers as well. Amma Pippi is going to be another name to add into that mix over 400, isn't she, this summer coming up?
Yeah, she is, and we've already seen Jessie Knight, just really break through so many barriers, and looking forward to seeing that one.
This is Tom Gale in the high jump, who goes over 2:24 at the second attempt, the man who already has the Olympic standard of 2:33. So we have the opportunity now to bring you some high jump coverage. Let me tell you exactly how things stand. Tom Gale is the leader currently with that clearance at 2 metres and 24. David Smith currently sits in 2nd position. His second attempt is just coming up. And, in fact, he's level with Chris Baker, who's also got a second attempt coming up at 2:24, tied for second. And Chris Candu, currently in fourth position, is out actually of the competition after 3 failures at 2:20. Dominic Ogbekci failed 3 times at 2:15, the very talented teenager. So the medal positions actually are already decided. Gale, Baker and Smith will fill those medal positions. But here's the Scotsman David Smith with his second attempt at 2:24. And he follows Gale in going clear.
Oh, he liked that one, didn't he? Give it a bit of a punch in the air. Always good to perform really well in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, it's been a good day for Scotland so far, hasn't it? With the likes of Guy Learmonth and Andrew Murphy, as we mentioned earlier on. So 2 clear out of 2 at 2:24. The third athlete to take his second attempt will be Chris Baker, the defending champion, 3 times a national champion. Also indoors in 2016 and outdoors in 2018, as well as this championship last year in Birmingham. And Baker here at 2:24. His best this year in 4 competitions has been 2:20. He's actually ranked number 3 all-time in Great Britain, Chris Baker, with a 2:36 performance in the Czech Republic. And I thought he was going to go clear as well there, but just nudged it off with his calves on the way past. So Chris Baker will need a third attempt there, and that now puts him clear in third position with that extra failure. And David Smith and Tom Gale now tied for the lead with their clearances.
Yeah, I can remember when Chris Baker went over that 2:36, and I think he was as surprised as anybody else. And I think sometimes when you jump, you know, a couple of heights higher than you've ever jumped, it almost took him a little bit of time to catch up with himself, and that was back in 2016. That remains his indoor and outdoor actually personal best, but he's right up there on the British all-time list. Is it Steve Smith with the 2:37?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, 2:36 is 7 centimetres higher than he's jumped at any other time. So it just shows you can pull it out in one competition, but all of a sudden it is hard sometimes to live up to that and follow that. 2:29 is his next best performance after that 2:36. 4th here at the European Indoors last year, Chris Baker. Again, he's had some good domestic competition from the likes of Tom Gale and from David Smith, and of course previous years from Robbie Grabarts as well. He'll certainly be the likes of 17-year-old Dominic Ogbekci coming up in the ranks as well, who I'm sure will be disappointed to go out at 2:10 today, because he took silver last year here with 2:18 did Ogbekci.
Yeah, he struggled with injury last year, and he was trying to combine the long jump and the high jump. And I remember at the European Juniors, he was looking at the timetable to see whether he could do both, but in the end he ended up actually being injured and didn't even travel to that championship. So really just nice to see him back fit and healthy, and hopefully can find his form as the season progresses.
Yeah, an unbelievable athlete over so many wins, schools titles at 100 and 200 and all sorts, isn't he, Dominic Ogbekci? He really is a very multi-talented young man. But Chris Baker, it's now crunch time for him. Third attempt at 2:24. So no improvement on his bronze medal position for Chris Baker, who registers a clearance at 2:20. And that's a slightly protracted reaction on the bed there. Will make us think that hasn't gone the way he thought it might in his mind when he was mentally rehearsing this morning.
Yeah, we've not seen some of the heights in the women's high jump that we expected, and I think this men's equivalent is going the same way, unfortunately.
So that bar in the men's high jump will now go up to 2:27 with Tom Gale and David Smith still in the competition. Back on track. We just saw the women's one-lap final, and this is the men's equivalent now, starting with Nicholas Price in lane 6. Andrew Morgan Harrison, European leader with 20.66. Hull University student Ben Snaith, Newham Essex Beagles. His clubmate, nice little wink for his fans around the country. His clubmate Michael Paplampu just taking the gold in the triple. Regan O'Connell, who's on the outside in the earlier rounds. These athletes, remember, if you're joining us late, have already been through 2 rounds today to get to this final. Andre Wright, Medway and Maidstone. Goes in 2, and right on the inside will be Coventry's Morgan Ahmed. So Morgan Harrison in the white from the preferred lane of 5. The favourite for this one. So right from the outside, Nicholas Price is going to sense Andrew Morgan Harrison right on his inside, that is for sure. Morgan Harrison just about the leader at this stage. Outside him, Price with a threat coming from Snaith in the yellow from Newham and Essex Beagles. But it's Morgan Harrison, not like he's going to pull up there. He just manages to keep going, Andrew Morgan Harrison. Well, he's holding his hamstring for the last 50 metres. Well, he just about clung on Andrew Morgan Harrison. It looked like the bits were falling apart and he was about to unravel at the crucial moment. But he dug in mentally and physically and just about managed to keep it together till the line. He'll be hurting now, but he'll have a gold medal for that pain.
Wow, I can't believe what we've just witnessed actually there. What a brave young man. I was really impressed actually with Nicholas Price. He really got out, and on the previous 2 heats that we've seen, the heat and the semi, we've just seen Andrew Morgan Harrison eat that person up on his outside. But just at this point now, when we thought he was going to come into his own, we saw him grimace, we saw him touch his hamstring, he thought about it, he pushed on again, and then he actually just crossed the line with his hand really just cupping his hamstring there. And he is up, he is walking about, but wow, someone who can run 21.21 seconds having a real problem with his hamstring there. I think it was more just cramp than anything else, because he is walking around, he doesn't look too ginger there. Luckily, his coach is also a physio, so Alex O'Gorman is here, he'll sort it.
Well, goodness me, if anybody's ever won a British title across the line while holding their hamstring, I would be surprised, wouldn't you? I mean, that's it's unorthodox, but...
Especially from 50 metres out.
Yes.
You know, the final few metres when you can just get to the line, fair enough. But, yeah, he's delighted. I mean, what a step up in form and quality that he's had this year. And it shows how much he wanted it. He just made sure he got himself to that line, because he just came here in the shape of his life. He was expected to win that British title, and just really nice scenes that he is walking off, and he doesn't look like he's holding that hamstring now, so maybe just a touch of cramp more than anything else.
It's just the split second there, isn't it? As we see Tom Gale, the split second where you suddenly realise coming around the bend that your hamstring is either cramping up or feeling a bit of a twinge. So to think, uh-oh, it's gone, then you reach down, but then you think, actually, no, I'm going to carry on because I can win the gold medal here.
Yeah.
Goodness,
What
in the blink of an eye, yeah. Here's Tom Gale, 2:27.
Oh. And it was a good one, wasn't it? Good clearance. He's just been so consistent this year. His season's best, obviously, is 2:33, but he's done a 2:28, a 2:30, a 2:31, a 2:33. These are at 4 different competitions, and he's already gone over 2:27 here.
Thanks to Philip King on Twitter, by the way, for your words on Twitter as well. Judith Gooding's been on to congratulate Verity Ockenden as well. Lots of you tweeting with the official hashtag SPAR British Champs, which is also the hashtag to scroll through all the British athletics social media and videos and results and everything else that the top team here are putting up for you. The place to I guess have everything in one place when you're looking to review the championships. Lolita Byfield-Moore has been on as well to say thanks for your support with Mika. 2 brilliant 200 runs. We're really pleased with the weekend as we see David Smith, not quite clear, 2:27 at the first time.
Yeah, it was an equal card, wasn't it, until then. Tom Gale's gone clear at the first time at 2:27. Smith, therefore, will have to go to get 2:27 on his second occasion. Or he might actually choose to surpass that and go to 2:30, try to get that advantage over Gale, but let's see.
Cherry Alexander is back on medal presenting duties down there.
Looked like she knew we were talking about it, didn't it?
I did like, yeah. Major events director, of course, for British Athletics. Spence Nathan Newham back on the podium at Club from East London. And Essex, of course, by the fact they've got Essex in their title. The Newham and Essex Beagles. From the West Midlands, Nicholas Price from Royal Sutton Coldfield is the silver medalist here in the men's 200 metres. The women's 800, by the way, is next on track. And Andrew Morgan Harrison, now how's your hamstring to climb onto a podium? Goodness me. It's all right. Left leg up first, take the weight. But great run. He's been in great form this winter. And I guess for him, knowing the form he was in, this will be the #1 target to come here and make sure you crown off his indoor season, really, by taking the title. Probably didn't expect it to end the way it did in the last 50 metres, but tell you what, as we said, mental and physical fortitude there in spades for Andrew Morgan Harrison. That's the situation then in the men's high jump. You can see some of the athletes earlier on and how they performed. But this is David Smith of Scotland, Commonwealth Games representative, of course, last time out for Scotland. 2:23 recently was his best indoors for 5 years in Athlone. He's improved on that today with 2:24. Can he go higher? Second attempt. Oh, close.
Oh, on other occasions that would have stayed on, wouldn't it?
What, occasions when he didn't hit the bar or something? No, you're right. That was a wobbler, wasn't it? That could have gone either way. So Smith will have one more attempt to deny Tom Gale the gold. Tom Gale, of course, we were talking to Jasmine Soyes earlier on and Abby Rosery about having the Olympic standard and that being a real weight off your shoulders. Tom Gale has the Olympic standard.
Yeah, he just needs to look after himself, doesn't he, now? He just needs to make sure he goes back into that winter rebuild where he'll just get a little bit more kind of power in the gym, work a little bit more technical, and yeah, he just needs to finish top 2 at trials, and hopefully a place on that on the flight is his.
So on track, it's the women's 400 metres. 6 athletes line up. We meet them from the outside, starting with Ellie Baker. European under-23 silver medalist. Fastest qualifier. Keely Hodgkinson, the European junior record holder. Just 17 years of age, coached by Trevor Painter for Lee Harriers with strong assistance from Jenny Meadows alongside me. Philippa Millage, who actually yesterday in the semi-final broke the British over 30 female 35 record, 2:05.7. The Victoria Park City of Glasgow athlete. Mari Smith for Birchfield, a European indoor finalist here. Silver medal last year behind Chelena Oscan-Clark. Emily Simpson ran a terrific race yesterday to get her place in the final, a PB in the semi yesterday. The British University silver medalist. Coached by Jamie Russell, the Sheffield athlete, and Vari Hendry, silver medalist in 2018, world indoor representative. Hails from Hamilton, just outside Glasgow, just down the road. 4 laps then, the women's 800 final. So Keely Hodgkinson, just 17 years of age. How is she going into this one, Jenny?
Really confident, actually, and we were wondering what was going to happen in this race. We talked about maybe her taking it out or what she would do, and we actually really complimented the lady who's gone to the front here, Emily Smith. She was really, really brave yesterday. You know, she took it on yesterday and she was rewarded with a personal best. Emily Simpson, should I say, and she's done the same today, and, you know, good on her. I think a lot of the women behind her will be really pleased. 30.06 seconds.
So the leader at this stage is Emily Simpson. Mari Smith just being passed by Keely Hodgkinson in second. Philippa Millage is taking the wide course around the outside of Ellie Baker, and Vari Hendry at the moment at the back of the field. But Emily Simpson, the most inexperienced, but obviously Hodgkinson at 17, but she's already proved herself to be a top-level performer, taking Kirsty Wade's long-standing European junior record. And here comes Hodgkinson now moving towards the front as they hit the halfway point, coming up on the shoulder of Simpson at 61.75.
Yeah, we had conversations yesterday. Does she go from the front or does she wait a little moment? And, you know, she wanted to go from the very beginning, but my advice was don't do that. You've never done that and ran at this sort of standard before. She's some really good girls who she's got to contend with. Mari Smith in second place there, and we've got a faller, and it's Ellie Baker.
So Ellie Baker just had a heels clip there off the back of that field, so she's out of contention now. David Smith out of the high jump at 2:27, so Tom Gale has won that. They come round to take the bell. It's Hodgkinson now challenged by Mari Smith. Millage is in third. Vari Hendry's got to come from a long way back here, and going backwards at the moment is Emily Simpson, but it's Hodgkinson, the 17-year-old, the European age group medalist on 2 occasions, who's laying it down to the rest of the field here. Mari Smith, the Birchfield Harrier, second at this championships last year, currently in second position, but Keely Hodgkinson at the moment has the advantage, coming round into the home straight, looking to win her first British senior title. Mari Smith still sticks to the task, but it's going to be Hodgkinson. Wins it 2:04.33. She is the British champion, the Lee Harrier from Mari Smith, and Philippa Millage takes the bronze medal. But as far as racecraft and tactics and everything else go, Coach Meadows alongside is delighted, and so is Keely Hodgkinson, who finds herself a British senior champion at the age of just 17.
Oh, you know, I wouldn't have been brave enough or good enough at that age either to just go out there. And, you know, she did actually just want to go out and just run a quick time. And she said, if I manage to do that, the other girls will have to work hard to beat me. And I did think Keely would have won the title. Mari Smith's a really strong competitor. She was second here last year. She made that European indoor final. Really disappointing to see that Ellie Baker, you know, she fell, but very much like Alex Botchell, she got herself up, she finished the race. It's a shame that she couldn't contend, but I just run out of words to talk about Keely Hodgkinson. If I had to pick one, fierce. She is just not scared of anything, and training's been going really well. She's definitely in 2-minute shape. She's run a 2:1.1 already, but she's really tactically astute, and I really think herself and Izzy Boffey, a couple of years older, they were gold and bronze last year at the European Juniors. I think these two ladies can work really hard the next few, you know, a whole decade, and just really push each other well under 2 minutes. And I'm really looking forward to watching both of those young athletes develop.
Well, well done, Coach Meadows, and Coach Painter, if he's watching on from the England Age Group Champs down in Sheffield. Keely Hodgkinson, we just saw a brief shot there of Philippa Millage joining in for a photo. Keely Hodgkinson, 17, Philippa Millage, 39.
She's amazing, isn't she? And I sent her a quick message yesterday to say, how amazing is that? I mean, I'm 38, 2:05.7 that she did yesterday. Not a chance.
Well, great performance from Philippa Millage to take bronze here on her home track in Glasgow as well. So we have one more track event to come. That's the men's 1500 metres final shortly. The athletes just out on track warming up. But that is your high jump champion in the men's event, Tom Gale. David Smith takes the silver with 2:24, and Chris Baker is booked for the bronze. But Tom Gale is going higher. The bar is now at 2 metres and 32.
Let's get behind our new champion in the men's high jump. This final piece of field event action here over the weekend.
European under-23 silver medalist last year, Tom Gale. He's already set 3 personal bests this winter, improving from 2:28 to 2:30. To 2:33, not to be 2:32 on that occasion.
Second attempt shortly.
So confirmation there of the 1-2-3 in the women's 800 metres.
800 metres.
I love that. Keely didn't even know where to stand. In the middle, Keely,
Yeah.
you won.
Which one's number one? Ian Beattie will be presenting the medals.
Bronze medalist representing Victoria Park, Philippa Millage.
Philippa Millage still contesting British senior medals at 39. I think you jacked it in too early, Jen. You're only, as you said, you're only 38.
Mari Smith.
Keely Hodgkinson's a bit too quick for you, eh? That's why you jacked it in.
Absolutely.
Mari Smith takes the silver, as she did last year.
Gold medalist at 2020.
And congratulations to the Lee Harrier, Keely Hodgkinson,
Keely Hodgkinson.
who takes the title just about with the race in her legs, able to get out on top of that podium.
Well, I know a Lee Harrier will never have won a British indoor title. I don't even need to look at the record books for that. Lee Harriers is a great club. Lots of them do cross country as well. This is the first indoor season Keely's ever done in her life. So 3rd competition and the British senior champion. She could have been down the road, well, long way down the road in Sheffield, doing the junior equivalent. One of her training partners, Steffi Moss, won that one. So coach is definitely happy this weekend.
You can always tell the notoriety, or guess, or the appeal of a particular athlete, because while they're having their medal ceremonies here, the press deck just to our left here, they sometimes one or two of them, they go down to the mix zone, which is where they get their quotes from athletes afterwards. I haven't seen that many go down en masse, but I saw about 5 of them suddenly get their recorders and go downstairs waiting for Keely Hodgkinson to come out. Easy for me to say after 2 days of this. Keely Hodgkinson to hear what she had to say about that. Have you done her media training yet as well?
Yes, we have. We've done some media training. She gives some good interviews, actually, so really good. She's a member of the British Athletics Futures plan. I'll give them a little bit of a speech here, but yeah, we train them with all those sorts of things. So yeah, hopefully she'll do us credit down there.
So here's Tom Gale at 2 metres and 32 for the second time, already the champ. Not this time for Tom Gale. What we have seen is athletes here in this situation where they have won the event, put the bar up to new personal bests and things like that. But Tom Gale here, his personal best is 2:33, which he jumped in Hustopets this winter. So I guess he's just going for a more natural progression rather than chasing to anything too outlandish. He'll know the sort of shape he's in.
Yeah, I think if he can get 2:32, it's another, level of consistency again. He's been peppering that 2:30 mark all during the indoor season, so definitely all about consistency at this stage.
So he's got 3 minutes to recover before that final jump.
Tom Gale, this men's high jump.
1,500 metres still to come. Don't forget, you can watch all of this action back, by the way, on the BBC iPlayer. Yesterday's coverage is there for you. It's going to be there for about a month or so, so if you have got any athletes who have been involved today, or just want to watch the coverage, maybe you missed something a little bit earlier on, then that is where you'll be able to find it as we come towards the end of our championships here in Glasgow.
I don't know what happened there. Seemed surprised at something. He said, wow.
Still in situ.
Yeah, I'm looking at the jump clock, and that's still got 2 minutes on it, so I'm not sure what he's... Oh, he's asking for the crowd support. He doesn't need the 2 minutes. He's going straight for it here. He's already won the gold. 2:32 for Tom Gale.
2 metres and 32 the gold medalist in the high jump.
6th on the all-time list in Great Britain. Equal world leader this year with 2 metres 23 coming into this weekend. Here he goes, Tom Gale at the final time. Oh, he nearly got it. It's gold anyway for Tom Gale. 2:27 goes down as his winning mark.
2 metres and 27. SPAR British Athletics Indoor men's high jump champion Tom Gale.
I think with the form he's shown over the winter, he probably was the expected gold medalist in that as well. Although David Smith had refound his form coming into this as well. So if Tom Gale wasn't on the money today, then the likes of David Smith could well have capitalised. But to the form book, Tom Gale takes it.
It was a good competition, wasn't it? Chris Baker, obviously Tom Gale as well, and Smith. It was probably the 3 athletes that we expected to get on that podium.
So just one event left. The athletes are on the start line. We'll be meeting them very shortly indeed. I'm going to get Jenny to think about her performance at the championships in a moment as well. She's not allowed to say Keely Hodgkinson because that's too biased, even if you think it.
I wouldn't say it.
We'll come back to that very shortly. We'll close off with that as well. Your view is very welcome as well. Hashtag SPAR British Champs if you want to pass on your performance of the tournament. That's the first page of starters. There's the rest. In the men's 1,500 metres, there are 10 who go. There we go. Jonathan Kay, right on the outside, was actually the fastest qualifier with a 3:50.36 in his semi-final. Finds himself on the outside. John Ashcroft from Leeds City. Michael Ferguson for Aberdeen, the Scottish bronze medalist here for Banchory Stonehaven Club, as well as Aberdeen University. Also Scottish interest for Stephen Mackay of Inverness, who set a PB in the semi-final, as did Blake Moore. 3rd fastest qualifier for Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow with 3:50.43. James McRae of Hallamshire Harriers in Sheffield. Then comes George Mills, who set a PB of 3:39.25, ranked number 3, the European Youth Champion from back in 2016. The man from Harrogate who now competes for Brighton Phoenix under the tutelage of John Bigg. James Hennigan, The James Thie athlete from down at Cardiff Met University, the British University silver medalist. Andrew Smith of Pudsey and Bramley in West Yorkshire. And on the inside, Tom Keane for Cambridge and Coleridge. The 18-year-old new GB junior record holder from this winter European Under-18 champion over 3K back in 2018. So Tom Keane is the, I guess, the rising star, similar to the Keely Hodgkinson kind of mould here, and they've both done it. Hawk a bit congested in the very early stages. It's gone. Tom Keane there was having to come to a halt nearly to get a bit of running room on the inside.
Yeah, Tom Keane's going really well during this indoor season. Got a British junior 1500 metre record indoors. That was in Vienna, the same venue where Keely Hodgkinson got her equivalent, and really interesting to see how this one unfolds. Really slow from the beginning, of course. We've seen quite a lot of the guys doing well just to stay on their feet there. It's a little bit cagey, isn't it? 34.6 seconds. I think the women's equivalent was only a second slower than that at that stage.
So it's Michael Ferguson of Aberdeen who leads them round after this first lap. Jonathan Kay on the inside, George Mills with the red bib, Tom Keane in the white on the inside, Mackay of Inverness in the yellow, then Smith of Pudsey and Bramley, McRae of Hallamshire, then comes Moore. One from the back is Ashcroft of Leeds City, and right at the back in this early stage is Hennigan of Cardiff. That's how they are formed up as they go down the back straight here.
I think it's worth mentioning George Mills. He was the European Under-18 800 metre champion. That was back in 2006. So he's had his first share of injuries. Got himself there with the Brighton crew now, enjoying his training. Looks really fit, looks really healthy. Stepped up to this 1500 metre distance, and I'm just wondering whether he can win his first British indoor national title.
Yeah, we think of that Brighton Phoenix distance squad of the likes of Spencer Thomas and, of course, Archie Davis, who's not here, and Charlie Deval-Grice, of course, as well, who's been in action on the indoor scene as well. But, yeah, George Mills moving down from North Yorkshire down to Brighton University and becoming part of that John Biggs setup, but it's still the athlete from right here in Scotland, Michael Ferguson of Aberdeen, who leads them round, followed by Mills and Tom Keane keeping close order on the inside in third ahead of Jonathan Kay.
Yeah, so they're coming round with 4 laps to go now, 800 metre remains, and they have started spreading out a little bit more. Everyone's got room to move now at least. Really good there as well. Looking at Andrew Smith, I was impressed with him yesterday in the heats, in the maroon and the red stripe there of Pudsey and Bramley. He's done well to make this final and going well at the moment.
So still Ferguson, who hasn't been headed at this stage, but George Mills now looms up on his shoulder. The top 4 or 5 now start to concertina up a little bit. Andrew Smith has made his way up to 4th now. Hennigan has come past runners and is now up into the top 6 as well in the blue and red. The tall athlete from South Wales. And now George Mills hits the front, and suddenly Tom Keane shadows him as they go past Ferguson, and Andrew Smith is going with him as well.
Yeah, George Mills has run a fantastic time already indoors, 3:39.25. That was here just last week at the Grand Prix in Glasgow, coming up with 2 laps to go.
400 to go. Mills leads from Keane, from Smith, from Hennigan and from Kay. That the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as they really do now start to string out as George Mills from Brighton Phoenix, a sub 340 runner this year, ranked number 3 coming in. And Mills really now is asking questions of the teenager Tom Keane. But Mills has opened up 4 or 5 metres all of a sudden now, and Tom Keane battling to hang on. Hennigan as well, bearing down on the athlete in second place. They take the bell in 3:23 there or thereabouts. Bit of pushing and shoving in behind as Andrew Smith got a nudge from Kay, but it's now the gap opening up further. Down the back straight for George Mills. Hennigan is closing on Tom Keane in that silver medal position, and right from the back of the field, Jonathan Kay of Bolton also is making ground towards the medal positions. But as they come round in the home straight in our final event of the 2020 SPAR British Athletics Indoor Championships, it is George Mills for Brighton Phoenix who takes the acclaim of the crowd. He wins it. Tom Keane gets the silver, and Jonathan Kay, what a performance on the final lap to overhaul Hennigan and take the bronze for Bolton.
That was an exciting one, wasn't it? And I think, you know, the quality athlete, we thought that George Mills would win that one. He has a far superior personal best than most of the rest of the field. Really good to see Tom Keane medal there as well. And what a run from Kay. With, you know, 200 metres to go, he was absolutely nowhere. But I think that's just one of those examples of never give up.
Well, he ran the same way yesterday, didn't he? Finished extremely strongly in the semi-final, Jonathan Kay, and doing the same, having that little bit of strength at the end there, rewards himself. Hennigan who sat in early on, was overhauled, just ran out of legs at the end there. But George Mills is the champion. Congratulations to him, taking the title ahead of Tom Keane. Much more to come from him, 3:52. So looking at the times, that early pace really there. I mean, all of the athletes there are capable of 10 seconds or more faster.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony.
Here are the medals for the men's high jump. We'll see all the medals handed out for our final couple of events here before we go off air and leave you. The time now is 4:30 or so. Chris Baker for Sale Harriers takes the plaudits as the bronze medal winner.
Silver medalist representing Gifford North AC, David Smith.
A Scottish medal for David Smith of Gifford North, taking the silver. And it will be Tom Gale confirmed as the champion. Based at Bath under the coaching of Dennis Doyle. And Tom Gale continues his fine form of this winter. The Olympic Games very much on his mind. All he's got to do now is, I say all he's got to do, finish in the top 2 at the Outdoor Championships at Sport City later on in the summer. So as we wait for the final presentation, Jen, which is going to be the men's 1500 metres, I'm going to nail you down for your performance of the championships, not just of the day, of the whole championships. You can name a couple if you want, but what have you got for us?
Oh, I didn't know I was allowed a couple.
Oh,
That would have been easier.
only one then, only one.
You did put me on the back
I could give you a men's
foot,
and a women's.
But really quickly, it became really obvious to me. I'm going to go for Amelia Strickler in the women's shot put. That was amazing for her to, win that title, equal Sophie's, British best indoors, and a huge personal best as well. And I just think that rivalry is really important between the two of them if they're trying to go to these international championships and make finals. So yeah, early on in the day, but Amelia Strickler would have it for me.
And it's good for the probably good for the rivalry that they one of them wins one week and the next one wins the next week, because that really fuels it, doesn't it? If you keep getting pushed by your rival. So Jenny Meadows' performance of the champs, or at least of the day, is Amelia Strickler in the shot put, who took gold in our very first event earlier on. Jim Peters, the chair of Scottish Athletics, to hand out the medals. Our final medals to be awarded here at the championships. Jonathan Kay. It's nice when you produce a finish like that and you get your medal within 2 minutes as well. It's no real time to think about it. Just take the buzz in, take the moment in. You'll hear a lot more from Tom Keane, the Cambridge and Coleridge athlete, that is for sure. Already has medalled at European age group champs and takes a senior silver medal here in the men's 15. Behind your champion, George Mills. So there we go. Those are the final medalists to be crowned here. So we've had a cracking 2 days. We've handed out 26 British titles and gold medals in total. 78 medals across the podium for a lot of athletes who have been at senior champs for the first time. Will have their first senior medals as well. How do you sum up the champs overall, Jen?
I think it's been really good. It's been competitive, and that's what we want to see, don't we? You see a lot of people. I think probably Andrew Morgan Harrison is a good example of that, how much the championships actually mean to people. He's held his hamstring, he's got himself over the line. It's been really competitive, and some new names for us to look forward to.
Absolutely. Well, that is the scene at the Emirates Arena then. A big thanks as ever to the officials out there in the infield and on the track, to our volunteering team here at the arena. As well, big thanks to Pete Hussey and the creative technologies team behind the technicals of today's coverage as well. Thanks to the British Athletics team as well. Thanks to all of you for your fun interactions as well over the course of the last couple of days with the hashtag SPAR British Champs. Follow the British Athletics social channels for videos, results and all sorts of news and reflections from the championships here. But for myself, Chris Temple, Jenny Meadows and all of our special guests today, thanks for your company. We've really enjoyed it. From the Emirates Arena here in Glasgow, it's goodbye.
This weekend, and our director Peter Hussey, Peter Key in charge of sound. It's been a wonderful SPAR British Athletic Indoor Championships from myself, Catherine Merry and Geoffrey Whiteman. Thank you very much indeed. Travel safe.
Have a safe journey home. If we don't see you again, have a great Christmas.